The adventure unfolds with Wataru Toyotomi, a typical 20-year-old college student, passionate about anime and manga. Awakening amid a sweeping meadow, his mind whirls in confusion, recalling only that a horned rabbit had chased him there. Only yesterday, laughter echoed as he reveled with friends in a bustling izakaya, their night unfolding into an endless cascade of drinks and karaoke songs that carried them all the way to dawn. Exhausted from the lively festivities, he barely managed the journey home, yet somehow he found himself adrift in the sea. Upon awakening, he found himself in the heart of a sprawling meadow, secretly yearning that at last he had stepped into a world woven entirely of fantasy. Given how often horned rabbits show up in light novels, suspicion crept in. Surely, a status screen had to be lurking somewhere nearby. Wataru Hareras's eyes darted to the status screen, where a fresh message demanded his attention. With a single tap, a window unfurled, revealing the astonishing truth. A twist of fate had swept him between worlds, stranding him here with no way home. The very first addition to his collection was a humble, ordinary robot. Success crowned his efforts, and the robot materialized right on the grass. Though it was merely an ordinary boat, not a drop of water surrounded the vessel. Forced by circumstance, he had no choice but to push it forward with his own hands, straining against the barren land. As the boat edged forward, an unexpected threat emerged. Two horned rabbits sprang at him, poised to attack. Instinctively, his muscles tensed and his eyes squeezed shut, bracing for impact. Yet no blow ever came. With cautious curiosity, he dared to... At first, he speculated that the ship had somehow shielded him. Yet when the weather suddenly took a turn for the worse, urgency seized him. He needed to find the nearest village without delay. Unsure whether these rabbits were safe to eat, he took them anyway. Their unexpected ferocity hinted at hidden dangers lurking in this world, urging him onward as he set out on his journey. Soon, he found himself standing at the edge of the forest, its shadowy depths looming ominously, as if dreadful monsters lurked within. An uneasy feeling settled over him, stirring a sense of caution and dread. The mystery of what other creatures, aside from horned rabbits, might appear here gnawed at his thoughts. Suddenly, he spotted Galvan standing by the tree, watching his every move with unwavering attention. Panic seized him, and he bolted straight toward the goblin gates. Wataru tumbled off the cliff's edge, but by some stroke of luck, escaped with only a few scrapes. Meanwhile, the goblin had already vanished without a trace. Glancing back over his shoulder, Wataru caught sight of the city sprawled ahead, a surge of relief washing over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed onward, only to be abruptly halted by a formidable warrior blocking his path, demanding to ess. Yet admitting he hailed from another world was out of the question for Wataru. So choosing his words carefully, he told the warrior a different tale. While journeying, a fearsome monster had attacked him, robbing him of all his belongings. Curious, eh? The soldier explained that anyone wishing to stay in the city for 3 days could obtain a temporary permit, but first, one had to touch the verification crystal. Without hesitation, Haru agreed and placed his hand upon its gleaming surface. Since no trace of guilt shadowed Haru, the guard let him pass without a moment's hesitation. Crossing the threshold into the boisterous city, a sudden dizziness washed over him. With astonishment, he spotted among the bustling crowd a host of extraordinary beings, creatures distinctly not human. This left no room for doubt. He truly found himself in another world. Weighing the sights he'd just witnessed, Wat Harun realized time was slipping away. His temporary permit from the portal would expire in a mere 3 days. with urgency on his side and the advice to join the Adventurers Guild echoing in his mind. At the counter, a striking receptionist caught his eye, her charm undeniable, while a grim-faced elderly man stood nearby. Initially drawn to the woman, he soon grew weary, watching the line to her desk stretch endlessly. Frustration mounting, curiosity piqued, he inquired whether it was possible to become an adventurer right here. In response, the man explained that registering required a fee of 1 silver coin. Bereft of coins, he offered 2 horned rabbits as substitute payment. The man, however, found the barter insufficient. Instead, he suggested arranging a loan of a single silver coin to be repaid within the span of a month. Unsure of the silver coin's value in yen, curiosity sparked within him. He asked how one might go about earning these coveted silver coins. According to the man, each horned rabbit fetched no less than 5 copper coins. Bringing in a haul of 20 would amount to roughly 1 silver coin in total. A flicker of doubt crossed Haru's mind as he wondered if he could possibly hunt down 20 rabbits. Despite his uncertainty, the risk of exile from the city loomed larger in his thoughts. Reluctantly, he chose to accept the challenge rather than fussy. With a commanding gesture, the man ordered him to place his hand upon the crystal. With a measured gesture, the man handed him an adventurer's card bearing the insignia of rank F. The man explained that adventurer ranks range from F all the way up to SSS. Completing more tasks would propel the hero higher through these prestigious ranks. When asked if he wished to hide anything on his identification card, the man explained that certain details could remain concealed simply by picturing what he wanted hidden as the card was created. Seizing the opportunity, the boy decided to mask bot. Space was scarce here, cramped like sardines in a can. Yet a relieved sigh escaped him, grateful at least for this tiny refuge where he could finally rest. Sprawled out on the hard floor, he leafed through the booklet, nearly drifting off to sleep. In his drowsy mind, the enchanting receptionist appeared once more, patiently explaining everything in detail. Her words echoed through his imagination. The adventurers of rank C and above may find themselves required to respond to emergency summons. Special missions can also be assigned exclusively to those who have reached these ranks. Nevertheless, ignoring your tasks for too long will eventually render your guild card invalid. For the most part, Wataru found the guild's rules agreeable, though doubts lingered about the usefulness of his own abilities. These thoughts lulled him to sleep, and upon waking, his mind, once again, drifted into deep contemplation. Awakening only at midday, he greeted the landlady and made his way to wash up. The Japanese toilet left him thoroughly unimpressed, and the absence of both a towel and a toothbrush only heightened his discomfort. For breakfast, he treated himself to some fresh bread and a skewer of tender rabbit meat for 3 coppers, then set off on a leisurely stroll through the waking city. With every step, elves, dwarves, and beastfolk bustled by, filling the path with vibrant life. Craving solitude, he summoned his ship and pondered the downfall of those rabbits. After all, he too had been left penniless and now staked everything on this singular ability. Suddenly, his eyes caught a man fleeing in sheer panic. Barreling after him was a frenzied pack of horned rabbits. Without a moment's hesitation, Wataru dashed for his ship. Astonishingly, the rabbits couldn't reach him. An invisible force flung them back as if repelled by magic. Investigating the ship's status, Wataru discovered an incredible truth. It was described as unsinkable and indestructible. Even more impressive, outside, the rabbits jostled and scrambled, desperately vying for a way inside. A fleeting doubt crossed his mind. Could he truly overcome them all? Steeling himself, he summoned every ounce of courage, and with a precise strike, felled one of the Kree. Triumphant from his victory, he hunted down every rabbit in sight and sold a portion of his catch. Yet lacking a large enough bag, he couldn't carry much of his hard-won bounty home. For 10 rabbits, he pocketed 70 copper coins. Elated by the honest wage he'd earned and the prospect of another night under a safe roof, he found himself this time nestled in a cozy corner of the inn. Settling in comfortably, the boy once more pored over every detail of the ship. Absolute certainty settled over him. No outsider could ever board the ship without his express permission. Should access be revoked, any person or object would be expelled at once. No exceptions, even if a passenger dared to attack or threaten harm. TRCE. In another world, Watara marveled at the sturdiness of his boat, his imagination already drifting toward grander horizons. If only he had enough money, he could summon monumental miracle vessels to sail the seas. Surveying the other vessels, his eyes lingered most fondly on the sleek motorboat. It captured his imagination above all the rest. A luxurious liner immediately caught his eye in the shop. Curiosity sparked within him as he pondered what class this vessel belonged to, though deep down he doubted he could ever afford such a lavish piece of grandeur. Lost in even deeper contemplation, he pondered who had truly granted him the mysterious power to summon this vessel. In his first message to himself, he pledged to give his all the following day, setting his sights on catching even more rabbits. And so, quietly and almost without realizing it, his new life in this unfamiliar world began. On the 5th morning, Wataru set out before dawn once again, chasing after rabbits, with his special skill keeping him perfectly unharmed. The boat he had now felt cramped and unsuitable for his ambitions, so he carefully saved every coin. Dreaming of, with a swift gesture, she cancelled the debt from his card and invited him to confirm it himself. The revelation that the map recorded every single death caught him off guard. This detail resurfaced in his mind, while bewilderment flickered across the girl's face. Surely they should have covered such crucial information during registration. Her explanation unveiled more secrets about his guild card. It not only tracked debts, but also doubled as a secure wallet, allowing him to deposit or withdraw funds at both the Adventurers Guild and the Merchants Guild. Sage advice followed. Large S. He revealed with a confident grin that he'd recently been out hunting rabbits and was eager to accept any related task. The girl, noting the rules, reminded him that failing to complete at least one assignment each month would render his card invalid. Water Ruth expressed heartfelt gratitude. Just before his departure, the woman warned him of lurking goblins and wolves beyond the city's borders, advising him to equip himself with at least some basic gear for protection. Filled with gratitude, Wataru made his way to the library, eager to unravel the mysteries of this unfamiliar world. While browsing the shelves, he stumbled upon a handbook about the Kingdom of Latina and, curiosity piqued, dove intently into its page. Upon learning that the royal capital stood at the very heart of the kingdom, while the cities to the north, south, east, and west all fell under the dominion of individual counts, a realization dawned. The city where he now found himself was ruled by, along the coastline, unexpected cities had sprung to life, all linked to the capital by a majestic river winding its way through the land. Driven by this, Wataru summoned his boat at that very spot, calling upon his unique ability. Dwarves, elves, and even a girl with charming fox ears roamed the scene, each appearing as though plucked straight from the pages of a classic fantasy tale. The book, titled An Introduction to Everyday Magic, caught his eye. Deciding to save its secrets for later, he promised himself a closer look once his errands were done. The following day, armed with a brand new adventurer's kit, he set out to tackle his first quest. Mundane F-rank jobs like pulling stubborn weeds and searching for lost cats. The receptionist informed him that E-rank commissions were also available, prompting Wataru to sift through the list. Most missions involved goblins, a prospect that struck him as far too risky. Then, amidst the daunting options, he spotted one requiem. Having already surpassed his target with 8 rabbits, the thrill of the hunt urged him onward. He wasn't ready to stop now and eagerly anticipated bagging his 11th. Just then, a goblin burst onto the scene, catching him completely off guard, and the goblin found himself thwarted, unable to reach his target as the protective barrier stood firmly in his way. Fear seized the boy as the goblin crept in dangerously close, doubt gnawing at him about whether the protective barrier would truly hold. To my immense relief, the goblin became distracted by something else and slowly shuffled away. A wave of gratitude and comfort washed over me. What horrors could have compelled the ship to retreat, while I, undeterred, set off at a measured pace toward the city? Halfway there, a sudden realization struck. He had forgotten the rabbits aboard the ship before returning it. Panic welled up inside him. The ship had vanished without a trace, and thanks to the goblin, any hope of hunting new rabbits had slipped entirely out of reach. Remembering the registrar's advice, he retraced his steps into the forest. After some time, he summoned his ship and discovered, to his delight, that the rabbits he had caught were still safely aboard. Elated, Vatara gathered up his prize and set all. Returning to the ship, a wave of relief washed over him as he discovered all his belongings safe and untouched. No longer would he be burdened by the need to carry everything with him. The vessel itself would now serve as his secure haven. An undercur. With unflagging enthusiasm, Wataru tackled each new job, and before long, he'd amassed 2 silver coins and 40 copper ones. This tidy sum was just enough to afford a rubber raft. Bringing up the ship purchase menu, he deposited the coins instantly. The doctor explained that for the next 5 minutes, she would channel a stream of magic through his body to assess his abilities, charging 10 copper coins for the examination. In this world, magic thrived, weaving itself into everyday life. The sensation of holding the beautiful doctor's hand sent a wave of excitement through him, leaving his nerves buzzing with restless energy. A gentle warmth radiated from her hand, flowing into him, and he confessed to sensing a subtle glimmer of magic within that comforting heat. When the doctor inquired about his magical abilities, Wataru confessed that his magic stat was 18 and asked if that would suffice for life magic. She reassured him it was more than enough. The next step demanded channeling magic to the tips of his feet. The doctor remarked that this was a highly promising start. Gratitude welled up within Wataru as he offered Toru heartfelt thanks, his appreciation running deep. With a gentle suggestion, she proposed a visit to the nearby church, noting that prayer might hasten recovery and offer a sense of relief. Gazing intently toward the church from outside, curiosity flickers in his eyes as thoughts of this world's God swirl through his mind. Memories resurface of the person who, at the very outset, entrusted him with their extraordinary abilities. Postponing his prayer for later, he turned his attention to the urgent task that awaited him. Inside the Adventurers Guild, the notice board caught his eye. 5 freshly posted requests, all seeking the delivery of horned rabbits. Every rabbit he encountered boasted an impressive array of 8 to 10 horns. With newfound confidence, the boy concluded that he could easily conquer at least 2 of the tasks, and perhaps still have a little time left to himself. Scooping up both rabbits, he strode confidently toward the reception desk where the administrator was waiting. The administrator noted an intriguing trend. A growing number of people had taken an interest in horned rabbits lately. She explained that restaurants now purchased them more frequently since his deliveries consistently offered animals of exceptional. Determined to outsmart all rivals, he set his sights on capturing the rabbits at any cost, aware that many eager hunters already coveted the savory prize of smoked rabbit. Summoning his ship, he revealed it now, adorned with an elegant gazebo, its presence adding a touch of grandeur to the vessel. Not long ago, he commissioned the ship's carpenter to build a charming pavilion on deck, a cozy spot crafted especially for leisurely hunts and the finest relaxation. All that stood between him and complete happiness was a roaring stove and a pot of freshly brewed tea. That day saw an extraordinary feat. He hunted down an impressive 55 horned rabbits, setting a personal record. Thanks to this achievement, he managed to fulfill all 5 requests, earning himself 5 shining silver coins and another 36 coppers as a R. With everything settled, he strode over to where a man and a woman were tending to roasting rabbits. The woman, brimming with enthusiasm, launched into an explanation about how magical ships had made daily life so much easier. Most chores. With a grateful smile, the woman thanked him for his help and, full of anticipation, invited him to sit down while she finished her preparations. Ever since his arrival in this world, Wataru hadn't once dined at any of the local eateries. Now, anticipation bubbled within him at the thought of finally savoring a delicious meal. Scanning the room, he caught sight of several tables occupied by people who looked unmistakably like adventurers. Just then, the waiter appeared, setting down his order. A dish crowned with a golden, crispy crust and wafting an irresistible aroma. The cook, eager for feedback, inquired about his impressions of the dish. Brimming with enthusiasm, he praised the unparalleled flavor, marveling at how ordinary horned rabbits from the hunt had been transformed into such a culinary delight. The host, the city's churches, captivated her with their breathtaking beauty, drawing crowds of fascinated tourists from every corner. The more people tried to persuade him, the more stubbornly Audrey de Funda clung to her own opinion. A peculiar force seemed to be at work, stirring a sense of unease within him, as though an unseen presence was calling him somewhere. Still, a desire to express gratitude for his abilities stirred within him, prompting a decision to pay a visit after all. Within the church, the air felt profoundly transformed, dense with reverence, worlds apart from the outside. His gaze instinctively gravitated to a towering statue of the divine, a figure radiating strength and majesty. Something within him shifted. Gratitude welled up within him as he offered silent thanks to the figure before him for its wisdom and guidance. Suddenly, a gentle voice responded, "You're welcome." Blinking his eyes open, he realized the church had vanished. Someone was now speaking. The stranger spoke of a remarkable gift, the power to ward off even the searing flames of dragons. He explained further. By stepping onto a magic circle while casting the spell, one could stride across water as easily as land. Curiosity glimmered in H. Astonishment rooted Wataru to the spot. His mind raced, unable to grasp where he was, who stood before him, or what any of this was supposed to mean. Seated upon the throne, the young man boldly proclaimed this was the world of God. Wataru, curiosity piqued, questioned him directly. Was he truly that god? The boy nodded, calmly affirming that he had indeed created this realm. The notion left Wataru. The young man remarked that bringing Wataru here hadn't been an easy feat. Surely, such an effort marked him as a true devotee. Though Wataru still failed to grasp the situation, he offered his heartfelt thanks once again for the powers bestowed upon. Curiosity sparked in God's eyes as he inquired whether Wataru comprehended the reason for his summons to the realm of the gods, echoing the very question Wataru had just dared to ask. The divine explained that the trouble stemmed from his actions being hopelessly dull. Endlessly peering through the crystal sphere, he watched Wataru hunt nothing but horned rabbits. Even the other gods, despite Wataru's status as a newcomer from another world, had grown weary of this dull spectacle. A multitude of gods watched the interworld visitors with keen fascination, for their actions were often wild and unpredictable. Yet when it came to Wataru, his every move unfolded with such dull predictability that the divine audience soon abandoned. It struck him that even the deity of pleasure recoiled in disgust from Wataru's dull and colorless behavior. For Wataru, the realization was almost surreal. So pathetic was his situation that even the gods themselves mocked his existence. The god Ilabi. Understanding the risks, Wataru knew better than to reveal his real name to anyone. Even God himself had remarked that such a disclosure was never asked of him. God explained that most other extraterrestrials made frequent use of their abilities, subtly reshaping the world around them day by day. That was precisely what the gods desired. Yet instead, Wataru found himself chasing after horned rabbits for a single silver coin. Observing his plight, the god remarked that if Wataru managed to acquire the luxury liner Ludgeri, he could finally. The revelation struck Wataru with awe. Here, it was entirely possible to enjoy a modern, comfortable life. God explained that things like television or the internet simply don't exist here. Yet the extraordinary abilities bestowed upon Wataru were truly astonishing. Fired up by this revelation, Wataru vowed to give his all. With the blessing of God in the next instant, Wataru gazed in awe at the magnificent luxury liner gliding before his eyes, letting his imagination soar with dreams of someday calling it his own. Acquiring such a vessel was no ordinary feat. The price tag alone soared to 5. Divine instruction revealed to him that by invoking a magical summoning circle, he could manifest a ship instantly and find himself aboard at the precise destination he desired. Each vessel materialized in a single heartbeat, suspending time for those. The vessel seemed perfectly suited for trade, an ideal choice for any merchant's venture. Regardless, a burning desire to journey aboard it to the southern coastal town stirred within him, prompting him to chart his course without delay. At the Adventurers Guild, he sought guidance from the young receptionist. She offered a rough idea of the route, yet voiced a concern. If his journey truly led to the coastal city, he would no longer bring them those beloved salted rabbits. The prospect guilt flickered beneath the watery roof, unsettled by having let her down. Though the relentless heat had been gnawing at the girl's nerves, her spirit soon brightened. Someone had just shown her the way to the southern city. His first task was to reach the royal capital. From there, travelers typically headed south, either along the winding road or by taking a boat down the river. Another waterway linked the western city to the capital before continuing its journey south. With a thoughtful air, she suggested he find someone to stand watch through the night. In the past, Wataru had never given much thought to being part of a team, worried deep down that solitude might swallow him whole. Gratitude welled up inside him as he silently admired her kindness. Shyness gripped him so tightly that he dared not ask her name. Her beauty struck him as utterly enchanting. As he turned away, vivid daydreams danced in his mind, visions of her inviting him somewhere, anywhere, though deep down he knew these were nothing more than wishful fantasies. Suddenly, a gentle touch brushed his shoulder, accompanied by a soft whisper of his name. Instinctively, he turned around. Two burly men caught his attention, signaling with a curt gesture for him to follow. Reluctance gripped him as he attempted to back away, wary that they might cause him harm. Yet they offered soothing assurances, promising it would all be over in a moment. To his astonishment, an invitation arrived. Dinner at a bustling restaurant where the proposal was laid on the table. Join forces for a hunt targeting horned rabbits. The men, with earnest eyes, confessed their plight to Wataru, who sat bewildered by introducing himself. The man instantly put Haru a little more at ease. His name sounded peculiar, certainly unlike any she'd heard before, yet a sense of trust crept in as he offered to treat her to dinner and revealed several clever tips for hunting. Everyone nodded in agreement, pointing out that traveling alone would make the journey far more challenging for him. Perhaps a new path awaited him as a merchant's bodyguard. After all, as he pointed out, solo journeys offered scant rewards for adventurers ranked below D. Yet, even this seemed preferable to wandering alone, Wataru mused. Still, they wasted no time in reminding him. If he couldn't handle a simple goblin, he had no business acting as anyone's escort just yet. The following day dawned with preparations for his journey underway, as he earned his keep by hunting horned rabbits through the whispering grasslands. Training relentlessly with arrows and spears at the guild, he methodically stocked his raft with every essential for the journey ahead. Today, uniting forces with Aldo, he stood ready to repel the impending goblin assault. Despite Aldo's promise to let him take on a goblin by himself, anticipation tightened in his chest. As they press deeper into the forest, a wave of unease washes over Wataru, his eyes darting anxiously amid the shadows. The first creature to cross their path was a gelatinous being, oozing along the ground with an eerie shimmer. Their path was suddenly blocked by a creature often dubbed nature's janitor, a being tasked with dissolving the fallen bodies of monsters. Wataru, intrigued, wondered aloud if he might touch it, but a word of caution reached him. A careless contact. Goblins soon launched their assault. Working together, the group rallied to confront their foes, deliberately sparing a single goblin, reserved as a challenge for Wataru alone. With a powerful sweep of his sword, Wataru struck the goblin squarely in the throat, marking his very first victory. Only a few tasks remained: gathering the magic stones, the heart, and the right ear of the goblin. Disgust twisted within Wataru as he dealt with these creatures. Their words barely registered in his mind, and by now, any lingering desire for the Adiv. In his mind's eye, vivid scenes played out. Lisavuka, tears streaming down her cheeks, pleading desperately for him to stay. Yet deep inside, he knew these were nothing but fragile dreams. Inside, a bustling crowd had already gathered around her stall. Not far off, however, an elderly man waved warmly, beckoning him to come closer. Grandfather was already well aware of his adventures and admitted with a proud smile that it was his example that had sparked a wave of other adventurers to embark on their own horned rabbit hunts, breathing new life into the guild's activities. Once, hardly anyone paid attention to the quests for antlered rabbits. Yet, word of easy money spread like wildfire among thrill-seekers. Now, newcomers snatch up these jobs for the quick coin and use their earnings to equip themselves properly. Inju. Wataru wished the girl from the Fox Alley would confide in him herself. On the day of his departure, Farewells were exchanged with every familiar face before he set off on his journey. Reaching the riverbank with unwavering determination, he prepared to launch his boat into the waiting current. The words of the boy god's advice echoed in his mind, urging him to stay clear of the shoreline. Trusting his mentor's wisdom, he stepped confidently into the enchanted circle. At that very moment, a boat shimmered into existence atop the water. Hove. Steering on through the fading light, he pondered whether he should drop anchor somewhere for the night. Spotting a group of suspicious figures, a sudden sense of danger prickled his instincts. Suspecting an ambush, he chose not to pause and pressed on through the water without looking back. Before long, his eyes caught the flicker of another campfire, this one with a solitary girl sitting beside its warm glow. Uncertain of what to do, he called out to her from the boat, his voice wavering with hesitation. She spun around to face him, and before he could gather his wits, suddenly 4 formidable, armed women fixed their intense gazes on Wataru, each determined to unravel the mystery of who he truly was. With calm composure, he introduced himself as nothing more than a traveler, then cautioned the women about bandits lying in wait further upstream. The suggestion immediately resonated with the one who was preparing to leave, prompting her to ask another woman, Marina, to confirm it. Just as he was about to take his leave as well, Marina insisted that he stay until they finished what they had sent. With urgency in his voice, he tried to make her understand. Dangerous people lurked nearby, and he had no choice but to flee at once. Yet a lingering suspicion gnawed at her. What if he intended to betray them, delivering them straight into the hands of their enemies? Waterloo abandoned the argument altogether, falling silent without another word. The women possessed breathtaking beauty, their eyes sparkling with the untamed spirit of true adventurers. Such dazzling companions seemed to step straight from the pages of legend, rarely encountered in the real world. Imagining himself among their lively circle, temptation nearly swept him into a world of dreams. Yet caution prevailed. He hesitated, unwilling to invite trouble upon himself. Marina turned around and confirmed his words, prompting the leader to apologize for his earlier distrust and express heartfelt gratitude. With a carefree wave, Haru brushed off the offer, proclaiming her confidence to handle things on her own. The leader faltered, taken aback that his advice, which had truly been helpful, was so quickly dismissed. A thought crossed her mind. The announcement of a reward for those notorious bandits they had been discussing would be made any day now. Before departing, she offered a reward should their paths ever cross again. Rather than pressing for a closer acquaintance, Wataru chose to remain in the background, answering her suggestion with silence. Several days later, he at last reached the southern city, where his eyes caught sight of countless water robots bustling about. The sight of a self-propelled boat instantly fascinated him, sparking a curiosity about the secret behind its motion. Was it driven by some arcane magic, he wondered, marveling at the unseen force propelling it with such might. With a small fortune choosing caution over convenience, he guided the boat toward a quiet, sheltered cove and anchored it securely. Satisfied it would be safe, he set out on foot toward the distant city, determination burning in his eyes. Strolling through the bustling city streets, he marveled at its vibrant atmosphere. While selecting fish from a local vendor, curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired about the location of the Merchants' Guild. The vendor gestured toward the man inquired whether Pharaoh was a traitor, but Waterloo slyly hinted that perhaps Pharaoh was merely considering launching his own venture. Thoughts of becoming a merchant danced through his mind, envisioning the day he could afford the opulence of a lavish cruise yacht. Upon entering the bustling trade guild, Wataru's attention was immediately drawn to a host of elegantly dressed patrons moving gracefully through the hall. A cheerful girl with fox-like ears approached, her warm greeting accompanied by a curious inca. Her reassurance that everything was fine wove an even deeper spell over him, leaving him utterly captivated. His first question revolved around the possibility of joining the Merchants Guild while still holding membership in the Adventurers Guild. Confirmation came swiftly. Even those of the lowest rank, F rank, were granted permission. Such a rank required only a modest fee: registration as a minor merchant for 5 silver coins a year. A fleeting thought crossed his mind about purchasing a shh. She explained that everything hinged on the type of ship in question. He referred to it as a modest magical vessel, though he was quick to note that acquiring one was far from simple. As she boasts about the power of connections, silent amusement dances in his eyes, for his own ally is nothing less than a celestial being. More often than not, this means ferrying passengers to destinations like the royal capital. The magical ship's extraordinary abilities promised new opportunities, provided it could whisk the adventurers away to the distant southeastern island. The rewards promised for this journey were truly impressive. Rare healing herbs thrived on the island, and formidable monsters roamed its wilds. Genuine treasures awaited daring adventurers, yet the only way to reach the island was by navigating Shal. The receptionist observed that material wealth was held in high regard on the island. Inspired by this, the Waterwood resolved to join the prestigious Merchants Guild. Including the commission, the total came to 6 silver coins. Pairing the payment with his Adventurer's Guild card, she requested that he present it. Introducing himself as Wataru, he offered her his heartfelt gratitude. Introducing herself as Camilla, she eagerly expressed how delighted she was to have the opportunity to work alongside him. As Wataru departed, a quiet sense of contentment lingered. Meeting her had granted him the knowledge of her name, a small but meaningful victory. Upon reaching the Ghoul's Hotel, his thoughts turned to practical concerns. Would there be any vacant Stepping inside, he secured a room furnished with a single bed, its window framing a picturesque view of the sea. Fortune led him to a suitable motorboat. Though unease tugged at his mind, it wasn't the familiar Wataru. Despite his reservations, determination won out, and he made the purchase. His prowess in summoning vessels had evidently advanced, unlocking a... These boats stand out for their remarkable uniqueness among all the vessels ever discovered. Concern gnawed at him. Such a unique boat could easily betray its otherworldly origins. Fortunately, fate intervened, bestowing the vessel with a newfound ability to blend in seamlessly, its peculiar traits now cleverly concealed from prying eyes. With the ship's newfound cloaking ability, Wataru could alter its appearance at will, seamlessly mimicking the shimmering patterns of the river's surface, yet all the vessel's functions remained fully intact. The very idea of possessing a ship so strikingly reminiscent of the Wataru felt almost unreal to him. Stranger still was the uncanny sense that he instinctively knew how to command it, as if fate had granted him an unfair advantage. The route to the journey slipped by almost unnoticed, delivering him to his destination in under 5 hours. Before long, a man approached in another boat, his gaze appraising the newcomer. Not recognizing Wataru, he asked for his name, then introduced himself as Guido. Wataru explained that he had recently acquired his vessel and heard about this island through the mirror. Brimming with enthusiasm, Wataru eagerly agreed to join forces and inquired if there were any specific tasks or details he should be aware of. At the same time, he pointed out that should severe injuries occur, a return to the city might become necessary sooner than planned. He stressed the critical importance of remaining on the island without interruption. Wataru eagerly agreed, quickly setting out to gather all the supplies needed for the boat and the adventures that awaited on the island. Safe at last on the southern island known as Wataruga, he wasted no time plunging into a frenzy of shopping. Clothing, utensils, a sturdy cast-iron pot, and a host of other items, more in fact than he truly needed. Yet Wataru's confidence never waned. Suddenly, a hooded stranger materialized before Lion, a gleaming knife clutched tightly in his hand. His features remained obscured by shadows as he closed in on Wataru. With a swift motion, he drove the knife toward Wataru, but his aim faltered and the blade missed its mark. Stunned, Wataru stood frozen in disbelief. With a sharp edge to his voice, Wataru demanded an explanation for the sudden attack. In return, the assailant coolly inquired whether the boat belonged to Wataru, making it clear that the vessel, and by extension, Wataru himself, had been the target. Attempting to escape, he was suddenly seized from behind. Strong hands dragged him into the shadows, smothering any hope of freedom. The hooded figure lost sight of him. Camilla had intervened just in time, saving his life. After making sure he was unharmed, Camilla pointed out that they were standing near the guild's back entrance. Wataha explained to her that he'd only just returned from the southeastern island and was out shopping when that man attacked him. Intrigue. Once again, she emphasized, as she had subtly hinted before, just how invaluable a vessel capable of such a journey truly was. This rare worth had made it a coveted prize, drawing the eyes and ambitions of many. Lost in contemplation, Wotari weighed his next move. Should he flee to another city? And could he truly place his trust in Gita? Camilla shared that certain guild members had taken extra precautions, hiring personal guards or equipping themselves with special protective plates to ensure their safety. The news sent a wave of unease through Wataru. Slavery did indeed exist in that world, but he had always believed that protective plates were far too expensive to be used for such purposes. Suddenly, the guildmaster burst into the room. Declaring he had already heard their story, he promised to set everything straight. With the press of urgent business calling him away, the guildmaster informed Wataru that he would be absent for a while, entrusting him with a crucial mission on the southeastern island. He assured Wataru that an escort would be arranged, emphasizing, just the night before, wild dreams of enormous profits had filled his mind, but now everything had twisted into a perilous surprise. Upon reaching the port, the group of intrepid adventurers was already there, waiting for them. Their journey led them to the southeastern island. Excitement sparkled in Wataru's eyes. This was his very first real mission. Elysia, the spirited leader of the Adventurers Guild, glanced his way and asked if he was the very same person they had recently crossed paths with by the riverbank. Meanwhile, the deputy leader of Darat harbored hardly any doubts and delicately brought up the matter of the bandits. Lost in their engrossing conversation, Herma and Kara became oblivious to the world around them. Maria the Scout stood silently by, while Priestess Claretta expressed her gratitude for his assistance and warmly invited him to join them for dinner. Enthusiastic about the suggestion, the other girls eagerly chimed in, offering to treat him to dinner as well. Or mingled with apprehension as Wataru found himself once again swept up in the lively company of such radiant girls, curiosity burning within him to learn more about them. Yet an uneasy suspicion gnawed at him. What if their admirers retaliated again? Relief washed over Wataru as he managed to dodge the dinner invitation for now, yet his mind quickly drifted back to the unease swirling around Esquirt. For the first time, someone acknowledged the merits of his ship, and he barely restrained himself from forbidding anyone else from ever stepping aboard again. As soon as the outline of the island emerged on the horizon, he resolved to allow passengers aboard one by one, orchestrating their entry in careful succession. Wataru warned everyone to hold on tight, for the shaking would only grow fiercer. The girls clung even harder, exhaling in relief as they finally reached the shore. Alicia expressed her gratitude to Wataru and suggested everyone start preparing for their journey along the waterways. The girls lent each other a helping hand as they disembarked, arms full with their many belongings. Dorota marveled at the remarkable speed of the boat, while Clarette nodded in agreement, remarking how effortless and smooth the journey had been. Wataru's face lit up with genuine delight at those words. With a bright smile, he suggested brewing some tea and asked if everyone would like a short break before continuing their journey. Irma confessed that the tenderness shown deeply touched her heart, while Wataru found himself utterly entranced, unable to tear his fascinated gaze away from her. After savoring their tea, the group bid a warm farewell, pledging to return in 5 days and set off on their journey. Haru caught the veiled warning in Gato's words, an attempt to dissuade him from hiring esquire, all because of the looming dangers tied to that enchanted ship. What he attempted now was something glimpsed only once on television, leaving him uncertain whether success was even possible. With deliberate caution, he moved step by step, faithfully echoing each detail he could recall. Yet the presence of even Sim, watching him quietly mutter to himself while preparing the meal, Rito couldn't help but think what an oddly intriguing fellow he was. Task complete, Wataru made his way to the shoreline, where his keen eyes soon spotted a lone slime nearby. Resting it gently on his knee, Wataru slipped into deep thought. The mystery of unlocking the taming skill, one that would allow him to communicate with monsters, still eluded him. All he truly desired was to revel in the company of slimes. Thus, his very first day on the island quietly drew to a close. The following 3 days drifted by in serene tranquility. The sea remained calm and peaceful throughout. Contemplating his skills, he wondered if he should craft a floating house upon the water. On the 5th day, just as preparations for departure were nearly complete, Gisola appeared. Her timing, as always, nothing short of perfect. The group returned with Kara, a spirited girl who had set out alongside them. Bursting with excitement, Kara carried an enormous monster slung across her back, while the others, faces strained with effort, carefully assisted her in hauling their impri. The sight left Wataru deeply impressed. Noticing the exhaustion etched on the girls' faces, he promptly offered his help. Alicia elaborated that this was a rare species of saber-toothed tiger, one the Count had longed to preserve among his prized trophy collection. Bottles of Ashaboy water were passed around to everyone, and when curious onlookers inquired about the purpose, we gladly answered their questions. He explained that this was a warm, damp towel, perfect for refreshing one's face and hands with a gentle, soothing touch. Alicia confessed that she used to cleanse her face with nothing but water, so the gentle warmth of the towel felt like a soothing, delightful novelty to her. Wataru had prepared a special dish just for them, and the prospect of tasting it filled everyone with eager delight. With evident pride, he revealed how 5 days of perfecting this soup had culminated in his masterpiece. The dish won universal admiration, astonishing everyone with its flavors. Clarette, especially impressed, noted that despite being made solely froid, intrigued by the delicate undertones of chicken flavor, Claretta eagerly asked Wataru to share the secret behind the recipe. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he explained that the recipe required a thorough explanation. After all, he had crafted this dish expressly to banish boredom. Warm smiles blossomed on every face as heartfelt thanks were offered to Hari. He basked in their gratitude, his heart brimming with joy. Upon their return to the city, a sharp-eyed young boy was the first to spot them, his curiosity instantly drawing the attention of those nearby. Eyes wide with amazement, the boy gazed at them alongside the saber-toothed tiger. In no time at all, a curious crowd had begun to gather around. Excited chatter surged through the crowd as curious voices hurled questions about their origins and the path that had brought them here. Any hope Wataru held of slipping by unnoticed vanished. Their grand entrance at the port had captured far more. His very first business venture ended in triumph. Into the bustling scene strides a man named Zabo, who quickly introduces himself to Wataru. Zabo's eyes gleam with curiosity as he remarks on the magical ship that has everyone talking. As a fellow merchant, Zabo makes no effort to hide his interest. With a courteous shake of his head, Wataru declined, calmly explaining that he only accepted requests through the guild. He then suggested that Zabo continue on his own path. Before long, other visitors began to arrive at Haru's modest hotel, each hoping to enlist his talents. Recruiters brought tempting offers and persuasive promises, eager to secure his cooperation. Not long after Zabo's departure, soon after, a woman emerged from the crowd, vowing to pay twice the amount the guild had offered. Yet Wataru stood firm, turning down her generous proposal without hesitation. Flanked by his two companions, Wataru wondered aloud how much longer these persistent offers would keep coming. Dino, one of the escorts, stepped forward with an answer. With a measured tone, he explained to Wataru that his renown, courtesy of the saber-toothed tiger, had painted a target on his back. As a result, the spotlight would remain fixed on him for quite see. Wataru couldn't shake off his regret over the incident with the saber-toothed tiger, realizing that only his own ship possessed the strength to transport such an enormous creature from the island. Meanwhile, merchants streamed ceaselessly into his inn. With the guard's discreet assistance, he managed to slip away unnoticed. Despite everything, the island still seemed safer and more promising for earning a living. Eager anticipation filled him as he looked forward to returning to his work. Wataru arrived at a certain location and was greeted by a man who introduced himself as Danino, the owner of the building. Once Wataru explained that Camilla from the guild had sent him, Danino's interest was piqued, and he promptly inquired about this. Once Wataru had introduced himself, he announced his need for a large and sturdy raft, then turned to Danino to ask if such a craft could be built. Meanwhile, Dorot addressed Wataru, her curiosity piqued by the water engine installed in the boat. With a sheet of blueprints clutched in his hand, he clarified his desire for a device designed for easy disassembly and transport, one that could just as swiftly be reassembled upon arrival. He needed to show Danino the exact dimensions he had in mind. In addition, I'm crafting for you exactly what Haru requested, fulfilling his wishes down to the last detail. The price initially struck Haru as steep, but Camilla's endorsement put his mind at ease. Her recommendation assured him he was being treated fairly. 3 days later, Digninio had everything ready and showed Wataru how easily the raft could be assembled. Just connect the parts according to the numbered markings, and it would come together seamlessly. Offering his gratitude, Wataru paused, uncertainty flickering in his eyes, as he wondered whether he possessed the strength to haul this massive raft. Just then, a lively group of girls from Gisola swept into Dina's apartment, filling the room with laughter and chatter. Wataru confessed his delight at working alongside the girls from Gisola once more. In response, the girls expressed their own joy at teaming up with Wataru and, with a touch of curiosity, asked if he minded that they had chosen his ship for their latte. Bursting with excitement, Claretta recounted to Wataru how she had tried his bird bone soup recipe and was utterly enchanted by its rich flavor. She went on to praise the kelp broth he'd shared with her, marveling at its depth and savory goodness. A surge of delight washed over Wataru upon hearing this. Eager to please Claretta, he promised to dry even more seaweed on the island and generously encouraged her to take as much as her heart desired. He explained his vision: to craft something beautiful that would float upon the bay's tranquil waters. The girls sensed a secret swirling in his words. Perhaps he wasn't certain it would succeed. Yet the mere idea enchanted them all. Waterloo brimmed. The moment Guido arrived, curiosity sparked in his eyes as he immediately inquired about Haru's intentions for the Crimson Water. Wataru shared his ambitious plan to launch a homemade raft, sparking Guido's curiosity about whether construction had already begun. Seizing the moment, Guido kindly offered a helping hand, much to Wataru's delight. Without delay, the two plunged in. Once the task was complete, a surge of excitement flooded him as he admired the incredible floating tank he had managed to construct. Though it demanded a hefty sum, true to his Japanese spirit, he spared no expense when it came to the bath. Assessing the distance to the island, everything appeared comfortably within safe limits. With a flicker of simple magic, the bath filled swiftly, water swirling into the tub. Heated stones dropped in next, gently raising the temperature until it reached the perfect warmth. Stripping off his clothes, Wataru sank into the soothing embrace of a warm bath, surrendering himself to pure relaxation. As the mesmerizing expanse of the ocean stretched out before him, Wataru sank into a lavish bath, allowing himself the long-awaited relaxation he had yearned for all day. Upon their return, Alicia and the girls burst in, brimming with excitement as they announced the haul of remarkable materials they'd gathered. With curiosity aflame, they hurried back, eager to uncover the secret path Wataru had discovered. Bursting with enthusiasm, Wataru proudly unveiled his bath raft. The girls froze in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. The very thought that such luxury was reserved solely for wealthy aristocrats or prosperous merchants had never even crossed their minds. With anticipation gleaming in his eyes, Wataru watched as the girls timidly discovered the joy of their furs. As Alicia posed the question of who would like to go first, a distinct sense of anticipation hung in the air. Kara and Claretta lingered at the edge, hesitation flickering in their eyes as anticipation fluttered within their chests before the plunge into the pool. The surprise caught Haru completely off guard. With a nod, he mentioned they could call for him if anything was needed, then quietly slipped away. Heeding his advice, they shed their clothes and thoroughly washed themselves, ensuring every trace of dirt was rinsed away. Alicia stepped in first, her eyes lighting up with obvious delight at what she saw. Joyful voices drifting from the island filled Wataru's heart with a gentle warmth. Kara and Claretta, still somewhat hesitant, wondered aloud if bats were truly as delightful as claimed. Wataru admitted that such enjoyment might not appeal to everyone. Yet, in his eyes, to forego an experience like this would be a genuine loss in Lee. What harrowing ordeal drove them to the notion of simply dipping their feet in first, seeking solace in a moment of relaxation? Just then, Alicia announced in a clear, ringing voice that their swim had come to an end. A curious glint in her eye, she wondered aloud if Kara and Claretta might like to give it a try. Agreement reached, they cautiously dipped a single foot into the water first. Half an hour later, their swim complete, lively chatter filled the air as they enthusiastically recounted how wonderful it had felt. To Alicia's surprise, Not even a trace of fatigue lingered within her. While the group buzzed with excitement over plans for swimming, Haru watched them with a gentle, affectionate gaze. While he basked in the tranquility of island life, tension in the city steadily mounted. With a surge of excitement, Camilla dashed headlong toward the winemaster. Holding her breath, she delivered the news to the master winemaker. Vatera had been accused of theft. In the very next instant, Wataru and his companions had already returned from the island. With heartfelt gratitude, Wataru thanked everyone for their unwavering determination and remarkable unity. Dorota noted with satisfaction that they had once again managed to gather a remarkable trove of valuable items. Alicia chose to join Waterloo on his way to the guild. As they strolled through the bustling streets, curious onlookers couldn't help but watch the man sauntering past, flanked by a pair of strikingly beautiful young women. Wataru foresaw that some ardent supporters might come after him once this was over. Upon reaching the guild, Wataru expressed heartfelt gratitude for their company. Alicia, with a warm smile, assured him that he could seek their help any time, whether he craved a steaming bath or a delicious meal. Delight filled the group as they sank into the soothing warmth of the bath, their happiness radiating with genuine joy. It was especially heartwarming to witness the graceful women basking in pure relaxation, their serene smiles lighting up the moment. Construction of the raft finally complete, a sense of pride welled up within him as he surveyed its sturdy form. Would it support someone deep in sleep, he mused quietly. The thought of adding a tent to the raft crossed his mind, turning an ordinary hour. Suddenly, panic-stricken Camilla burst into the room, breathlessly announcing that something terrible had happened. Before Camilla could ask for clarification, a group of men appeared out of nowhere and with great solemnity declared the arrest of Wataru on suspicion of stealing the enchanted ship belonging to the Z family. Camilla attempted to protest, but the men paid her no mind and pressed on with their actions. Just as they prepared to seize Wataru, Dino and Enyo sprang forward, blocking their path and standing defiantly between the group and their quarry. The guildmaster soon entered the conversation, firmly stating that there wasn't a single shred of evidence supporting their theory, and he would not allow them to act on their own accord. While Wataru struggled to grasp the situation, the men abruptly inside the guildmaster's office. The guildmaster relayed startling news. A merchant named Zubo had accused him of stealing a cherished family heirloom, a ship. With a perplexed frown, Wataru insisted he had never crossed paths with Zubo and suggested the man must have mistaken him fee. Wataru explained that taking anything was impossible for him, since his ship hailed from Japan and didn't even belong to this world. Rio recalled that Sabo was a merchant who had recently tried to strike a deal with them. Recognizing Zabu at once, the guildmaster recalled his notorious reputation, a petty swindler with a shadowy history. With a sly hint, he revealed that after being denied the initial deal, his sights had shifted directly to Wataru's ship. Wataru reeled from Zabo's audacity, yet the guildmaster calmly observed that such cunning tricks seldom led to triumph. Yet looming behind Zabo was the formidable presence of Baron Benvenuto. His influence weighed heavily enough that even the guildmaster couldn't simply dismiss such powerful backing. Desperation clawed at Wataru as he pleaded for guidance, uncertain of his next move. The guildmaster challenged them to undergo a trial by fire. This turn of events whisked Wataru away into a trial unlike any he had ever faced, in a world entirely foreign to him. Inside the courtroom, Wataru's gaze swept over Zabo, the solemn judge, and the attentive gathering of onlookers. A commanding voice rang out, announcing that the session would address the accusation against Zabo, namely, the theft of a magical ship. Haruka cast a discerning glance at the judge, as if weighing whether admiration for him was truly deserved. When challenged to address Zebo's accusation, Wataru stood his ground, firmly declaring his innocence. He insisted the ship was not stolen, but honestly purchased with his own hard-earned money. Zebo, outraged by this claim, erupted in fury and shout. The man insisted that this vessel had once belonged to Baron Benvenuto, claiming it had been the Baron's favorite ship. Another chimed in, declaring without a shred of doubt that this was indeed the very ship Zebo had owned years ago. Wataru cut in. The judge nodded in agreement, granting Wataru the chance to prove his point. With a sly grin, he urged Zebo to awaken the magic vessel. His tone grew insistent. If the ship truly belonged to him, then surely Wataru would know exactly how to bring it to life. A shadow crossed Zavad's face, for he understood all too well. Launching a magical ship demanded not only rare skills, but the mastery to channel a stream of magic straight into the vessel's heart. Well then, Zebo, let's give it a try. No matter how many times he tried to start the ship from different spots, the engine stubbornly refused to budge. Still, panic never took hold. Zebo maintained his composure. The truth was clear to him. This wasn't some enchanted vessel. To set it in, Zabos's attempt had failed, leaving the outcome hanging by a thread in the hands of the Count and his remaining companions. In vain, Zebo scrambled to defend himself, but the truth stood stark. His ship refused to obey. His excuses lingered unanswered in the air as the decisive moment loomed ominously overhead. The moment Wataru brought the ship, long deemed hopelessly broken, roaring back to life, a wave of astonishment swept through everyone present. The judge declared that Zebo's statement was untrue. Murmurs of outrage rippled through the crowd as furious accusations targeted Zebo and Baron for deception and a plot to seize the enchanted ship. Determined to prevent any further lies or fabricated excuses, those assembled resolved to question each. Imagine us stepping out of the courthouse, grinning from ear to ear. The guildmaster offered him heartfelt praise, his words carrying the weight of genuine admiration. At the same time, a flicker of unease surfaced within him as he admitted his worries about what lay ahead. To Wataru's astonishment, the guildmaster suddenly revealed that he had personally invited the Southern Earl to participate in the trial, a confession that left Wataru reeling, scarcely able to believe that he himself had been chosen for such an ST. Camille revealed that suspicions have long brewed in the Southern Court. Everyone senses that Zebo and the Baron are conspiring, plotting some sinister scheme together. To them, the trial appeared as the perfect trap, an irresistible opportunity to catch and punish their targets. Animated conversations buzzed through the crowd as people reveled in the satisfaction that this trial had brought them. Jubilation swept over them. At long last, Zebo had been held accountable for his deeds. The ordeal had tested them to their limits, yet in the end, the villains fell before their resolve. With the conflict finally over, Wataru looked forward to a well-earned moment of rest. Yet chaos continued to reign in the city. Bribery and assaults occurred with the same unsettling frequency as before. Leaving the city and his old life in the dust, Waterloo set sail for the islands, eager to chase new fortunes and thrilling adventures. Together with the others, Gito set to work crafting new rafts, gradually transforming the area into a true oasis of relaxation. In his professional pursuits, he joined forces with fresh bands, propelling his collaborations far beyond the realm of Jasola. Remarkably, his culinary skills had also taken a turn for the better. Half a year slipped by, and the guild card's balance quietly swelled with 4 more white gold coins. Altogether, his fortune now amounted to 68 white gold coins 280 silvers, an eye-widening sum equal to 740 million yen in Japan. Yet to purchase a luxurious liner, he would need at least 50 billion yen, a staggering sum that, at his current pace, would take over half a century to amass. His gaze drifted toward the distant continent, across the shimmering sea. The idea of acquiring a brand new boat and setting sail for trade with the southern continent began to take root in his mind. Pepper trading had long stood as a tried-and-true path to fortune in this medieval fantasy world, and with a magical ship, the entire journey took only a month. Rumor had it, the profits from such an enterprise soared to impressive heights. Uncertainty clouded Wataru's mind as he weighed his options, torn between the ships that promised to carry him on a long voyage to the southern continent. The idea struck Wataru that the vast expanse of the deck would make a perfect choice. Camilla from the Commerce Guild warned him of the perilous giant monsters that lurk in the open sea, emphasizing that only one ship in 30 ever makes it back alive. Hope flickered within her that he might stay put, yet his ship, crafted with such unyielding strength, was impervious, incapable of sinking or breaking. With nothing to fear, he faced the world boldly. Guido caught sight of him unwinding in broad daylight and promptly warned him against such carelessness. We would have just shrugged it off, insisting it was only a single sip, and then turned to Wataru to ask what he needed that map for. With a serious tone, he warned that venturing to the southern continent was fraught with peril. Curiosity piqued, he asked if Wataru truly needed the money that desperately. Wataru explained his desire to try his hand at trade, confident in the reliability of his magic ship. Yet the pressure he felt from God remained unspoken. Vito remarked that the southern continent had earned a reputation as a place of extreme danger, yet doubts lingered in Wataru's mind. Would Dino and Enryo truly agree to embark with him on such a long and distant journey? Guido suggested buying slaves, pointing out that loyalty came naturally to those bound in chains, and among them could be found true masters of their crafts. Such thoughts had never crossed Wataru's mind before, even though here it seemed to be commonplace. What struck him most was the way she seamlessly intertwined everything with the art of running a business. Thrust into an unfamiliar world, he found himself yearning for a fateful encounter, a vision of a beautiful woman destined to become either his guardian or beloved. Noticing Vatakar lost deep in contemplation, Vito gently advised him not to wear him. Suddenly, Alicia called out Watakara's name, her voice cutting through the silence like a sharp breeze. Before departing for the southern continent, farewells were tenderly exchanged with Claretta and Irma. With a note of urgency in her voice, Claretta urged him to be careful. Alicia realized that it was thanks to his presence the island had become a warm, inviting sanctuary, a place where safety and comfort blossomed. With a cheerful smile, Irma nodded in agreement and began to explain. They had prepared a small token of gratitude for him, a tiny slime discovered in the water channels. A surge of joy overwhelmed Waterloo as he gazed upon his new slime companion, delight lighting up his features at the unexpected gift. That gift transformed his mood entirely, bringing a newfound lightness to his spirit. Delight sparkled in their eyes, for nothing warmed their hearts more than witnessing his joy over the gift. The slime possessed an unexpected charm, and with his gift for taming creatures, the hero hoped to take it along on his journey. Moreover, a memory surfaced. He still had some dried meat, perfect for tempting his new companion. Suddenly, the slime spoke up, declaring with obvious delight just how delicious it was. Haru couldn't hide his astonishment at what he'd just heard. Turning to Alicia, Haru insisted that the slime had just spoken, Yet she dismissed his claim with unwavering certainty. After all, everyone knew slimes couldn't talk. Certain the slime had truly spoken. He listened, as Claretta speculated, that his unique taming abilities might have made it possible. Water, though hesitant at first, ultimately conceded that this was indeed the case, and beamed with delight. Bursting with excitement, he broke into a jubilant dance. Finally, he could bring the slime creature back to the city. At that moment, Germa firmly reminded him that returning home with the creature required forging a pact with it first. With a calm yet commanding tone, she informed him that he would need to draw a magic circle. Should they succeed in luring the slime into this circle, the ritual will be able to proceed. With a confident tone, Hari offered the slime a chance to forge a contract and join him on a journey. If the slime agreed, all it needed to do was step into the magic circle. If not, remaining quietly inside the bag would suffice. Anxiety gnawed at him. If the slime refused to enter the magic circle, he'd be forced to return it to the forest the very next day. Fixating his gaze on the creature, he observed its every move with unblinking intensity. At last, the creature spoke, agreeing to join his side. Cheers erupted as everyone welcomed Wataru, who had just formed a pact with his adorable little slime. Striking the deal felt oddly similar to confessing heartfelt emotions. Who would have guessed that even in such matters, a strange touch of romance could be found? Once again, the sheer peculiarity of this different world stood out, painting every XP. Next, Camilla registered his sacred slime, Rima, as his companion. The rare creature drawing no small amount of attention. With a note of caution in her voice, she warned him to remain vigilant so that no one would attempt to steal Rima away. At the mention of purchasing a new magic ship, Haru's casual inquiry about withdrawing white gold coins without prior notice drew a frown from her. Clearly, his pepper trade plans did not sit well with her. Still, so long as the sum didn't exceed 10, he assured her with confidence that the next ship would be magnificent, promising there was no cause for worry. Despite the lingering unease gnawing at her, his remarkable talent for winning people over and earning their trust left her genuinely impressed. The way he could sway people was truly remarkable, and Camilla felt certain he would always manage to secure a ship from the Merchant Guild. With a gentle smile, she inquired if there was anything else she could assist him with. At Waterloo's request to be introduced to the Slavic merchant, they made their way to a building boasting a lavish, ornate lobby. Their host greeted them warmly, ushering them into one of the rooms. Curious to find out which one. Introducing himself with practiced confidence, the mall manager quickly surmised the reason for the visitors' arrival. They must be searching for a Slavic woman who could serve as a companion. The explanation commenced with a distinction. Slaves, he clarified, fall into two distinct categories. Slaves fell into two distinct groups: those who had willingly sold themselves into bondage to repay crushing debts, and criminals condemned to servitude for grievous offenses. Most criminal slaves endured brutal labor camps, so his search was fixed. Strict regulations governed the treatment of debt slaves. Masters faced harsh prohibitions against murder, acts of violence, or forcing slaves into crimes that threatened public order. Law demanded that slave owners provide debtors with the bare esse. Even in this haggling, the decisive hand of divine judgment came as a surprise to Wataru. The dojo offered to showcase the finest experience their center had to offer. Though a warning followed, the price would be steep. Wataru, his curiosity piqued by the mention of Premier, inquired further. In response, the dojo revealed that each one. The price wasn't exactly modest, yet Wataru could easily afford the purchase right then and there. Requesting to see the Prissier, he watched as Dojo, confident both would catch his fancy, clapped his hands together with a gleam of anticipation. Into the room stepped two young women. Enzo of the Fire Tiger clan, her presence fierce and commanding, and Felicia of the Dark Elves, gliding beside her with quiet, enigmatic grace. As Deo sought his opinion, Wataru's face had already betrayed him. Captivation radiated from every feature. Enchanted not only by their beauty, he vividly imagined them as his personal companions, sharing in his every adventure. At first, Haru was captivated by them, but his fascination quickly gave way to contemplation. With such remarkable talent and undeniable charm, surely plenty of wealthy patrons would have already been willing to pay 30 gold coins for their company. Imagine, their allure drew such crowds of eager buyers that the slaves themselves could choose the master they found most suitable. Plenty tried to bargain with them, yet every attempt ended in vain. This revealed that money wasn't the only factor at play. Wataru also needed to earn their trust. You clarified that the conversation would take place in private. Only Wataru and the two of them would be present. With that established, you asked if Wataru was willing to accept this mission. With hardly anything left to lose, Wataru agreed without a moment's hesitation. The room lay shrouded in a magical barrier, conjured by none other than the god of commerce himself. Every conversation remained strictly confidential. Typically, participants traded details about their status, boasted of their wealth, or showcased remarkable talents, all in a subtle contest to impress and outshine one another. Across the table, Wataru sat deep in thought, pondering how to win their trust and whether revealing his secrets would be wise. The dilemma gnawed at him. Should he confess his origins from another world? Yet the fear lingered that such an admission. Choosing a courteous approach, Wataru initiated the conversation by inquiring about their names and positions. Among them stood a 19-year-old slacker, a young man blessed with an array of remarkable talents. Meanwhile, Felicia, a 62-year-old dark elf, stood out for her remarkable strength, a force that set her apart even among her kind. With a confident air, she explained how her expertise in barrier magic had proven invaluable time and again, her mastery turning the tide in countless situations. She recounted how, while watching horror movies, they had to steel themselves, becoming as unyielding as stone. Eventually, she confessed that gambling had dragged her deep into debt. In the aftermath of the Denium Hunters' brutal attack on her village, Felicia made a desperate choice. She resolved to sell herself into slavery to a group of humans who appeared less dangerous than the rest. Once hailed as a B-rank adventurer, Enzo had always depended on her earnings to keep the debts at bay. However, everything changed after she suffered an injury in the city of Labyrinths. Missed payments began to pile up, and the financial strain grew. Debts piled up relentlessly, until at last she had no choice but to sell herself into slavery. Yet the thrill of gambling still beckoned her. Giving it up was never part of her plan. In her heart, she yearned for a kind-hearted master, one who would understand her quirks, indulge her with delicious treats, and whisk her away on exhilarating adventures. Courage and beauty radiated from her, yet whenever the thought of entrusting her with his life crossed his mind, an uneasy tension took hold of Wataru. Felicia shared her story, revealing that she was the daughter of the dark elf chieftain, whose village lay hidden deep within the forest. One day, a band of Denium hunters from the human empire, an empire that deemed itself superior to all others, the water sprite, stood stunned, unable to comprehend how the land could justify human rule. Felicia remarked that on the whole, fairness prevailed and prejudice was scarce in these parts. Yet the sheer vastness of the realm left remote forest village. With no hope left for her beloved village, Felicia turned to Watharua, pleading for his help in finding a safe haven where dark elves could finally live in peace. In exchange, she pledged him her unwavering loyalty. For a moment, Garam fell silent, pondering the weight of the challenge before him. Yet determination soon glinted in his eyes as he considered a solution. Perhaps a deserted island, lost amid the vast open sea, could offer them refuge. Enzo might have been captivated by the allure of a luxurious sea yacht. Everything fit together so perfectly, it felt less like coincidence, and more as if the creator himself had intervened. Waterloo couldn't help but wonder. Felicia braced herself for rejection, misreading his hesitation as reluctance. Yet instead of declining, he assured them with unshakable confidence that he could fulfill both requests. To prove his words, he unveiled a display of his extraordinary aid. Summoning his ship, he left everyone in awe. The vessel materialized before their eyes, a marvel beyond their wildest imagination. Attempting to step aboard, Enzo collided with an invisible barrier that halted her in her tracks. With a hint of pride, Waterer revealed that his unparalleled skill had produced an unsinkable, impenetrable vessel, one no outsider could ever invade. Enz unleashed her powers upon the boat, yet it remained completely untouched. Haru revealed his latest ambition, to acquire an even larger ship, boasting the same formidable durability, all in preparation for a trading expedition to the southern continent. During his trading voyages, he suggested searching for uninhabited islands suitable for settlement. In the end, after much earnest pleading from Ender, he agreed to relocate the people of Felicia to those distant shores. With a proud gleam in his eye, he showcased the luxurious liner he intended to purchase, emphasizing its spacious, elegantly designed interior and unparalleled comfort. This luxury liner catered to every whim of the most discerning guests, an enticing array of cuisine and drinks, a dazzling selection of fashionable attire, and even a casino where anyone could savor the thrill of the game. Votira announced the price of the ship, 500 platinum coins, a sum that sounded staggeringly steep. Bowing gracefully before the girls, Votira confidently declared that his boat was impervious to both breakage and sinking. Yet, unashamed to acknowledge his vulnerability, he earnestly appealed to them for protection, politely requesting that they after exchanging a brief glance, an unspoken understanding passed between them. The girls agreed to become his assistants, prompting an earnest expression of gratitude from Waterruth for their heartfelt support. Rumi received the news with a spark of excitement. Soon, they would no longer be alone, as new company was on the way. While scanning his document, a crucial clause in the agreement suddenly caught his eye, one that had escaped notice until now. Gripping her hand firmly, he urged Wataru to pay close attention to it. The mounting tension nearly pushed Wataru's nerves to Sah. While Felicia spent weeks anxiously worrying about the fate of her beloved village, she and Enos devoted themselves to rigorous training in the city, both prepared with unwavering focus for their crucial mission, to serve as protectors and escorts Faye. Out on the open sea, Wataru proudly revealed the ship that would soon be his very own. His astounding presence stirred even greater admiration among those around him. Upon summoning his newly christened ship, the cruiser, he wasted no time in unveiling it to the girls. With a spark of curiosity, Felicia wondered aloud if that was truly its name. The question of a name set his mind spinning. Various possibilities danced before him, including the grand-sounding Tuyomaru. Eventually, he settled on a more imaginative name, Speedo. Speed set off on a daring journey toward the southern continent. In the next chapter, Wataru cleverly disguised the ship, tailoring its appearance to match the circulating rumors, a transformation that left Camilo utterly astonished. Camilo's eyes widened with curiosity as she noticed the ship's strange appearance, a vessel unlike any she had ever encountered. Intrigued, she found herself wondering about its mysterious origins. With a hushed curiosity, Wataru leaned toward Anna, asking if magical ships truly were unearthed from the ground. Anna reassured him that such an idea was entirely unprecedented. This was something wholly new. Tales of mystery and intrigue had always, upon setting foot on the southern continent, Camilla quickly noticed their currency held value here, though the ever-shifting political landscape could change that in an instant. Confidence flickered in her eyes as she assured herself that Vadari was. With heartfelt gratitude, Waterloo thanked everyone as their month-long sea voyage finally commenced after they received the cruiser. Mastery over summoning ships had ascended to the third tier, unveiling an ingenious new feature: autopilot. A simple launch into the water was all it took. After that, the vessel would unfailingly navigate its way toward any previously visited port. Eerily, yet, before anything else, he had to make the journey himself and reach the destination on his own. Accompanied by flocks of birds and playful dolphins, he continued onward with the girls by his side. The girls gathered on the deck, chatting and relaxing beneath the open sky, before soon returning to their aquatic activities. Savoring his drink, he casually inquired about their thoughts on the ship. However, the girls immediately urged him to drop the formality and relax. Adjusting to their presence proved challenging, yet his determination never wavered. Relentless curiosity drove him to ask whether the ship's devices struck them as peculiar. Although the girls didn't fully grasp the inner workings of everything aboard, seeking to steer the conversation in a new direction, he inquired whether they had already had the chance to explore the bedrooms. The beds piqued their interest, and he noted with satisfaction that there were 3 in total, enough for everyone to have their own space. A wave of surprise washed over them as they pondered why, this time, they wouldn't be sharing a bed. After all, it had always been their tradition. As Felicia and Inz had taken on the roles of Wataru's guardians, they resolved to keep watch by his side through the night, quietly standing guard as he slept. The possibility of sharing a bed with them seemed unfathomable, yet the notion swept him away, plunging his mind into a whirlpool of thrilling fantasies. The prospect of sharing a bed sent a rush of excitement through him, stirring a nervous anticipation that compelled him to agree at once for the sake of safety. Suddenly, energized, his gaze fell upon bubbles rising to the water's surface. Speculation. Their suspicions proved true. Without warning, a colossal sea serpent burst from the depths and lunged straight at them with terrifying speed. With a deafening crash, the sea serpent slammed into the ship's magical barrier. The protective shield held firm, sheltering the crew from the beast's raging assault. But the heroes refused to remain passive. Rallying together, they chose to strike B. Burning with the desire to test her mettle against such fearsome monsters, Inz eagerly prepared to join the fray. Felicia handed her a magic wand, while Wataru pressed an arrow into her hand and issued the order to strike. United in purpose, the try. Eager for Rima to join the fray, Wataru hoped her presence would sharpen his own skills as a novice. Gathering his focus, he took careful aim and struck the monster. Though the blow lacked force, it proved enough to level up. Rimi was granted the chance to hurl one of her nutty snacks at the monster as well. Summoning every ounce of her power, Inz unleashed her mightiest spell, while Felicia bolstered her with a surge of supportive magic. Joining forces, they unleashed a devastating strike upon the serpent, instantly boosting the strength of every warrior on the battlefield. Wataru ascended to level 25, while Rima soared ahead, reaching level 32. Ine reached level 7, while Felicia advanced to level 5. Observing the process, Felicia noted how the leveling system reinforced the body's strength with each ascent, and even held the promise of a longer lifespan. Tales lingered in her mind of a legend. At first, shock rooted him to the spot, but curiosity soon prevailed, driving him to ask how they had uncovered his secret. Inns, visibly surprised, pointed out that disguise was clearly not his strong suit. His lack of basic knowledge in everyday mat. No matter how terrifying these horrors were, he chose not to deny the truth. All he asked was that it remain a secret between them. After assuring him of their trust, they invited him to open his heart to them and sealed the moment with a gentle kiss. Their voyage across the sea unfolded smoothly, unmarred by any real misfortune. On the 25th day of their journey, the silhouette of the southern continent finally appeared on the horizon. Arriving in just 25 days, 5 days ahead of schedule, they wasted no time and made straight for the shore, eagerly searching for any sign of human presence. Inns cautioned them, reminding the group that none of them spoke the local language. Throughout his entire life, Waterloo Pinect never once set foot outside the borders of his homeland. Yet curiosity sparkled in Felicia's eyes as she inquired about the language spoken in his homeland. A sudden recollection of his unique gift, the ability to comprehend any language, instantly dissolved the barrier of communication. Upon their landing, Felicia swiftly conjured a protective shield around him, ensuring safety from unexpected attacks. Within 5 minutes, they had crossed the threshold and entered the house, where a curious crowd instantly surrounded them, eyes wide with fascination as they examined the mysterious beams of light. Upon their arrival, the village elder, a kindly man named Glacko, welcomed them with open arms. Waterer explained that their journey led them across this continent, and after trading in the southern lands, he respectfully sought guidance to find a major. Though open hostilities had yet to erupt, a palpable decline in public order swept across Tivoli. Curiosity piqued, he pressed for every detail, determined to uncover exactly what was unfolding. News reached him that following the king's sudden death, a fierce struggle for the throne had erupted between the first and second princes. The first prince's mother, a lawful queen, hailed from a foreign royal bloodline, while the second prince's mother, a mere concubine, belonged to the influential family of the prime minister. The prime minister fiercely asserted that the first prince was unworthy of the crown, demanding that the throne be passed to the second prince instead. Such heated disputes ignited the turmoil now sweeping across the nation. The rivalry between the two princes stirred Tavol, drawing an increasing flood of mercenaries, thrill-seekers, and all manner of troublemakers into its streets. Glocko had warned him in no uncertain terms. If fate ever led him into that city, he must. Back aboard the ship, the crew gathered to contemplate their next move. Wataru turned to the others, eager to hear their suggestions. Felicia was quick to speak up. She proposed that she and Anne venture into the city on their own, confident that the N agreed, noting that they had ventured far too deep to consider turning back now. If danger struck, retreat was always an option. The notion of using the ship as a backup escape route struck Wataru as an especially tempting proposition. Those enchanted by this idea believed that only by witnessing the city firsthand could its true spirit be grasped. In just a matter of days, Tavalia becomes your new reality, and ahead lies the awe-inspiring sight of Megapolis City, waiting to welcome you. As Wataru wandered the bustling streets, an unexpected sense of tranquility washed over him. Suddenly, a group of men approached Felicia, who stood alongside Anne, and, with sly grins, invited them to spend some time together. A flutter of anxiety colored Wataru's voice as he explained that these girls were with him, politely turning down their offer. Yet the men paid his words no mind, their persistent insistence only intensifying. The girls sought Vada's permission, and with a nod, he entrusted the responsibility to them. In the blink of an eye, she took down two men, relying on nothing but sheer skill. Yet when Felicia unveiled her own remarkable powers, the others scattered in panic, desperate to summon the guards. Sensing the looming danger, they sprinted with all their might, not daring to slow until the sounds of pursuit finally faded into silence. Lost in thought, End wondered what his next move should be, surrounded as he was by a sea of suspicious and dangerous faces. Nevertheless, as Camilla pointed out, the market stalls still bustled with activity, allowing them to pick up any essentials they required. Pepper, for instance. She also reminded him of the local guild's presence on this continent, which led Wataru turned to Ender for guidance, only for the man to demand payment in return. Without hesitation, she offered him a foreign coin, which he accepted instantly. With a silent nod, he revealed the entrance to a hidden underground passage, its shadowy corridor winding directly toward the bustling heart of the Merchant Guild. After paying the toll to pass, the group pressed onward, venturing into the shadowy underground corridor. Instantly, a throng of eager vendors swarmed around them, each racing to outdo the other with their offers. Lanterns dangled temptingly, yours for just 10 copper coins, while spirited guides loudly touted their services for 50. Yet, the water bypassed the shopping center altogether, swiftly surging onward without hesitation. Felicia longed to hear what they had to say, but Anna warned her sharply, buying just one thing meant committing to the entire lot. At last, a little girl reached out and offered Felicia a rose. Without the slightest hesitation, Felicia accepted the delicate blossom. The price for this small extravagance was 10 copper coins. At long last, after 2 hours of travel, the trading guild finally came into view. Upon learning they had arrived from the northern continent, the man requested they wait and personally escorted them to a private room set aside for conversation. Awaiting them with a warm smile stood Mia, the guild's vice leader. Haru found himself instantly captivated by her striking beauty. Curiosity sparkled in Mia's eyes as she asked if he had come for the pepper. With a slight, affirmative nod, he confirmed her suspicion. Curiosity piqued, he inquired whether commerce was still permitted, given the turmoil engulfing the city's 10th district. I explained that the local feudal lord had pledged his support to the first prince and had already begun recruiting warriors, an ominous sign that a skirmish could erupt here at any moment. Mia soothed his worries, confidently assuring him that buying pepper at this moment was a wise financial move. With palpable excitement, she announced that a spectacular pepper sale was underway. Prices had been slashed by half. As the specter of civil war loomed, the nobility found themselves compelled to sell pepper, desperately seeking funds to sustain their military campaigns. The offer struck Wotar as enticing, yet what truly caught his attention was the remarkable fervor. Inns leaned in with curiosity, asking if Wataru was truly on board, to which he nodded in agreement, promising to buy the pepper. Without missing a beat, Mia pressed for details about his budget, her impatience bubbling over as she urged to seal the deal. With a flourish, Watgaro revealed 2 platinum coins and a small bundle of cobwebs brought for trade. Delighted, Mia couldn't hold back her joy, proclaiming him a true lucky soul, one touched by fortune's generous hand. She pointed out that now that war had broken out, luxury goods like silk would soon lose their appeal and become impossible to sell. Yet her guild still had the chance to buy silk while it lasted. Even so, she made it clear that they would not pay. Excitement danced in Nia's eyes as she eagerly inquired about the quantity of spider silk that had been gathered. The following morning, curiosity brimming in her voice, she asked if he had chosen an inn for the night and recommended one owned by the. Just before closing the door behind her, she promised they would meet again the very next day. The group stood in a state of mild shock, still reeling from the whirlwind of recent events. Innes marveled at how swiftly an agreement had been reached. At this point, Hari deftly steered the conversation in a new direction, recalling how Mia had insisted on going on that excursion, and even suggested they take a commemorative photo. As their conversation drifted to her suggestions, a man suddenly stumbled and collapsed right before their eyes. Instantly, two burly laborers in rumpled, shabby attire paused to examine the hotels with idle curiosity, their eyes lingering far too low. Waterloo pondered how much longer he would have to endure the constant attention and unwelcome advances, all for the sake of a little pepper. Still, he knew he had no choice but to persevere. In the next chapter, his eyes sprang open as Inza's feet pressed squarely against his face. The realization dawned upon them. They had set foot on the southern continent. Breakfast proved every bit as delicious as last night's dinner, each dish bursting with spices, befitting a land where pepper finds its way into nearly everything. The food at the inn dazzled the senses with its rich aroma and flavor. A pang of ghee, regret lingered among the girls, their memories of yesterday marred by relentless interruptions that sabotaged the day. Wataru observed wryly that the true culprit behind all these troubles was the captivating allure of Anne and Felicia, whose charm, with unrest mounting by the day, urgency propelled him to wrap up his affairs and flee the country without delay. Determined to prepare for the return journey, he intended to stock up on provisions and select souvenirs for friends back in the southern. Curious about the appropriate gifts to prepare, Inns recalled the guildmaster's fondness for fine spirits. As thoughts drifted to what might please the women, a young woman approached them. Her eyes lingered on their peculiar attire, and with a hint of deciding to blend in, Enz and Felicia donned the local attire, and the transformation was stunning. Both looked absolutely enchanting in their new outfits. Felicia turned to Wat Garrow with a question. Could these garments be purchased for them? With a wry smile, he noted that the clothes had already seen some use, making them a prudent and sensible choice. Inza, meanwhile, was utterly enchanted by the fabric shimmered with silvery threads, sparkling under the light like a cascade of stars. Entranced by its beauty, Waterer found himself considering the idea of purchasing a piece as a keepsake and eagerly inquired about the price. The fabric's price came to 5 silver coins, a detail Wataru made a mental note of, just in case. While he originally intended to spend only 50,000 yen, the thought of Camilla's expression proved irresistible, and he simply couldn't walk away. Afterward, they picked up some alcohol and savored delicious food as they wandered through the bustling city streets. Curiosity sparked in Wataru, prompting him to ask Felicia if she fancied buying anything. But she simply smiled and assured him Insu suggested that he try to reach an agreement. The need for a truly favorable deal grew ever more pressing, as he planned to purchase pepper in large quantities. Felicia pointed out that they ought to demand a better price from the guild for their silk. However, lacking any command of the local Ellie, for 50 coppers, they secured the service of a donkey and set off toward the guild. Mei greeted him warmly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she asked if he had brought the spider silk. With a confident gesture, Wat Gary handed over the bundle, and together they stepped inside. She apologized for the wait, explaining that the profit was impressive, especially considering he had paid just a single platinum coin for the cobwebs. May pointed out that if he were to sell his goods directly to the shops, the earnings would soar even higher, potentially earning him yet another. Water nodded appreciatively at the suggestion, yet the glimmer in his eyes betrayed a hunger for negotiation. 100 million, a staggering sum, hung in the air, but uncertainty gnawed at him. Unfamiliar with trustworthy dealers, he knew one slip in. Given the simmering political unrest, the safer and swifter choice appeared to be seeking help from the guild. Yet the gleam of an extra platinum coin proved almost irresistibly tempting. Looking to sweeten their offer, May proposed an even greater deal. If he agreed to sell them his spider silk, he'd receive a 5% discount on pepper, along with a selection of complementary spices. Water hesitated, weighing his options In the end, Wataru couldn't manage to negotiate a lower price, yet In showed no sign of disappointment. Her only concern was that he felt satisfied with his purchase. She asked if he was feeling all right after the deal, and Wataru responded with "Stie." Suddenly, the same little girl Felicia had noticed yesterday approached her, timidly tugged at her dress, and held out a small bouquet of flowers, hoping for 30 copper coins. This time, Felicia politely declined. Aza, the girl's mother, approached and expressed her gratitude to Wataru, explaining how he had saved them. Desperately seeking refuge from the turmoil and hoping to return home, they found themselves stranded, without the means to do so. As Wataru Tran, although the girl and her mother had already started to walk on, Felicia halted abruptly, an unmistakable longing in her eyes for one of the flowers. With a gentle apology, she revealed her heartfelt intention to purchase a bloom, and by doing so, he, clearly sensing her deep concern for her hometown, Gary handed her the money without a moment's hesitation. Inns remarked on Wataru's excessive leniency toward Felicia, yet Wataru, undeterred, replied with a grin that he'd also picked out her favorite drink and was rather pleased with his thoughtful choice. Harnessing his expertise, he then efficiently with the final pepper loaded, a trade for 7 platinum coins sealed the deal. With every last coin spent, the moment had come to head back to Spido. A burning curiosity to explore the mysteries of this continent gnawed at him. Yet the chaos of civil war made any journey here far too perilous. With their decision made, the group set course for the southern city. At the same time, they hoped to discover an island where the Dark Elves could settle, bringing Felicia along to forge a new beginning. The scene shifted aboard their ship, where as agreed before their departure from Tivoli, the time had come to set out once again for the southern city. Each member of the group busied themselves with the search for an island, one that, in Felicia Hope's eyes, offered the perfect haven for Reese. Anxious about the threat posed by Denium hunters, she longed for a sanctuary far removed from the bustling trade routes. Wataru embraced her plan, choosing to take a winding detour rather than retrace their steps along the direct route home. At the same time, they resolved to keep a sharp eye on their dwindling provisions and to explore the surrounding lands for as long. Should an island appear on their path, thorough exploration will follow to determine its suitability for human life. Careful investigation will also reveal whether any dangerous creatures or wild animals make the island their home. With a mischievous grin, Hans produced a small stash of alcohol, eager to share his bounty among the group. Glasses were raised high, and a toast resounded through the air, celebrating their unwavering pursuit and the hope of forging new lives in Disty. Their quest pressed on, a frenzied dance between fierce battles with monsters and the relentless pursuit of culinary mastery. One day, Wataru turned to Ines with a pressing question. How much food did they have left? After a quick calculation, she estimated their supplies would last about 2 more weeks. The realization struck them like a silent warning. Venturing too far, with excitement sparkling in her eyes, Felicia eagerly announced a fascinating discovery she had made in Ireland. As they drew nearer, it became clear that this place was far too small to accommodate a settlement. Not far away, their eyes caught sight of another similar patch of island terrain. Determined to uncover something more, Wataru set out to explore the surrounding area, hoping that a larger island might lie nearby. Although Wataru wasn't exactly an expert in the field, he'd heard that islands sometimes sprang up when underwater volcanoes erupted or earthquakes struck. It seemed likely to him then that several islands could cluster together, forming entire grow. Their food stores would barely see them through a single week. The group scoured the outskirts with unwavering diligence until a sudden downpour forced them to seek shelter indoors. With the search on the island thwarted by foul weather, Felicia took it upon herself to brew a comforting pot of tea for everyone. Gloom shadowed her face as she gazed out the window, troubled by the thought that rain would linger for an entire week. Yet Enz and Waitar lifted her spirits, reassuring her that the stormy weather would soon pass. After a restful slumber, Felicia finally awoke, feeling refreshed and renewed. Felicia noticed the rain easing off, its relentless drumming now softening into a gentle patter. With a gesture, Hans called out to Felicia, pointing toward the vast island emerging on the horizon ahead. Steering around the island, the travelers spotted a river. After securing their boat, they began their trek upstream, eager to see where the water would lead them. Their trek across the island eventually brought them to the top of a hill, where a breathtaking panorama unfolded before their eyes. After 2 days exploring the island, Wataru turned to Felicia, eager for her thoughts. She reported seeing no sign of human presence, but had discovered a winding river, dense forests, and rolling green meadows. All in all, the new land seemed filled. To Felicia, this island seemed a perfect haven for dark elves. When Wataru voiced concern about the goblins lurking in the woods, Felicia responded without hesitation. Such creatures posed no threat to her people. She assured her companion that according to INS, the surrounding wilderness teems with wild animals, providing endless opportunities for hunting. At that moment, Felicia turned to Wataru, entreating him to assist in relocating the dark elves to the island. Wataru assured Felicia of his unwavering support in this matter. With gentle words, he pleaded for her tears to stop, his voice soft as new tears shimmered in her eyes. The following day brought preparations for the return journey to the southern city. To Wataru's astonishment, he discovered a newfound ability to operate the vehicle on autopilot. Eager to test this upgrade, he selected a destination on the map, Antai. The ship set sail on its own, gliding boldly into the vast unknown. The moment he stepped into the girl's cabin, astonished faces turned his way. After all, the ship was already underway. The explanation unfolded. The ship was now steered by the autopilot's navigation skills, guiding it effortlessly toward destinations previously visited. Felicia and Inns listened in rapt fascination, their hearts swelling with genuine gratitude for Essie. Felicia announced that their journey to the southern city would take about 2 days. On the return journey, their path would pass near her childhood village, and Felicia cherished the hope that fate might grant her a brief visit home, should the opportunity arise. Waterroof found the plan brilliant, delighted by the chance it offered them to discuss a possible move to the island. Curiosity sparked, he wondered aloud if dropping by unannounced would be appropriate. She reassured him with a warm smile. Such a V. As Wataru pondered whether to bring along a bottle of alcohol, Felicia quietly reminded him of her status as nothing more than a slave. In that moment, Vatur was struck by a stark realization. Beneath it all, he was merely an ordinary man, holding the chieftain's daughter in captivity. A vivid image flickered in his mind of how her father might respond to such news. Overwhelmed by these imaginings, he stepped out onto the deck with Rima, leaving Felicia and Wataru alone behind them. Grasping Wataru's hand, Felicia offered heartfelt thanks for guiding them to a safe haven, just as she had promised. With genuine emotion, she confessed that no gesture could ever truly repay the kindness he had shown. As their agreement drew to a close, a flush of embarrassment colored Felicia's cheeks. Gathering her courage, she confessed her desire to fully repay Wataru by offering herself to him. With a timid breath, she leaned in, eyes squeezed shut, reaching. Anxious energy surged through Wataru, yet he halted her. Instantly, the stern shadow of his father's disapproving gaze flashed before his eyes. Deeply moved by her actions, he expressed his gratitude, yet gently reminded her that their first priority remained completing the elves' relocation to the island. En peeked inside, and with a mocking grin, quipped that Vadaru was only pretending to be calm. 2 days later, their journey finally brought them to Felicia's village. A haunting scene awaited them. Charred ruins and scorched houses stood as grim evidence of a recent disaster. Ascertaining that no one else was nearby, he turned to Felicia, quietly inquiring what had happened. Raising her head with determination, she commanded everyone to stay put until she gave the signal. The End and Watar exchanged startled glances at the sharpness in her voice, yet offered no resistance. Moments later, a group of masked, armed figures closed in around them. One of them turned to Felicia with a question, curiosity shining in their eyes. What secrets lie beneath the blue stone? The moment she uttered, "fairy egg," the tension melted away in an instant. And at that very moment, their masks come tumbling down. Radiant smiles blossomed across the villagers' faces, genuine delight sparked by Felicia's return. Drawn by the excitement, one after another, people emerged from their homes, eager to greet her with heartfelt warmth. With a confident nod, she assured Wat, Haru, and Inz that it was safe to proceed. The breathtaking beauty of the Dark Elves, and Felicia's father in particular, left Wat and Haru utterly spellbound. Approaching them with an air of authority, Supreme Federico inquired about their companions. With Garu introducing himself, Supreme Feder welcomed them inside with genuine warmth. The group gathered to discuss relocating the island, and Felicia voiced her unwavering support for the plan. Questions began to swirl in Federa's mind regarding Wataru. It puzzled him. Why would Wataru go to such lengths to bring them to the island, when they were practically strangers? A wave of nervous sweat broke across Vatharu's brow, tension prickling his skin, yet his anxiety melted into awe as Fedaro, visibly moved by his kindness, fought back tears of genuine emotion. Fedaro called it the realization of a dream, yet asked Waterloo for a little time. He wished to consult with the villagers and give the decision careful thought. Garak agreed, noting that he would soon be returning to the southern city anyway. With a firm handshake, they sealed their accord, just as Felicia's mother, Cecilia, entered the room. Her curiosity piqued to see if their conversation had concluded. Offering to cook them dinner if they decided to stay the night, she slipped out of the room. Though Felicia yearned deeply to see her mother, loyalty kept her rooted beside Vadar, determined to shield him from harm. Sensing her inner struggle, Vidar assured her with a gentle smile that he never lacked for companionship, encouraging her to foe. With a grateful nod, Felicia offered her thanks and stepped outside to join her mother. Federer's heart swelled with joy as he watched his daughter blossom before his eyes. To his surprise, Haru offered him heartfelt gratitude for his trust, something Federer had never anticipated, expecting skepticism instead. Observing Felicia, Federo remarked that it was clear Waterloo possessed a kind and generous heart. Federo confessed to sacrificing his own daughter for the sake of the village, and now a deep, unshakable shame grips him whenever he meets her gaze. Gratitude welled up within him for Watari, whose actions had reunited their family and allowed him to witness his daughter's radiant smile once more. Strengthened by these deepened bonds, Watari now wholeheartedly wished for the island's relocation day. From that moment on, a gentle peace settled over everyone, allowing them to savor a life of tranquility. The very next day found them preparing for the journey ahead, their hearts full of gratitude as they warmly thanked Federo for his generous hospitality and kind welcome. As they made their way back to the ship, Felicia felt a deep gratitude for Tava's assistance, her appreciation shining through. Meanwhile, Tava's heart swelled with joy at the sight of her contentment. At this point, Garu steered the conversation toward Enzo's family, gently suggesting a visit to her hometown if she ever wished. Enzo, however, firmly refused, unwilling to let her loved ones discover the painful truth that she had become a slave. Sharing that story was out of the question now, especially when the purpose of their entire journey had already faded into the past. With all tasks accomplished, the moment to return had arrived. Only 2 days of travel now separated them from the instant city. During this time, all the peppers had been transferred from the inflatable boats onto the deck of the Lugo. However, only half of the purchased pepper could be stacked on the deck. The remaining 20 sacks had to be left behind on the boats. To prevent overloading the ship and to avoid revealing Lugo's unusual talents, they agreed to sell the surplus pepper. After 2 days on the road, returning at last to the southern city, anticipation thrummed within him, especially at the prospect of reuniting with the women. Guido confided to Camille that he had just spotted him at the port, fresh from his return journey across the southern continent. Stepping onto the pier, Camilla spotted Wataru and called out his name. Her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed how overjoyed she was to see him alive and unharmed. Enthralled by the unexpected encounter, Wataru's heart brimmed with delight at the sight of Camilla waiting for him at the harbor. Even knowing it was merely her duty did little to temper his joy. Curiosity sparked in his eyes as he inquired whether they could deliver the pepper to the guild right away. With unwavering confidence, Camilla Grid led everyone toward the transport zone. With a discerning eye, she examined the peppers, quickly realizing their excellent quality. Camilla lavished Grid with praise for his triumphant trading expedition. After tallying up the total, she announced the sum: 72 platinum coins. Curious, she asked if the price suited him. Without hesitation, Wataru agreed, then requested that 50 coins be transferred directly to his guild's account. With a shy smile, he revealed a souvenir he had brought along. Curiosity tinged Kimiel's words as she gently inquired if it hadn't been too expensive. Wataru gently reassured her, insisting there was no need for worry. She had already done more than enough to help him. With heartfelt gratitude, she thanked him and promised to treasure the gift with great care. Next, he presented a bottle of spirits he had brought as an offering for the guildmaster. Camilla then suggested that since Wataru was currently on duty, astonishment washed over her as news reached her ears. He intended to journey once more to the southern continent, even after amassing a fortune beyond imagination. Admitting the truth of the statement, he confessed an irresistible passion for travel and the thrill of discovering new places. After vowing to exercise the utmost caution, Camille realized that persuading him was futile and finally stopped insisting. Out on the street, Enz observed her clear surprise at his determination to return. Yet, unable to reveal his true abilities, as Camilla fixed him with her piercing gaze, a flutter stirred in Watari's heart. Curiosity twinkled in Felicia's eyes as she inquired about his next steps. Watara confessed his wish to deliver souvenirs to several locals living nearby. Together, they set off toward a lavish hotel where the entire J-Party crew awaited him eagerly. Their beauty, as ever, left him spellbound. Noticing Kara's absence, he learned from a girl that she was bedridden with illness and needed his support. Just then, Kara herself appeared, her expression clouded with sorrow. Rushing to Wataru, she confused. Dorota nodded in agreement and added that every visit to the Southeast Island brought her the very same feeling. Ceaselessly, she spun tales of her dream to own a carriage, her eyes alight with longing, until 3 days later, a sudden fever struck her down. At Claretta's request to teach them the art of carriage crafting, Waterloo readily agreed, his eyes lighting up with anticipation. Intrigued, Enz and Felicia eagerly sought to uncover more, both about Tara's remarkable culinary talents and the true nature of this mysterious carriage. Water suggested hosting a dinner, eager to personally cook for these remarkable women and impress them with his culinary skills. In the next moment, he hurried off to the market in search of ingredients, while Felicia wondered with eager anticipation what surprise he would conjure for them today. This time, Wataru revealed his plan to prepare a dish called carriage, which called for succulent chicken as its main ingredient. At the sight of the oysters, his plans changed in an instant. He decided to fry them instead. Judging by Ines' response, he realized that fried oysters were a rare delicacy in these parts. He proceeded to explain, once coated in breadcrumbs and fried in creamy butter, the oysters emerged wrapped in a golden, crispy crust with a tender succo. Craving the familiar taste of mayonnaise, he scoured this world in vain. Nothing remotely similar could be found. With no other choice, he resolved to make it himself, though uncertainty gnawed at him. Were the local eggs truly safe to eat raw? Curiosity sparked. He turned to Ines and inquired whether raw eggs were safe to eat. With a cautionary tone, she explained that consuming them uncooked could easily lead to stomach pains. That's when Felicia recalled tales of purification magic, said T. Bursting with enthusiasm, Claretta arrived, eager to immerse herself in the art of cooking. Settling in on the cozy terrace of their home, they set about preparing a meal together. As the familiar scents began to fill the air, Vidari mused quietly to himself. Could this be considered a date, especially since they both had the day off? Claretta relayed that Alicia and the others would join them later, sometime after lunch. In the meantime, kitchen duties were swiftly assigned among those present. The kitchen soon filled with the mouth-watering aroma of vegetable soup, courtesy of Claretta and Votharu working side by side at the stove. Meanwhile, Fila deftly handled the arduous task of shucking oysters and peeling shrimp, her hands moving with. Turning to Clarati, Haru inquired whether she could wield cleansing magic. At his request, the girl eagerly cast the spell upon the egg, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Curiosity sparkling in her eyes, she inquired about his intentions. He explained with quiet excitement that he planned to make mayonnaise, an adventure into entirely uncharted culinary territory for them both. Beginning with a perfectly separated yolk, he sprinkled in salt and pepper, then added a splash of fresh juice. Whisking the mixture with care, he slowly drizzled in oil, never pausing as he worked the ingredients into a silky, harmonious blend. Without a blender in sight, Wataru threw himself into whipping the mixture by hand, drawing astonished looks from everyone around him. Undeterred, he knew full well that the final product would win them over. As soon as the mayonnaise was ready, curiosity sparkled in Larita's eyes as she expressed her desire to learn the art of making mayonnaise. The moment Wataru began his explanation, Rima eagerly jumped into the conversation, clearly keen to master the recipe herself. When Wataru inquired about Rima's abilities, she answered without the slightest hesitation. Magic. With a spark of inspiration, Wataru suggested Claretta seek Rima's help with magic too. Suspecting that Rima possessed the power of purification, he requested a demonstration. Rima carefully placed the egg upon the table and invoked her magic. Claretta. In no time, the dishes were ready, and Gisola's group gathered eagerly around the dining table. The hearty meal delighted every soul present, guests, innkeepers, and even Felicia herself. 6 days slipped by since that delightful gathering. Each one, the village of the Dark Elves welcomed them once more, but trouble quickly surfaced. Romano, a resolute man, blocked Wataru's path. Romano leveled accusations against Wataru, claiming he had deceived the villagers and incited them to relocate. With urgency blazing in his voice, he demanded Felicia's immediate release. Despite Felicia's efforts to shield Wataru, uncertainty still clouded his mind as he turned to her for guidance, anxious that the villagers might resist the relocation. Felicia advised patience, suggesting they wait for her father's instructions. Romano insisted that Federico pay no mind to Wataru, branding him as deceitful and cunning, though Federico appeared to trust Wataru's earnest efforts. Meanwhile, Wataru turned the tables and accused Felicia, claiming she had been forced into service. A cry burst from his lips, warning that they would be captured and reduced to nothing more than ordinary livestock for Wataru. Federico observed that with the sole exception of Romano, every villager had already agreed to the relocation, making the decision final. He firmly ordered Batar to calm himself and accept the verdict. The real terror, however, lay in the village elders' stubborn insistence that some unseen hand orchestrated everything. Meanwhile, Romano, unable to contain himself, proclaimed his theories at full volume, until a sharp smack to the head silenced him. With a touch of regret in his voice, Federico explained that his son cared for nothing beyond his own ambitions. Word had already reached them. Hunters of half-humans had discovered their village. With so few inhabitants, relocation remained their only hope. Waterloo stepped forward, suggesting they gathered to discuss the timing and finer points of their escape. Settling down side by side, he recalled that, to the best of his knowledge, the village was home to just 35 souls. With his ship unable to transport everyone at once, he resolved to make the voyage in 2 trips. The journey to the island promised to take about 2 days each way. Vidaro took charge of organizing the group, while Wataru procured tents for shelter. That very day, word of the news swept through the village, prompting every resident to hastily make preparations for departure. With remarkable skill, he concealed everything hidden within the speedometer. Felicia assured him that most villagers had never laid eyes on a magical ship, so no trouble would arise. Disheartened by the lack of a microwave, refrigerator, and even a shower, Ines found little solace in her new surroundings. Yet this discomfort would prove fleeting. Merely 5 days later, Wataru, joined by half the village, save for 20 remaining. With practiced hands, Father Romano securely bound his son before turning to greet Wataru with measured calm. he assured their guest that he would keep a close eye on the boy, promising that Romano would cause no trouble throughout the journey. Before long, the travelers set off on their journey. The villagers brimmed with excitement, though a few struggled with queasiness from the rocking motion. Life at sea was still unfamiliar to some among them. Night wrapped everyone in its quiet embrace as they rested, weary from a day brimming with adventure. By the second dawn of their journey, Wataru already appeared worn out, despite holding the tiller and guiding the boat. When Romana was nowhere to, with a sharp command, he ordered Wataru to turn the ship around at once, threatening to leap overboard if his demand was ignored. The ongoing commotion had worn Wataru's patience thin. By this point, he almost wished the man would just follow T. With an earnest invitation to run away together, he left both the bustling inns and Wataru convinced that his feelings for her were genuine. Meanwhile, Romano stood at the edge of the sea, nerves taut as he readied himself for a daring leap. Without warning, a sea serpent burst from the depths and lunged forward, launching a ferocious attack. With a stern command, Father ordered everyone to take cover. In an instant, he whisked Enz and Felicia away to safety. Meanwhile, Romano persisted in blaming Wataru for everything, going so far as to accuse him of summoning the monster itself. Yet, before the monster could inflict any harm, it collided with an invisible barrier. With unwavering confidence, Water explained that the ship could withstand any assault and emerge completely unscathed. At last, the island came into view, sparking a wave of excitement among everyone as their long-awaited arrival became reality. Felicia offered Watchar her heartfelt thanks once more, expressing her deep gratitude for his assistance. With everyone gathered, Enz boldly confronted Romano, declaring outright that he had fallen for Felicia. A flush of crimson swept across his cheeks as he scrambled to deny it. Yet Wataru confessed, with a knowing smile, that he had long since guessed the truth. Wataru presented an unexpected bargain. He would gracefully step aside, but only if Romano openly confessed his feelings to her. Should Felicia's heart echo those emotions, Wataru vowed to prove he was not the man everyone believed him to be. Enz's eyes widened in surprise as Vacharo addressed the leader with bold conviction. A flicker of anxiety crept in. What if she actually agreed to his proposal? Who could have imagined the heroine would turn him down? With a carefree smile, Romano spun around as if defeat had never touched him. Meanwhile, undeterred by recent turmoil, the first group of villagers had already begun setting up a temporary camp. Setting out to gather the rest, they managed to complete the relocation within just 6 days, marking the occasion with a jubilant celebration that echoed with laughter and cheer. The arrival of every resident on the island marked the dawn of a new chapter, a fresh existence within the shadows of the healing village. In the new settlement, dark elves had already begun crafting their homes, their skilled hands shaping each structure with quiet determination. Everything seemed to be unfolding perfectly. Felicia's father, offering a humble apology for their frequent visits, found reassurance in Wataru's kind response. He insisted it was no trouble at all. With a warm smile, Wataru mentioned that he had auras. Weighing his thoughts aloud, Vatar confided in Felicia his intention to return to trading, fully aware that this decision would keep him away for several months. Felicia offered no objections. Listening intently to Federo, she agreed that the villagers were now capable of handling things on their own. A quiet certainty settled within her. It was time for them to leave the island for a while. With their plans set, the group embarked on their second journey, venturing forth to trade in pepper once more. Relying on the swift efficiency of their autopilot, The group reached Tivoli in just 10 days. Fortune favored them. The war had yet to erupt. In haste, they gathered peppers worth 65 platinum coins, preparing themselves for the next move. On the way back, Felicia noticed Wat Gabor appearing somewhat bewildered, lost deep in thought. With a sheepish grin, he admitted to running some numbers and confessed, without reservation, that greed had gotten the better of him this time. He had splurged on a tremendous stockpile. Now, their haul consisted of 515 rubber boats, each brimming wide. Delight sparkled in Ines' eyes as pure joy lifted her to cloud 9. The reality seemed too wonderful to accept. Her wildest dreams of endless parties and unlimited treats were finally within reach. While the girls pictured themselves lounging in Beau, this was by far the greatest challenge. Wataru could sell no more than 20 rubber boats at a time to the trading guild. Anything beyond that would only arouse suspicion. To offload all 515 boats filled with pepper, he'd have to make 26 seppi. Discontent simmered within Wataru over the world's unfair design. Valuable goods filled his possession, enough to make him rich beyond measure, but no means existed to sell them profitably. Then Ina suggested an unexpected solution. Offer the pepper. Unloading the entire stock in a single location would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Instead, dispersing the goods across distant regions offers a subtler approach. By spinning a tale for foreign merchants about how the pepper hails from Essom, Felicia and Wataru brimmed with excitement over the plan. The prospect of embarking on a journey thrilled them even more, making the entire enterprise all the more delightful. With the precise plan mapped out, preparations begin for the journey back to the southern city. Upon arriving at the Merchant Guild, Camilla immediately took note of the superb condition of the pepper Wataru had brought this time. Impressed, she offered him a handsome sum of 72 platinum coins. Wataru accepted the deal, but requested that. Nevertheless, he clarified that his intention was to spend this money exploring other countries across the continent. With genuine curiosity, he asked if she had any advice or recommendations for his upcoming adventures. Camilla recommended a visit to the magnificent PLR's cathedral and the religious state nestled in the eastern reaches of the continent. Although she had never set foot there, tales of the cathedral's awe-inspiring grandeur and breathtaking beauty had reached her ears. Religious sites never held much allure for Wataru, so he'd asked if a visit was really worthwhile. Camilla reassured him, describing the cathedral as a peaceful, welcoming haven, where all kinds of guests were received with open arms. Grateful for her, delight lit up Gisola's team as they laid eyes on the gift he had brought, their excitement impossible to contain. With a bright smile, Irma asked him to pick out something that would suit her. Wataru admitted he wasn't much of an expert when it came to fashion. Alicia, her eyes twinkling with surprise, remarked on his return to the southern continent, calling it. Curiosity sparkled in her eyes as she inquired whether his pepper trading days would continue. With an easy grin, Wataru revealed their plans. They intended to journey across the continent, selling pepper in many lands, starting with Palmo, as they. News of their journey to Poo left Claretta wide-eyed with wonder. Alicia, grinning, explained that visiting Poo had always been Claretta's dream, and a thrill of excitement lit up her face. Wadari, scratching his head, voiced his confusion. Surely the thought crossed his mind that her joining the journey might unlock his unique talent. Yet despite this realization, he began to contemplate purchasing a new ship and setting sail by her side. Suddenly, his eyes caught an intriguing item in the listings. An artificial floating island, complete with a luxurious jacuzzi and 6 sprawling bedrooms, all of it available for just 4 platinum coins. A vision danced before Garyu's eyes. He and Gisola, side by side, embarking on a journey across the waves, aboard this very ship. The thought ignited a longing in his heart, compelling him to purchase the vessel and invite her to share in a grand CB. For 17 days, Pooh journeyed eastward aboard an enchanted vessel, gliding across wide waters until the harbour capital of Bergamo emerged on the horizon. There, the majestic great cathedral soared above the bustling cityscape. From Bergamo's live, since Wataru had invited Gisola on such a long journey, he was determined to be the perfect host. Schemes for delighting his guests with delicious puddings and lively games like reversi filled his mind. Yet above all, he needed to ensure there were yet the very concept of swimsuits was entirely foreign to them. His vivid description of swimsuits only deepened their bewilderment. The notion of wearing clothes while plunging into water struck them as utterly incomprehensible. Suddenly, it dawned on them. Swimsuits simply did not exist in this world at all. Crafting the clothes himself for Gisola and handing them over would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. And besides, who could say if they'd even dare wear something so unconventional? With that in mind, he resolved to consult a skilled tailor. After pondering a bit longer, memories of the camp where he had stayed during his carriage journey surfaced in his mind. Compared to that makeshift refuge, the small cabin he had built for his boat on the western edge of the city felt like a steadfast. After jotting down his list of tasks, Haru made the carpenter's workshop his very first stop. Before heading out, he swung by Domino's place, list firmly in hand. Domino, caught off guard, couldn't help but ask why on earth Haru needed exactly 60. Assigning such a task to ships was far from ordinary. Still, Domino set the price at 61 silver coins, cabins included. Gratefully, Waterflow thanked him and promised to collect the order in 3 days. Afterwards, he paid a visit to the tailor. The tailor crafted a dress for Enz, then presented it to Wataru, eagerly asking for his thoughts on the finished piece. Wataru admitted that this dress was far superior to ordinary travel clothes. It offered much better coverage, concealing everything more elegantly. A few days later, Clarata expressed heartfelt gratitude to Wataru for inviting her on the journey, thrilled by the opportunity that awaited her. With a cheerful smile, Wataru welcomed his guests into his home, playfully suggesting they leave all forma. The party drew to a close, leaving everyone positively enchanted by the evening's festivities. Just as he was about to leave, Wataru announced he had important news for everyone. He confessed that he'd been keeping a secret, but rather than simply explaining, he chose to reveal it in dramatic fashion. Summoning a boat right before their eyes, with a gleam of pride, he revealed to the girls his remarkable gift, an extraordinary power to summon ships at will. Thanks to this rare talent, the boat before them had come into existence. Elijah's eyes lit up as she exclaimed in awe, declaring with quiet pride, he revealed that the very ship which had carried them to the southeastern island was a testament to his own craftsmanship. Vatharu went on, hinting that this vessel still harbored a trove of secrets yet to be unveiled. Throughout tea, stunned by the revelation, they nevertheless agreed to keep it a closely guarded secret. Once every detail had been settled, the group set off on their journey. The girls explored the ship with infectious excitement, delighting in every twist and turn of their adventure. Only Wataru remained untouched by their enthusiasm. His mood clouded. Though the forgotten detail about autopilot restrictions on new routes lingered at the back of his mind, anticipation for the adventures ahead still sparked within him. That very evening, Wataru decided to check if everyone had finally grown accustomed. So colossal was its form that real trees took root and thrived upon its vast expanse. The sheer majesty of the ship left even Wataru astonished. Unable to contain her excitement, Inns hurried over to him, eager to uncover the identity of this magnificent vessel. So, this vessel goes by the name SS Hideaway, does it? Once inside, he explained that he had deliberately styled it after the Wataru ship, even if it might still seem odd to some. Felicia commented that, in fact, it now appeared far less conspicuous than before. Though this island hovered motionless in the sky, no place in the world could offer a more perfect haven for relaxation. Marveling at the lavish decor, their footsteps echoed through halls that felt more like the corridors of a palace than those of a ship. Inza gently opened the door to an expansive bedroom, its elegance taking their breath away. As Wataru took in without hesitation, he declined, reminding her that they had already agreed to protect him. In response, she vowed to keep him safe as soon as they reached Palmo. Familiarity with most of the ship's peculiarities had already settled in among them. Yet Wataru's curiosity lingered. Was there anything, in particular, that had caught their eye? Moreover, Dorota suddenly recalled a sort of bathhouse, a structure nestled on the second deck, which Wataru had been so eager to unveil. Within 5 minutes, he found himself submerged in a bubbling jacuzzi alongside 6 vibrant characters, uncertain if he was dreaming. The nearness of Claretta utterly unsettled him, sending his thoughts into disarray. At first, Alicia found swimming fully clothed rather peculiar, yet to her surprise, the sensation grew on her. Water spirit Rue seemed quite pleased with his own preparations for the journey, though Felicia, ever watchful, caught him casting secret glow. At long last, Wataru joined them on this journey, yet his heart brimmed with worry that his frequent lingering glances might lead them to think poorly of him. Surrounded by a lively circle of girls, Wataru never truly connected with any of them. Deep down, he knew they were out of his league, yet a fragile spark of hope quietly lingered in his heart. Frequent conversations with Alicia filled his days, though she seemed indifferent, perhaps because she commanded respect as the leader of Jassola. Cooking side by side with Clarita brought a unique sense of closeness, yet their conversations never ventured beyond the realm of culinary recipes. Only Irma maintained her composure, unfazed by his unorthodox approach to menu planning, so unlike the other housekeepers. Still, he couldn't shake the suspicion that her calm masked a subtle, deliberate mockery. Navigating romance felt like threading a narrow path laden with obstacles. Deep gratitude shone in Alicia's eyes as she thanked him for everything he had done, then quietly slipped away to rest. Out of the blue, Dorota and Marina showed up with an unexpected request that caught Wataru completely off guard. They wished to share a room together. As Wataru wrestled with their request, the group clarified their intentions, revealing that it was all about Gmet Rumi. They brought her along and then disappeared into their own rooms, leaving Wataru rooted in the hallway, envy flickering in his eyes as he watched everything unfold. With the morning sun casting golden light over the deck, Felicia and Inns arrived bearing cups of tea for Wataru as he toiled away on the ship. Sensing a perfect chance for a short respite, Wataru gladly paused his work. Felicia, uneasy seeing him, shh. Meanwhile, Jiro's squad examined the discovery that Wataru had brought in, when all of a sudden, the ship gave a gentle, unexpected lurch. The entire room held its breath, suspense hanging thick in the air. Eyes wide with curiosity, Dorota asked, in astonishment, what was happening. Trying to make sense of the turmoil, she looked around, while Alicia, voice trembling with excitement. Suj. As it turned out, Enz had merely been practicing his skills at piloting the ship. Upon Alicia's inquiry about the commotion, Enz explained that he was in the midst of training to pilot the ship. Enthralled by the suggestion, Alicia eagerly took the helm, determined to pilot the ship herself. With deft hands, Alicia steered the ship as though even a shark could never catch them. Seizing a rare moment of calm, Wataru set about preparing some snacks, while Claretta wasted no time in joining him in the galley to lend a hand. Immersed in their shared adventure, DeRosa and Irma continued to play side by side, their laughter echoing through the room as the game carried them away. As soon as the snacks were ready, Gens and Alicia arrived, eager to indulge. Watara noticed a newfound camaraderie blossoming among Alicia, Inz, Felicia, and Marina, their cheerful laughter filling the air. The urge to join their lively circle, tugs awaiting them ahead, was a clash with formidable sea monsters. Curiosity flickered in Wataru's eyes as he wondered who these figures might be. Dorota explained they were sea folk, not especially powerful on their own, yet remarkably troublesome. Their true menace, she said, lay in their penchant for attacking E. Clarette remarked how the sea people made perfect targets for magic practice, a notion Rima eagerly embraced as he showcased his latest skills to Wataru. With a flourish, he conjured the spell Holy Spear, and with a single, radiant strike, vanquish. 18 days had slipped by since their departure from the southern city, with the journey unfolding in tranquil calm, untouched by trouble or unexpected events. As the silhouette of Bergamo, a bustling port town, emerged on the horizon, the ship drew closer to shore. Land finally in sight, their vessel soon docked at Bergamo's busy harbor, ready for them to disembark and find a carriage. The locals watched the newcomers with keen curiosity, their eyes following every unfamiliar gesture and movement. The vivid and extraordinary members of this squad instantly commanded attention, their striking presence impossible to ignore. Doing his best to blend into the crowd, Wataru moved quietly, hoping to steer clear of trouble. Meanwhile, Alicia's eyes sparkled with relief as she finally set foot on solid ground. Eager for adventure, she asked where they would head first. While Wataru inquired with the receptionist about purchasing supplies, every eye in the vicinity, including the receptionist herself, couldn't resist stealing glances at the women. At the shop, recommended by the guild, run by the company, Filippo, the same curious scene unfolded. Waterloo managed all the business as usual, yet the elderly shopkeeper persistently addressed his questions to the women, eager to know what they require. Gathering around the table, the man praised the peppers with enthusiasm, insisting they tasted as if plucked that very morning from a sun-drenched southern continent. Little did he suspect the extraordinary culinary talent Wataru possessed. The question about the price of the peppers caught Wataru completely off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless as he tried to process the unexpected inquiry. Once, Camilla had managed to buy an entire cartload of peppers for just 3 platinum coins, so Wataru mulled over offering 4. Yet uncertainty gnawed at him. He hesitated, unable to voice such a price straight away. The shopkeeper, noticing his hesitation, immediately inquired about the cause of his uncertainty. Haru admitted with a sheepish grin that bargaining wasn't exactly his strong suit. Instead, he invited the shopkeeper to set the price, vowing that if it surpassed what he'd anticipated, he'd still purchase the item without hesitation. The master inquired whether he would have only a single chance, and Wataru nodded in confirmation. Should the offer exceed 3 platinum coins and 60 gold, he would accept the deal without hesitation. The prospect of such a lucrative deal was not something Hepper intended to let slip away. Buyers of this caliber were a rare find for Water, prompting him to make an immediate offer: 4 platinum coins and 50 gold ones in exchange. Without a moment's hesitation, Wataru accepted. The offer far exceeded anything he had dared to hope for. Stepping out into the bustling street, Alice showered him with praise for his sharp negotiating skills, and together they swiftly wrapped up their business. Without missing a beat, Wataru suggested they set out for the capital the very next day. With a playful glint in his eye, Herma teased Claretta for her visible nerves, oblivious to the fact that this was a make-or-break moment for her. Towering above them, the majestic stone cathedral left onlookers breathless, a marvel of architecture. Oh, as their leisurely stroll continued, the god of creation watched them intently, a spark of curiosity in his eyes, as though he eagerly awaited the moment he would meet Vodharu. Soon after, their carriage set off toward the heart of Pubalita's capital. Haru announced that their destination would soon come into view and asked Alicia to halt the carriage so he could stow away the inflatable boat. To Alicia's surprise, the ride, usually a bumpy, jarring ordeal, had turned into an unexpectedly comfortable. Preparations complete, the group pressed forward and soon found themselves arriving at the bustling city of Barletta. The place took everyone's breath away. Wataru stood in awe, and even Josu couldn't hide his astonishment. Spellbound by the city's splendor, Claretta's eyes sparkled with excitement. Eager to take in every sight, she could hardly contain her curiosity. Yet before she could venture further, Alicia gently reminded her that their first stop must be a return. After some time had passed, the pair stepped into the grandeur of a majestic cathedral. Clarette drew their gaze to the sacred statues, said by legend to be the handiwork of the creator god himself. If the tales held any truth, the divine artisan had certainly spared no effort in glorifying his own image. Curiosity tugged at Wataru, urging him to explore the other statues, yet Claretta appeared lost in contemplation, her gaze distant and unfocused. Respecting her silence, he chose not to disturb her. Instead, when Alicia suggested they offer a prayer, as one, they knelt down, channeling their focus into prayer. While Wataru offered his gratitude for the gifts bestowed upon him by the god of creation, an unexpected sensation washed over him. He was being spirited away once more to the Holy Kingdom. This time, it wasn't the god of creation who greeted him. A breathtaking beauty gazed at him, surprise flickering in her eyes at his sudden arrival. Vatharu found himself involuntarily captivated by her otherworldly charm, while she, with a hint of irritation, pointed out to the god of creation that a stern command forbidding any more mortals from entering the divine realm rang out from her lips, yet the god of creation dismissed it with an impatient wave, clearly bored by her endless speeches. Genuine surprise flickered across his face. Who would? She warned him to refrain from meddling too much in the affairs of mortals, yet he insisted he had scarcely intervened at all. She pointed out that it was because of him that Wataru's 2 Slavic captives were handed over to the slave traders. Doubts gnawed at Wataru as well, and the god of creation scoffed at the god of light, calling him petty for raising such a trivial issue. The conversation soon took a turn, curiosity flashing in his eyes. The deity inquired whether Wataru had any grappa. Hinting at the formidable trials that lay ahead, he advised Watahari to call upon her ability to summon a ship for assistance. Such a display of power might even leave the other gods astonished. An inexplicable sense of unease washes over us, compelling curiosity to rise. What has happened to stir such anxiety? Yet, before he could continue, the goddess of light cut him off with a stern warning. Going any further with the tale was strictly forbidden. Though Vatharu burned with curiosity, No answers were offered to quench his thirst for knowledge. He pondered whether swift action might avert disaster, or if haste back to the southern lands would prove wiser. Yet the goddess of light assured him. Wataru praised their efforts, while Dorothea chimed in, expressing envy. She wished they, too, had an assistant as capable as Ruan. With a glimmer of anticipation, she inquired whether, once Wataru's business was complete, they might venture into the... An uneasy chill gnawed at Wataru, a creeping sense that misfortune loomed just ahead, inevitable and inescapable. 2 days slipped by, and with little more than shadowy rumors to guide them, the group set out to probe the outlying lands. Their goal, Tustyoti, the group found themselves deep within the Huang Cave, a place pulsing with untamed natural energy, as if cradled in the heart of a volcano. Here, the very air seemed to yearn for flames, making it the perfect arena for unleashing fire magic. The cave twisted and turned like a true labyrinth, its tangled passageways guarded by watery barriers that blocked the way. Because of these obstacles, most of its depths remained untouched and shrouded in mystery. Wataru's presence here was anything but content. Dissatisfaction etched deep within him. Surrounded by darkness and the relentless howl of the wind, exhaustion threatened to consume him entirely. Sensing an opportunity, I pointed out that his summoner. The others eagerly rushed to explore the cave, their excitement leaving Wataru with no choice but to grant their request. Dorata reminded everyone of their main objective, to hunt down the slimes before leading the group deeper into the heart of the cavern. A monstrous bat swooped down upon them, but they vanquished it with ease. Little did they suspect that from a distance, a slime was watching their every move with keen interest. Navigating their boat through the winding cave, the group pressed onward, confronting a relentless array of monsters lurking in the shadows along their path. As they paused for a brief rest at Kara's request, Dorothy's mind grew restless. Doubt crept in, whispering that coming to this cavern might have been a mistake after all. No sign of traveler's passage, none of the usual marks or footprints met there. Warmth-loving slugs, as mentioned before, often make their homes in the forest, don't they? Doubt lingered in his mind, however, as he wondered whether such creatures also inhabited the caves. Dero confessed that until she met Rima, she had never paid much attention to slugs, always assuming they appeared wherever monsters lurked. Now, however, it seemed she had been mistaken. Alicia suggested searching the nearby forest instead, pointing out that venturing deeper into the cave would make escaping far more difficult. Marina confessed a secret wish, to find a wind magic slime as a companion. Driven by this yearning, she resolved to continue her search right here. Without warning, everything shifted. A powerful gust of wind swept by, stirring the air with electric energy. Curiosity sparked within Haruka. Where could such a wind have come from? Casting his gaze to the left, he spotted a small, glistening creature and immediately alerted the others to its presence. With a swift, fluid motion, the slime darted down the corridor and slipped out of sight behind a jagged stone. Alicia and Marina darted after the slime in hot pursuit, while Wataru called out a warning for them to stay alert. Upon catching up to the slime, the girls were greeted by a most unusual sight. A dazzling beam of light was bearing down upon the creature. The entire group set off in that direction, soon stumbling upon a breathtakingly scenic spot hidden within the cave's depths. Noticing a strange film of slime drifting atop the water, Wataru swiftly summoned his boat, intent on retrieving it. The slime, however, proved too tiny to keep track of, soon slipping out of sight. At that moment, Wataru suggested crossing to the other side, a proposal that instantly lifted everyone's spirits. Dorota firmly believed they were the first to set foot in this place. Strangely enough, not a single monster had crossed their path. With a swift motion, Wataru pulled Rimu out of his backpack and cautioned him not to wander too far. Pretending to know the way with unwavering confidence, Rima strode ahead, until Irma's clear voice suddenly rang out, calling everyone to follow her instead. Shit stumbled upon some dragon scales, monstrous in size, unlike anything Wataru had ever seen before. Irma explained that these shimmering scales once belonged to a legendary dragon, their very surface humming with the echoes of divinity, a truth Clarette could feel deep within the magical residue. Wataru, curiosity piqued, asked if such scales were ear. The slug hunt quickly faded into the background once they discovered 9 shimmering scales, 3 sharp claws, and a solitary tooth. When asked how much profit could be gained from selling these trophies, curiosity flickered in their eyes. Clarette remarked that defeating a legendary dragon bordered on the impossible. Such trophies, therefore, were unimaginably rare, once bestowed upon the greatest heroes of ages past, and now preserved only in select nations. Never had these treasures been sold. Their worth defied any measure. Thrilled by the responsibility, Kara felt her heart race at the thought of returning such priceless relics. Alicia insisted that with these materials, it was possible to forge a weapon of truly astonishing power. With a sly grin, Vatara suggested hiding the treasures, confident his unique skills would ensure their secrecy. The others readily agreed to keep the location under wraps. Still, Claretta added a note of caution, warning that it would be impossible. In that place, Shit also discovered rare medicinal plants. She believes it's essential to petition the authorities, urging the government to protect the cave and its precious botanical treasures. Should the examination of the plants have uncovered even more artifacts tied to mythical dragons, suspicion might have arisen among the people, perhaps believing that something precious had been secretly stashed away for personal gain. Despite the swirling doubts in their minds, the group pressed on with the chosen plan. While debates over their next move filled the air, Vatharu's thoughts raced ahead, already piecing together how the discovered artifacts could be forged into form. Lost in thought, Waterloo debated whether to summon Spido, yet in the end, the group agreed it would be wiser to rest first. Meanwhile, the lonely slime watched them with a touch of melancholy in its gaze. Marina caught sight of it. As Marina glanced back, the slime sprang onto her arms in an instant. In this land, where slimes were rarely seen, a deep loneliness weighed upon him. That was when Marina approached, graciously introducing herself and inviting him to embark on adventures to distant corners of the world. Overjoyed by her kindness, the Essie, in the heart of Pooh's bustling capital, stands Enzo, the vice chief of the Merchants Guild. Each day unfolded with unwavering dedication as he meticulously oversaw the guild's affairs, ensuring every detail ran like clockwork for flawless operation. Dealing with those who flouted the rules never failed to grate on his nerves, adding another layer of frustration to his daily struggles. A subordinate approached to announce that a visitor was requesting an audience with him. The visitor turned out to be Vatharu, insisting, with an urgent air, that a pressing matter demanded immediate discussion face-to-face with the guildmaster. When questioned further, Vatharu issued a grave warning. The information he carried had a candid discussion in the corridor proved impossible. Enzof simply couldn't take him seriously, convinced that people far too often exaggerated their troubles. Wataru tried to explain that even the adventurers' guild staff had reacted just as strongly. With a sharp eye, Alicia noted that this wasn't a quarrel, but mere rudeness. She warned in a low, firm voice that if this proved to be someone's idea of a joke, the consequences would be severe. Without another word, she ushered them toward the guild. Kara and Felicia carried a few items, while Enzo watched them with keen curiosity, slamming the door right in his face. Such blatant disrespect became a grave insult to the Vice Guildmaster's dignity. Enzo felt no urge to mingle with such a coarse crew, choosing instead to keep his distance from their affairs. Before long, however, the Guildmaster summoned him, eager to unveil something truly astonishing. Stargrass, an extraordinarily valuable healing herb, shares its renown with dragon scales, both prized beyond measure. News that the elusive treasures had been discovered by none other than a band of travelers from the Latin kingdom left Enzo utterly stunned. Deep within the wind cave, their exploration revealed a shimmering scale. According to Enzo, the mere possession of such a relic would ignite fierce competition among countless nations. Should news of this discovery ever reach the outside world, Chao, the head of the guild, announced a remarkable discovery. 2 dragon scales had been found. One would be entrusted to the great cathedral, while the other would go up for auction through the guild. Swept up by the sheer magnitude of this incredible opportunity, all sense of professionalism vanished as they burst into joyful leaps, unable to contain their excitement. Once the storm of emotions had passed, they set about organizing their next moves. Realizing just how thoroughly they'd lost control, the heroes resolved to meticulously chart out every step from here on. Their first task was to bring the cardinal to the guild, ensuring the scales truly belonged to the legendary dragon. Next, word had to reach the medical guild about the discovery of rare medicinal herbs. The guildmaster entrusted Enzo with both missi. Without hesitation, he agreed, only to find every vehicle already taken. Left with no other choice, he dashed off on foot, determined to accomplish both tasks as swiftly as possible. Making his way straight to the medical guild, he wasted no time and requested an immediate audience with the guildmaster. Their long-standing acquaintance gave him every reason to hope the meeting would proceed without unnecessary complications. The guildmaster arrived, and Enzo requested some privacy for a confidential discussion. After hearing all the explanations, the head of the medical guild promised to visit the trade guild soon. With that settled, Enzo made his way toward the Grand Chi. Desperately, I tried to convey the urgency of my request, but the guard stood his ground, unwavering. With a steely resolve, he insisted that, as the guild's vice-chairman, breaking the rules was unthinkable, a line he simply could not cross. If the matter had truly been urgent, he felt certain the guildmaster would have come in person to discuss it. Curiosity pricked him to uncover the details of Enzo's business and gauge its urgency. Yet Enzo, unwavering, insisted he would speak only in person with the cardinal. When asked to leave, Enzo defiantly refused and raised his voice, each word ringing out more forcefully than the last. Curious glances from passers-by began to follow their every move, forcing them to tread with greater caution. The guard warned Enzo that pushing himself too hard would lead nowhere. With a smirk, he added that he might take him more seriously, if only it weren't for that mustache. Astonishment washed over him as he realized his appearance had become the subject of scrutiny. A little later, he appeared alongside the cardinal, who announced plans to visit the merchant guild once he had staged a certain spectacle. The cardinal's gaze lingered on Enzo's face, curiosity dancing in his eyes as he inquired about the mysterious vanishing of half a mustache. Enzo, unable to confess the true cause, conjured up a handful of imaginative explanations on the spot. Too wee. At that very instant, Vata Rupert glanced out the window, just in time to witness Sajasola arriving triumphantly on the scene. Ince had hoped that Water Rupert would join their ranks, yet circumstances denied him that opportunity. Meanwhile, the guildmaster, evidently pleased with Enzo's accomplishments over the past few days, noted with a knowing eye the subtle shift in his. The girls are absolutely enchanted by Enzo's new look, though his fresh appearance seems to have unintentionally ruffled the guildmaster's feathers. Once the work in Palmy was finished, Haru was already mapping out his next move, his mind abuzz with possibilities. A week had slipped by since the Giselas parade, and now the city of Barleda buzzed with talk of their exploits. Suddenly, thrust into the spotlight, lingering in town, grew uncomfortable. Faced with all this attention, they chose to head back south, determined to rid themselves of the mythical dragon scale as quickly as possible. They struck a deal with the Barleta Merchant Guild, exchanging it for a hefty sum of 200 platinum coins. Annalizia handed Wataru his share, an astonishing 100 coins, plus that staggering sum transformed into a colossal 10 billion yen for Wataru. The would-be owner of a lavish $50 billion liner still found his fortune lacking for such a grand purchase. Meanwhile, Wataru pondered what to do with his camera, lost in thought over its uncertain fate. Revitalized and refreshed, Irma and Kira returned, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Wataru. Irma admitted that she hadn't felt this good in ages, and the sensation was nothing short of wonderful. Wataru, meanwhile, simply replied with a quiet, "You're welcome," though inwardly he was glowing. Watching his friends so revitalized filled him way. Curiosity sparkled in Irma's eyes as she inquired about Alicia and the others' whereabouts. Dorota replied promptly, explaining that they were still busy steering the boat. Destiny introduced herself to Fu, Marina's new friend, and wasted no time inviting him to join her and Rima, leaving Marina out of the equation. With relentless determination, she pressed him to pronounce her name correctly. Meanwhile, Vidaro was bussy. With a grin, he suggested whipping up some croquettes. The idea barely left his lips before Clarette eagerly offered to lend a hand in the kitchen. The girl set a pot of potatoes to boil, waiting for them to soften. Clarette busied herself finely chopping an onion, while Wataru turned to Kara, requesting her to crumble the bread just as she had done before. Kara eagerly accepted the offer, her eyes sparkling with delight at the prospect of being useful, even though Wataru recalled her earlier confession about her lack of kitchen skills. The joy of lending a hand was clear on her face. Just then, Felicia hurried over to Wataru, her apology heartfelt and sincere. Meanwhile, Marina expressed her gratitude for preparing dinner while she rested, despite her own status as a servant. Wataru, however, reassured them with an easy smile, confessing that Marina's gaze caught sight of a few more people, and beyond them, an additional group gathered in hushed conversation. Concern flickered across Marina's face at the thought of Fui growing too close to Dorothea. Driven by a sudden impulse, she sprang toward him and eagerly promised to spend the entire next day by his side. Just then, dinner was served, drawing everyone. The first dinner aboard the ship brought genuine delight to everyone, and after the meal, they spent some time helping Water Rooftop settle into life at sea. The highlight of the evening was undoubtedly the croquettes. Each bite revealed a tantalizingly memories of savoring crispy croquettes at the charming little diner near his home in Japan danced through Wataru's mind. Though he tried to banish all thoughts of rice from his mind, the mere mention of Worcestershire sauce shattered his resolve. An irrepressible craving for rice burst from Wataru's lips before he could stop himself. Embarrassment quickly followed, as though he'd just revealed a secret longing he'd meant to keep hidden. Yet beneath his fleeting self-consciousness, a hopeful a realization struck him. With the money he'd just earned, another boat could easily be his. Upon learning that this was no ordinary ferry, but a sprawling, floating complex boasting shops, restaurants, and more than 30 guest rooms, Felicia imagined it must be absolutely enormous. At last, the man inquired if it was possible to purchase it right away. She surmised that the payment in mythical dragon scales had made the offer irresistible. After all, an opportunity like this came once in a lifetime and would not interfere with his grand plans for the luxurious liner. Felicia remarked that it was his. After making sure everything was in order, he suggested they purchase it first thing the next morning. Alicia and Ortega then paid a visit to Wat Harua, inquiring with genuine concern about his well-being following the previous day's events. A gesture, curiosity sparked in Alicia as she inquired about his intentions, only to be taken aback when he casually revealed his plan to purchase a brand new ship, news that left everyone thoroughly astonished. After spending every last platinum coin, Haru beamed with excitement, promising that everyone would be amazed once they caught sight of this ship. Excitement buzzed through the crowd as everyone animatedly discussed the new ship, their anticipation for unforgettable adventures growing with every word. As Wataru unveiled the ship with great ceremony, a stunned silence swept over the crowd. Everyone stood awestruck by its colossal size, towering like a fortress before them. From the very first pages of the chapter, a mounting sense of anticipation began to build. The newly acquired ferry, capable of accommodating 632 passengers, boasted an array of impressive features. Heralded as unsinkable and unparalleled among its kind, the vessel stood as a shining testament to seafaring prowess, filling even the salties. A look of astonishment crossed his face as he pondered whether ferries could truly be so colossal. 19.2 meters in length, far surpassed anything he had ever imagined. Described as a cargo passenger vessel, it defied belief. A fortress so massive, few could imagine such a colossus ever moving at all. Wataru christened her with a grand name, Battleship Fortress. Without hesitation, they boarded the ship and eagerly began exploring its mysterious interior. In's happiness was impossible to contain as he darted about with boundless energy, while Wataru's excitement threatened to burst forth the instant he discovered a shop brimming with instant noodles, tea, canned drinks, and a rainbow of snacks. Notice, deep in thought, Herma pondered which town Taras might call home. Meanwhile, she drifted over to Wataru, her hands full of tempting treats, and inquired with curiosity about their nature. Wataru explained that the colorful confections were sweets Mia. Everyone sprang into action, scouring the house until the bathroom was finally discovered. The discovery of a cozy bathroom and a spacious kitchen instantly lifted everyone's spirits. As Wataru luxuriated in the steam bath, his crew toasted the acquisition of their new ship, raising their glasses in jubilant celebration. Grateful to the god of creation, Wataru offered thanks for blessings, like a yukata bestowed upon everyone. Felicia praised the shampoo that had left her hair silky smooth, then offered some to Wataru with a wink. Meanwhile, he savored a glass of sparkling, full-bodied wine, its flavors dancing on his tongue. Curious, Wataru asked if everyone was enjoying. Curiosity sparkling in her eyes, she inquired about Wataru's hometown, despite the others' attempts to restrain her, worried she might press the master with questions that strayed too far into personal territory. With a calm composure, Irma reassured everyone, insisting there was no need for concern if Wataru chose to remain silent. At the same time, a mischievous glint flickered in her eyes as she hinted that she had already figured everything out on her own. After a brief moment of hesitation, Wataru confessed that he hailed from another world. His revelation sent shockwaves through the room, leaving everyone stunned. None more so than Kara and Alicia. Wataru wondered aloud if they had ever suspected the truth before, sparking an enthusiastic response from Karu, whose eyes lit up with excitement at the thought. The very idea of cuisine from another world struck him as utterly extraordinary. The mere thought of dishes from another world left Karu genuinely amazed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she eagerly confessed a wish to visit such a place someday. Wataru, not missing a beat, teased her playfully, suggesting that with her vor, a distant memory stirred in Alicia's mind. She had once heard tales of outsiders granted mysterious powers by the god of creation. Curiosity sparked in her eyes as she asked whether Wataru possessed the ability to summon such a deity. Wataru affirmed his ability without hesitation, sparking Clareta's curiosity. She wondered if he had ever come face to face with the true god of creation. Had he stood before the divine presence in reality, or was the deity anything like the grand star? Votgur admitted that everything sounded remarkably true and asked Claret to keep this information confidential. Alicia agreed, promising to safeguard his secret, though her astonishment was plain to see. She encouraged him to reflect on how best to. Curiosity sparked within her, urging a desire to delve deeper into the mysteries of his world. Securing the ferry turned out to be a stroke of genius. The return journey to the southern city promised a host of thrilling adventures yet to unfold. The morning after the banquet dawned, and as Wataru opened his eyes, he noticed Felicia and Inns looking utterly drained and exhausted. The change was most striking in Inns, who, instead of her usual lively self, now lay utterly motionless. Haru guessed they'd been celebrating, and Felicia confirmed it. Everyone, Gisola included, had stayed up together until the first light of dawn. Felicia recounted how the celebrations and laughter carried on until the first light of dawn, long after Wataru had retired for the night. Although she tried to mask her exhaustion, the length of that unforgettable night was written all over her face. A newfound skill, boarding pass, granted him the power to select any ship he wished and forge a special permit bound by a precise expiration date. With this ability, Wataru controlled the lifespan of each pass, allowing its holder unlimited boardings. Gifted with talents perfectly suited for running a ferry business, he devised a clever plan. Create complimentary tickets with no expiration date. With a sweeping gesture, he resolved to distribute these tickets to everyone, no exceptions. As Wataha strolled leisurely toward the girls' room, he savored the serene ambiance of the day. Suddenly, Karu and Clareta, visibly agitated, intercepted him in the middle of the corridor. Dragged into the game room, he listened as Karu shyly admitted she had always dreamed of box toys, though she never quite understood how to win one. Wataharu explained the mystery. This was a claw machine. Drop in a copper coin, guide the metal claw. Unfortunately, Wataru's first attempt ended in disappointment. Meanwhile, Clareta became utterly enchanted by the claw machines, spending the entire day immersed in the game, snagging plush toy after plush toy with remarkable skill. The other residents of Josoi didn't stir until well after noon, yet they adapted swiftly to their enchanting new life among the fairies. Thus, a week slipped by, brimful with fresh adventures at every turn. Lately, Vadaru had observed a growing obsession with food and drink among his companions. What once had been an occasional indulgence had now woven itself into the fabric of their daily rituals. The thought of warning them flickered in his mind. Yet, drawing closer to them, Votharu chose to disregard the matter entirely as the ferry journey continued. Lost in contemplation, A sudden commotion snapped him back to reality. Monsters were beginning to swarm from every direction. The event slipped by unnoticed, concealed by the distance between the rooms and the ocean's edge. Dorothy issued a stern warning. Their enemies would hound them all the way to the southern city unless they struck first. Alicia eagerly backed the plan, suggesting they mount Speedo and launch an attack from outside the perimeter. Fear gnawed at Watty. Despite every desperate attempt to avoid it, they inevitably crashed into the creatures. Dorota cautioned Alicia, warning that if the boat rocked too wildly, fending off their enemies would become impossible. Undeterred, Alicia's sharp eyes caught sight of a Krakon, and with unwavering resolve, she launched herself into a daring attack. Clutching her sacred spear, Clarette launched a devastating strike that brought the beast crashing to the ground. Once all the monsters had been vanquished, the group made their way back aboard the ship. Delight filled Alicia as the experience brought her genuine joy, while for the entire team, it proved to be an excellent opportunity to hone their skills. Kara couldn't ignore the creeping tightness of her clothes. Recent days had seen little movement, and a sluggishness settled into her limbs. Across the room, Dorota appeared to share her struggle, the subtle signs of inactivity evident on both of them. Alicia admitted, confessing with a sheepish smile, that a touch of lethargy had crept over her as well. A jolt of shock ran through Wateroo as the image flashed in her mind. These enchanting girls might soon transform into plump beauties. After such an exhausting day, any thought of continuing the night's festivities with another beer vanished from his mind. Their faces registered surprise, prompting him to explain that too much partying and overeating could put their splendid figures at risk. From that moment on, their lively gatherings were limited to once every 2 days. 5 days later, the world had settled back into its familiar rhythm. Aboard their trusty speedboat, they departed the southern continent behind. Journey and adventure now woven into the tapestry of their memories. With heartfelt gratitude, Wataharu praised everyone, commending their fantastic efforts and lifting spirits all around. Grateful voices rose in unison, offering heartfelt thanks to Wataharu for leading them to the Grand Cathedral of Raleigh, a wondrous place they had long yearned to behold. With a nonchalant shrug, Wataharu indicated that he was already heading that way, so it was hardly any trouble for him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Turning to Arota, he asked her to let him know if she heard anything about the slimes. If the Oppo, a burning desire drove him to show everyone just how endearing slimes could truly be. Dorota appreciated this, confessing with a shy smile that she, too, longed to meet her own slime as soon as possible. After Gisola's group went their separate way, Wataru couldn't help but bask in the glow of his adventure. The journey had proven remarkably fruitful. He'd managed to sell a stash of pepper and forge a deeper connection with Jisoo. Tradition called for. He eagerly shared his impressions, describing the cathedral as a breathtaking spectacle, one that graces the eyes, but once in a lifetime. Then, with a warm smile, he produced a small gift just for her. A special dessert awaited her, one adored by the band, Gisola. With a confident smile, he invited her to try it. No trinkets or feminine souvenirs this time. Instead, he trusted that the pudding would steal her heart. Camille sampled the dessert, and for a moment, not a single reaction escaped her lips. Wataru waited in suspense, straining to detect the slightest hint of her thoughts. With sudden gravity, Camille inquired about the name of the dessert. The moment she heard the answer, pudding, her mood transformed in an instant. An intriguing proposal slipped from her lips. She suggested striking a deal with the Merchant Guild to spread his recipe across the entire region, reaping profits from sales in various shops. Any establishment that adopted his creation could pay him a, after all, other shops could start making this dish as well. If the recipe spread and gained popularity, she remarked, dairy farms would flourish and the merchant guild would see a handsome boost in profits. The sight instantly ignited a fiery entrepreneurial spirit within Keniulia. With unwavering confidence, she vowed to strike a deal with the god of commerce, assuring that nothing troublesome would come their way. The royalties, she guaranteed, would. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly inquired if he would agree to sign a contract with them, and faced with such infectious enthusiasm, he simply couldn't refuse. With a flourish of his pen, he sealed the deal, handing over the secret sauce recipe as the final gesture of their agreement. Later on, Wataru shared with Felicia and Enzo everything that had unfolded at the Merchants Guild. Genuine astonishment flickered across their faces as they learned just how passionately Camilla dedicated herself to her work. Curiosity gleamed in an eye. Wataru expressed his intention to visit Donino and bring him some juice. Grateful for the thoughtful gift, Donino reminisced about the time Wataru had once asked him to craft a toy. That project had left a lasting impression on him, and soon, a few se. Camille from the Merchant Guild fixed Wataru with a piercing gaze, her curiosity evident as she asked if he had acquired such knowledge back in his homeland. An uneasy sensation crept over Wataru, a sharp fear that she might continue her questioning and eventually uncover the truth, that he was in fact a visitor from another world. Yet she realized the true value of such knowledge and decided it was far too precious to be shared with just anyone. Following their meeting, the group set off for a restaurant, eager to savor the allure of freshly fried oysters. The mounting tension within Taras only served to whet his appetite long before his arrival. From the ferry, Haru arrived bearing a special delicacy. As the day drew to a close, everyone gathered around the table, eager to savor this treat together. A sudden realization struck Hara. He had grown far too complacent lately, forgetting just how crucial it was for them to remain in the shadows. Felicia pointed out with a wry smile that lingering aboard the ship for so long made staying unnoticed an eye. Enzo marveled at Wataru's skill, teasing that perhaps he secretly dreamt of becoming a hero. Yet deep inside, Wataru understood all too well how far he still was from ever calling himself a true warrior. Conversations like these unsettled him, stirring a quiet fear that they might spark strange and unforeseen events. Without warning, Sarah informed him that a group of people was already waiting for him in the lobby. At that moment, Alicia Bjorstein turned to Waterwood, imploring him to stand by their side and lend them his strength. Dorothy apologized for her sudden request, while Alicia insisted that she'd gladly hand over everything she owned if a reward was required. Yet, Wataru simply urged her not to worry. A ripple of worry swept through her. Had the very fate that the god of creation warned about finally come to pass? Dorota revealed that war loomed ever closer. Their city, Luca, now lay encircled by the formidable ships of the Imperial Army. News reached the Lord of Luca that Fort Lorne had fallen. Any hope of reinforcements from the capital vanished with it. It seemed the Empire had abandoned its war with the Beast Kingdom, redirecting all its focus to Luca. Do you remember the words spoken by the God Creator? In that moment, realization washed over him. This was the very war fate had chosen for him to join. For years, the Empire waged relentless wars against its neighbors, the Kingdom of Beasts and the Kingdom of Brazier. Recently, their forces had concentrated on clashing with the Kingdom of Beasts, but in a shocking turn of events, they suddenly launch. Once a flourishing hub of commerce, Luca stood among the richest cities in the Kingdom of Braza. With its prosperous port and formidable wealth, the city might just withstand the Empire's assault. For a while, at least, every member of Gisola's crew hailed from Lucca, their roots intertwined by the same hometown. Among them stood Alicia, who openly admitted that asking him to join the war was no small favor, but a genuine request for help. Yet loved ones awaited within, leaving her no choice but to act. Anxiety gripped Felicia and Enzo, their faces tense with worry, while Wataru couldn't even begin to imagine involving himself in such matters. Heroic deeds seemed like distant stars, brilliant yet utterly unreachable, and any notion of what to do elude. The very notion of harming others was foreign to him, utterly unimaginable. At most, his capabilities extended to summoning his ship. The idea of calling on it as a protective shield briefly crossed his mind, yet even then, doubt gnawed at him. Confusion washed over him, for his first act of heroism had always been entwined with the horrors of war. The situation grew ever more tangled, yet to stand idle proved impossible. The desperate faces of those in need begged for a savior. Lacking the courage to refuse outright, he admitted his hesitance to get involved in a fight. A deep urge to conceal both his past and his abilities weighed heavily upon him. Curiosity flickered in his eyes as he asked whether they had any objections to his proposal. Should their approval follow, he pledged his unwavering support in both fortifying defenses and devising an escape plan. Before long, they gathered the essential supplies and set off toward the meadows. An ordinary enchanted boat would have taken 20 days to cross such a distance. Yet, by driving the Kugat relentlessly, even pressing on through the night, they could cut the journey to just 10. Still, a shadow of concern lingered. Draped in a robe Haru had chosen for her, Felicia exuded an air of quiet reassurance. Should danger arise, the hood could easily veil her features. In the worst case, the pair could simply pass themselves off as enigmatic magicians. Curiosity sparked. Vanaru asked Enzo how Joelle was faring. She explained that ever since they arrived in Lucca, indecision plagued them. They were at a standstill, unable to agree on their next move. Wondering if the two could manage things, while Dorota, firmly insisted they avoid approaching the city from the seaside. Yet Alicia couldn't help but voice her doubts. What if the soldiers had already broken through the defenses and stormed inside? Kara chimed in as well, reminding everyone that with a bold glint in her eyes, she suggested launching an assault on the SS fortress, convinced that such a move could shatter the enemy blockade and open a path to freedom. Displeasure clouded Harry's face, yet Alicia appeared resolute, her mind unmistakably made up. Germa suspected that Wataru would hardly agree to such a perilous plan. Ultimately, before making any final decisions, they needed to first scout out the situation in Lucca. Rina's words lingered in the air, casting a heavy silence between them. It dawned on Watri that they were utterly cornered, stranded without even the hint of a concrete plan. Though silence prevailed, an unspoken tension filled the air, urging Votri into action. Considering their predicament, he figured the best course was to quietly secure a vessel. With the harbor tightly sealed, a small boat promised the stealth they nah. As the vessel drifted closer to Lucca, Vatharu summoned everyone up to the deck. Eagerly, he unveiled the boat he had just purchased, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Proclaiming this vessel the swiftest boat they had ever laid eyes on, he launched into an enthusiastic account of how, once they mastered its controls, remarkable achievements would be well within their grasp. Stepping forward into the conversation, Alicia interjected with a bold suggestion. Why not unleash this very power to send the enemy fleet to the depths? The sudden twist caught Wataru off guard, and he stared at Alicia in astonishment. Soon after, he revealed the boat was called Swift. Then, with a spark of excitement, Wataru invited them to take the helm themselves. Marina, Irma, and Alicia Klein had also stepped aboard, their presence adding a spark of anticipation to the bustling deck. While escorting the speedster, Irma dispatched several monsters that dared to cross their path, clearing the way with swift, precise strikes. Alicia noticed her strikes growing sharper and more precise, while Marina steered the boat with increasing confidence. Amazement flickered across Wataru's face as he watched them plunge straight into honing their combat skills the moment their voyage began. A quiet curiosity stirred within him. Had they forgotten his vow to protect Luca and ensure their escape route? Weariness had begun to settle over him. Observing the group, he realized how completely absorbed they were, skillfully mastering the controls of the boat. An idea sparked within Vathari to acquire yet another vessel. Yet a silent question lingered. Unbothered, Haru shrugged off any concerns, confident that Gisola had already negotiated a reward generous enough to cover all their expenses. With a sly grin, he jokingly suggested pursuing Alicia, claiming she'd go to any lengths for his sake. An image of Alicia in a wedding dress, radiant, smiling, overjoyed, flashed through Haru's mind. Yet almost instantly, a pang of guilt gripped him, as if he were burdening her with his own cherished dreams. Dismissing the notion that this would cast him as a villain in everyone's eyes, he adamantly insisted it was a lack of courage that kept him from taking such a bold step. Yet deep within, Wataru yearned to draw closer to Alicia, unable to deny the PE. In the days that followed, swift boats became their lifeline, carrying them swiftly toward Luca as they honed their skills along the way. Nightfall, or brief pauses, signaled a seamless transfer to another vessel, ensuring their journey never lost momentum. At the onset of their journey, a crushing weight of wartime fears rendered J-Soul incapable of touching his food. Gradually, he managed to regain his composure, steadying both mind and spirit. Yet, in spite of his efforts, not every member of the Sea Ari. On the 8th day of the sea voyage, the speedboat glided into Luca's waters ahead of schedule, breaking through the morning mist with thrilling anticipation. Watarukus explained to Alicia that if they continued moving, the Imperial fleet might spot them. After weighing his warning, Alicia resolved to wait until nightfall before venturing out on their reconnaissance mission. Under the cloak of night, Rina, Enzo, and Alicia set out in a boat, gliding silently across the water's glassy surface. Catching sight of distant lights, the group halted, eyes narrowing as they noticed Imperial ships hemming in the port from the south. The blockade signaled that the Imperial forces had not yet set foot on shore. Against all odds, Luca continued to hold the line, unwavering in his defense. Returning to the speeder, the rest of the crew from Gisola immediately surrounded them, anxious faces brimming with concern as they inquired about Luca's condition. Relief and joy surged through the group as news spread that the city remained unscathed, its freedom intact, untouched by enemy hands. For now, this brought immense relief. Herma observed that they had managed to sidestep the worst possible outcome. Yet she stressed that the Empire now had the port completely encircled. Further, Alicia revealed that intelligence had uncovered the composition of the Empire's forces. A single, formidable magical warship led their fleet, accompanied by several medium-sized vessels, one smaller craft, and an entire flotilla of sailing shi. The ceaseless patrol of enchanted ships caught her eye, their vigilant gaze sweeping over everything in their path. The area teemed with vigilant guards. Soldiers patrolled every corner, making any escape with the family more treacherous with each passing hour. Voda paused, lost in thought, weighing their narrowing options. Marina, however, urged a bold course of a... Intrigued, they asked for Eurythea's opinion, and her surprising response caught everyone off guard. Instead of rushing headlong into battle, the enemy ships must first be sunk. Her unwavering resolve caught everyone off guard, yet she stood firm, unshaken by their surprise. Doretti explained that the moment the Empire spotted Wataru's ship, alarms would blare throughout their ranks. To seize the advantage, the fleet needed to approach well in advance. Alicia lent her support, pointing out that obliterating the enemy fleet would clear the harbor, dramatically easing both evacuation and defense. Wataru listened to our suggestions with evident concern, then questioned whether we truly had the power T. Camilla explained that while enchanted ships might be shielded by magical barriers, they still possessed the power to strike at sailing vessels and jet-propelled crafts, wielding magic or unique abilities. It was the tariff ships that granted them the sea. Hermione nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of the suggestion, while Wataru noticed the air thick with anticipation. Everyone around was brimming with eagerness to leap into action. Reluctant to be swept into the tides of war, he nevertheless recognized the necessity of preserving his own strength. Alicia cast a searching glance at Wataru, eager to see if he shared her perspective. A thoughtful pause flickered across his face before he nodded in agreement. He'd pledged his support for both the defense and the evacuation. This plan advanced both causes, so he consented. Yet he cautioned them. Crippling the enemy fleet would not ease. Sooner or later, the Lord would have noticed them. Striking the fleet now was their best chance. In an instant, a plan took shape. When night fell again, shrouded by darkness, the base would break into 3 swift patrol boats. Relying on their invulnerability and armored hulls, each team would punch holes through the sides of enemy ships. Then, Watello's gaze remained glued to the speedometer, ever vigilant and ready for whatever might come. Felicia and Kara occupied the first boat, gliding ahead together. Clarette and Alicia shared the second vessel, side by side, while Dorothea, Irma, and Marina set out in the third, forming a lively trio on the water. The speed team was entrusted to Enzo and Wataru. Just before the mission commenced, Alicia offered a crucial piece of advice. Focus your efforts on the largest ships. Anxious thoughts swirled within Wataru, yet Enzo's confident assurance that losing with a ship of this caliber bordered on impossible offered a measure of comfort. Just before departure, Wataru urged everyone to take care and stay safe. The enemy spotted the boats racing toward them, but by then, it was far too late to halt their advance. With unwavering determination, the crew steered a direct course toward the colossal magical vessel. Soldiers stationed ahead unleashed their spells in desperate attempts to halt their advance, but every enchantment fizzled out, proving utterly futile. At first, the truck brimming with treats caught everyone's eye, while Enzo picked up the distant echoes of a brewing battle. Utter exhaustion consumed Wataru, even as the ships themselves remained steadfast, sturdy, and indomitable against the elements. Only one fear gnawed at him, that his crew might soon be pushed beyond their breaking point. Only through sheer determination did he finally manage to destroy the enchanted ship, bringing an end to the long and grueling battle. Without hesitation, their focus shifted to the next target. The enemy soldier faltered, confusion etched across his face as he scrambled to comprehend the chaotic turn of events. A man leaned forward, curiosity flickering in his eyes, and inquired whether someone was truly locked in battle with the Imperial fleet at that very moment. Stunned, they watched as the Empire's magic-laden ship gradually sank into the depths of the abyss. The Erosi surged toward the boats, yet the protective barriers held firm, repelling their assault and keeping the vessels unscathed. Anxiety rippled through the ranks of the enemy as the very real threat of losing yet another enchanted vessel loomed over them. With a swift motion, Darata seized her foe and issued a chilling warning. Surrender now, or watch your ship sink into the bay's depths. Meanwhile, Vatharu sat aboard the speeding boat, striving to maintain his composure as he pondered how long he had already been in this place. The reality of being thrust into the very heart of war seemed almost impossible to accept. Anxious thought, as his body quivered with fear, someone kindly offered him a cup of tea to help soothe his nerves. But their brief respite was interrupted when a signal appeared, summoning them all to gather at once. The signal rang out, marking the end of the battle. Every single fighter returned unscathed, without so much as a scratch. Alicia explained that apart from the one ship that had surrendered, all the others had been destroyed. The weight of this revelation proved difficult for Vadaro to bear. Camilla explained that the enchanted ships were shielded by protective barriers and powerful magical spells, yet relentless assaults eventually shattered their defenses. Thanks to Speedo's unwavering vigilance, every enemy counterattack was deflected. Dorota observed that the harbor now lay in utter ruins, so it made far more sense to head directly into the city. They intended to enter after sunrise, especially since a handful of soldiers in Luca already knew Marina and her companions. Marina and Derofaha resolved to go and set the record straight, while Wataru agreed, recognizing the necessity of proving their allegiance. Demonstrating they were true allies had never been more important. When Dorotha speculated that the soldiers might be curious about Wataru's identity, he advised her to introduce him as a hired housemaid. That simple ruse would effectively conceal his true nature, just as they had agreed. Summoning ships, an extraordinary gift for which Wataru felt genuine gratitude, yet wielding this power amid battle could easily unleash utter chaos. Should word spread about Wataru's true identity and appearance, his peaceful existence would be shattered. For this reason, when they arrived at Luca that morning, he resolved to conceal every trace of himself. Afterward, Alicia and the others took a brief respite aboard the Speedo, catching their breath before the next adventure. Before long, Dorota and Marina returned from their talk with Lucas's warriors, a group buzzing with questions they could hardly contain. Yet Dorota quickly soothed their nerves, clarifying that Wataru was a mage bound to her by a magical contract. Doubt crept over Wataru as he wondered whether the townsfolk would allow a stranger, especially a mage, within their gates during wartime. Still, if they turned him away, he could simply remain aboard the ship and set his worries aside. The ship's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. Lurking in the harbor could be those who might recognize it. Disguise promised to be the safest course. Felicia arrived with a bundle of robes, perfect for disguising them from prying eyes. Opting for a low profile in the city of Luca, Wataru found that the simple robe offered more than enough concealment to blend in seamlessly. Felicia advised Enzo to address Wataru with greater courtesy, warning that harsh words might easily spark suspicion among onlookers. With a respectful nod, Alicia addressed Wataru as the Grand Mage, her voice laced with curiosity as she wondered aloud whether they should set out for the city after finishing breakfast. Once breakfast ended, their journey commenced. Wreckage of ships littered the landscape in every direction, creating a haunting mosaic of destruction. Along the walls, vigilant soldiers stood guard, eyes tracking their every step with unwavering suspi. It made perfect sense. Perhaps the GLE had saved the city, yet now everyone eyed the enigmatic mage in their midst with thinly veiled suspicion. Upon their arrival, a man named Brune greeted them warmly and offered to serve as their guide. However, he pointed out that allowing strangers into the city without proper authorization was out of the question. Instead, he inquired whether Wataru would mind if a city overseer accompanied them during their visit. However, this didn't sit well with Haru. Curiosity flickering in his eyes, he inquired if they could remain aboard the ship instead. Then, turning to Alicia, he respectfully sought her permission for their request. Word reached Bruno that the Great Mage took offense at having an observer present, so Haru would be confined to the ship. This announcement struck Rune like lightning, stirring an uneasy fear within him that the Empire might launch another surprise. With a reassuring glance cast toward Watara, Lisha promised that everything would be all right. Setting off toward the city, they left Wataru and the girls behind. Most of the city's streets remained largely unscathed. Lord Justin Duca, news reached him that the members of Gisola had already arrived, and a keen desire sparked within him to pay his respects in person for their stunning triumph over the Imperial fleet. Typically, the awarding ceremony unfolded in grand fashion within the throne room. This time, however, Ward decided to break tradition. Alicia offered Justin a heartfelt thanks for his kind and encouraging words. A question arose: could they inform the Great Mage who had aided them of the precise moment he should appear? Alicia hadn't anticipated that Wataru would become the topic of discussion so soon. Instantly, she realized the need for utmost caution. 1. Votero wished to remain uninvolved in the matter, so she merely recalled that a renowned mage had been hired to protect Luki, or if necessary, to assist should a crisis arise. Offering her apologies, she explained that a prior agreement with the mage. Curiosity gleamed in Justin's eyes as she inquired about the specifics of the evacuation assistance. Yet, even faced with that straightforward question, she found herself unable to offer a clear answer. Justin paused, wondering if the mage could be counted on to cooperate with Luca. Alicia swiftly crushed his hopes, reminding him that they could expect no assistance beyond what was explicitly stated in their contract. With a heavy sigh, Justin revealed to Alicia and the members of Gisola that the Kingdom of Brazik faced grave peril. He urged them to deliver an urgent plea for help to the Great Wizard without delay. According to his explanation, the danger extended far beyond Luca. Imperial forces had encircled Brazia's royal capital as well, tightening their grip on the heart of the kingdom. As soon as the discussion with Lord Justin concluded, Alicia Endroff readied herself to return to the ship, intent on delivering the agreed-upon signal as a covert message. Meanwhile, Clarette, Irma, Kara, and Marina were devotedly ensuring the safety of their loved ones. Not even the bustling commotions swirling around him could conceal the shock and anxiety that washed over him with the news he had just received. Alicia revealed a grim truth. The mighty Lorne Fortress, cornerstone of Bracia Kingdom's defense, had fallen not by strength, but by betrayal. Count Dupi and his predecessor, Count Juma, had handed the stronghold to the enemy, lured by promises of peace. Although Lucy managed to hold on for now, the overall state of the Bracia Kingdom continued to spiral downward, placing Luca in ever greater peril. Noting the grim reality, Alicia realized there was nothing more she could do to help. She went on to explain that Marcus Duca had laid out two firm conditions. First, he demanded that the port's security be guaranteed, so its gates would never again be forced shut. Second, he insisted measures be taken to ensure no resident of Luca Witi. While Waterer offered no objections to assisting with food supplies, the idea of sustaining the port's operations struck him as a drawn-out ordeal, one that could irrevocably entangle him in the war, a fate he wished to avoid at all costs. Therefore, with unwavering determination, Alicia and Doroth boldly rejected the proposal. Anticipating such a response, Water calmly proposed a solution. If they could tell him where to find the special food Luca needed, he would handle all the arrangements himself. Transportation posed no obstacle. He would simply make use of the ferry. Alicia pointed out that to safeguard the port, he could simply provide his ship. Defending against the Imperial soldiers would be their responsibility. But that means all the glory for this victory will belong to Sola alone. Should all the glory and accolades fall solely at her feet, the soldiers might soon grow envious, or perhaps even harbor resentment deep within their ranks. Wataru put forward a bold suggestion. Let Lucas's men take charge of securing the port themselves. Impressed by the ingenuity of his plan, Alicia praised him as a remarkable mage. The title didn't quite sit well with Wataru, but Alicia urged him to G. Mustering a newfound confidence, Jupe stepped forward to join him. Meanwhile, Dorata's voice cut through the bustle, announcing a tantalizing reward posted by Wataru. 10 platinum coins awaited the victor. Wataru's eyes widened in astonishment at the sheer size of the reward, prompting him to ask if it wasn't too much. Doroth, however, calmly explained that since they had relinquished both aristocratic titles and land, this amount was more than fair com. Suddenly, inspiration struck Wataru. He leaned in, curiosity twinkling in his eyes, and asked whether their target happened to be wealthy. Wataru revealed his cunning act. Disguising the SS Fortress as his own ship, he smuggled it to Luca for a generous fee. Masterfully concealing the ship's peculiarities, Haru ensured no one would suspect a thing. Had they noticed, their doubts would have been swift. Instead, he cleverly presented the vessel as merely a means to transport food and boldly named his price. The staggering sum left the Lord and his attendants utterly dumbfounded, their astonishment freezing them in place. Alicia explained that for such a generous sum, the Grand Mage agreed to provide them with a massive ship, encasing it in a powerful magical barrier. However, he alone possessed the ability to command this vessel. Should the ship remain anchored in the harbor, shielded by vigilant soldiers and powerful long-range weaponry, it would transform into an impregnable fortress. The Lord remarked on the impressive sum. Instantly, Alicia recalled Vatahri, mentioning that very amount. He had been eager to purchase another ferry to help with food transport. Seldom did he make such lofty demands, so Alicia waited with piqued curiosity to see how the master would respond. The servant pointed out that even if they handed over the money to this shady character, the danger would still linger. The enigmatic mage, cloaked in secrecy and unwilling to reveal his name, could have easily vanished into thin air with the gold in hand, a possibility Lord Justin recognized all too well. Yet should Luke find himself shortchanged, their enemy would pee. The task fell to Dumont to gather the needed cash, compile an inventory of provisions, and note down the names of several soldiers, arms, and adventurers destined to join the Grand Mage's ship. Once the girls had departed, Lord Justin found himself pondering the wisdom of his recent choice. The ease with which he'd handed over the money troubled him. Perhaps it had been a misstep. Yet the era of hoarding wealth and playing it safe had long cornered by circumstance. Lord Justin saw no path forward but to gamble on trust, placing his fate in the hands of Gisola and the enigmatic mage. In this leap of faith, he nurtured a fragile hope that at last his restless nights might find the PC. Restless thoughts robbed him of sleep that night, leaving him to toss and turn in the dark. Yet at dawn, a sudden knock at the door brought news of a colossal ship looming at the harbor's entrance. Hurrying to the spot, he was quickly trailed by the entire town, everyone eager to witness the astonishing spectacle with their own eyes. The sheer enormity of the ship leaves everyone utterly awestruck. In the next chapter, Wataru makes his return after securely docking the fortress at the harbor. Greeted at the door by Dero, he was immediately offered drinks and a selection of light snacks, all meant to help him unwind. Expressing his gratitude, Wataru mentioned he had anchored the ship just outside the port's entrance, but could easily bring it closer when it was time to load supplies. He requested her to coordinate the plan with the main tent and then turned his FO. In this way, anyone holding a ticket could board the colossal vessel. The SS Fortress turned away no one with a pass in hand. During Haru's absence, he had prepared for any unexpected crises by leaving behind a hydrofoil boat. The ticket not only secured a seat aboard the main ship, but also granted access to this swift vessel, ensuring that if danger arose, families could Not long after, Alicia and Wataru gathered to chart their next moves. She set out first for the nearby port city, then journeyed onward to the kingdom of Salonika, where she arranged provisions with Gafo's company, which had already agreed to prepare. Next, Gisola would split into two factions. One remained in Lucca, while the other accompanied the great mage on his journey. Part of the team remained behind in Lucca, tasked with maintaining communication with the Marquis and safeguarding the city of Nidade. Meanwhile, the rest set out for Oral, alongside the Grand Mage, taking on the roles of both envoys and personal guard. Since their departure was set for the evening, Alicia decided to pay her family a visit. Curious about how to spend their time until everyone returned, Enzo and Felicia looked around for ideas. Garo, ever practical, suggested they simply relax and savor the rare freedom. After all, the plan was to choose the perfect ship to purchase with the 120 platinum coins received from the Marquis. A flicker of doubt crossed Felicia's mind. Perhaps he had been speaking of another ferry altogether. Wataru explained that they would need to transport cargo, making a freighter invaluable for their journey. At the same time, the prospect of ships bustling with shops and restaurants, promising entertainment and excitement, greatly appealed to him. The memory resurfaced. An ordinary rubber boat could ferry him across, just as Pepper had done before. That simple choice would spare him the extravagance of 120 platinum coins spent on a lavish cruise liner. When Garu suggested to Felicia that a small boat, magically capable of unloading a mountain of supplies, would attract less attention, she replied that his mysterious magic had already made him conspicuous enough. Such actions might easily be seen as a threat. With that, Chinadine concluded her tale, quietly acknowledging to herself just how invaluable the skill of moving vast supplies unnoticed could be in desperate times. The advantages of such an opportunity dawned on Water, prompting a swift decision. He would purchase the ferry. Felicia reminded everyone that in their current disguises, they were known as She and Nez. Now, the time had come to choose a ferry. Catching sight of a fairy in charge of the cinema hall, memories rushed back of the creator god describing movies on DVD. Intrigued by the thought of how people would respond to the grandeur of a massive screen, he decided this fairy would be the purr. Fresh from visiting their loved ones, an air of elation surrounded them all. Alicia shared that the Marquis was absolutely enchanted by the SS Fortress. Soldiers and supplies had already been moved in. The news lifted Waterloo's spirits, and with renewed curiosity, he inquired about the latest developments at the front lines. Though the Empire had yet to make a single move, his insistence on extracting every last detail remained relentless. Alicia relayed every scrap of information known at the time. The Empire schemed to weaken Lucia, orchestrating a devastating famine, all for the sake of seizing control of its strategically vital port. Although the enemy failed to completely cut the city off, She warned that harsher tactics might soon follow. Yet, Luca's spirit remained unbroken. Defenders had already fortified their strongholds, prepared to repel any assault that came their way. With the open sea stretching before them, the moment had come to set sail for Oris. With great ceremony, Waterroot unveils their newest vessel, the illustrious Gisola. Excitement crackled through the festival air as everyone marveled at the magnificent new ship, and that vibrant energy instantly washed over Waterroot. Exhilarated by the arrival of the new ship, Waterroot eagerly sought to lift morale even higher among the crew. An order rang out for the arrival of Tar, the remarkable vessel engineered to carry precisely 777 souls. Intended to surpass the SS Fortress by only a slight margin, this ship's colossal proportions were nothing short of awe-inspiring. Its gargantuan scale confused the senses, blurring the very distinction between vessel and fortress. Even for the ship eye, though Enzo asserted the ship was an exact replica of the fortress, Wataru raised an eyebrow in dissent. At first glance, she admitted, the resemblance seemed uncanny, but a closer look unveiled clear distinctions, especially within. With a sly smile, upon stepping inside, a majestic interior unfolded before them, its grandeur evoking the atmosphere of a sacred temple. The ferry's interior stood out in striking contrast to any ship they had ever seen before. As he departed Waterloo, a surge of excitement bubbled within him at the thought of his recent acquisition. Felicia inquired about the name of the vessel, prompting him to respond with a cheerful grin that it was called the SS Fortress. Eager to share the excitement, he then invited her and the other girls to join him in exploring their latest acquisitio. The bathroom caught their eye during the stroll, leaving Enzo thoroughly astonished by its remarkable design. Enzo suggested they take a dip together, reminiscing that it had been ages since their last swim. In Wataru's imagination, carefree days unfolded as he lounged in the water alongside Gisola, Saul, and the others, basking in the sheer joy of relaxation. In the end, solitude became his only companion as he bathed alone. After their swim, they tried on some shirts from the ship's boutique and were pleasantly surprised by their comfort. Enthralled by the effortless fit, Dorota and the others couldn't resist and ended up buying several for themselves. The contemporary design infuses these items with a sense of freshness and vitality. A thoughtful silence hung in the air as doubts stirred. Had he truly left behind the mantle of the great mage, now that his iconic robe was no longer draped across his shoulders? Vatara nodded in agreement, assuring them they'd have ample time to rest before reaching Horus. With the ship's course set, he cleverly disguised the SS fortresses, transforming their exterior to resemble the vessel of Watara Guerrera. The onboard autopilot managed the journey, granting them an entire day of rest before their arrival in Ores. With a spontaneous grin, Wataha suggested they watch a movie together. As the girls wandered about the room, curiosity sparked in Dorota's eyes. She wondered aloud if it might also be possible to catch a live performance in this intriguing space. Kara's eyes widened in bewilderment as she echoed the unfamiliar word, cinema. Sensing the girls' confusion, Hot Haru offered a reassuring smile and assured them that all would become clear once the film began. With a gentle gesture, she invited Evie. Suddenly, it struck him. He had no idea how to play movies aboard the ship. The certainty that such a feature existed offered little comfort, for the method to access it lingered just beyond the reach of his memory. Just then, a fresh option flickered onto the screen. A menu invited her to watch a film while the girls traded laughter and chatter nearby. Avery scrolled thoughtfully through the list, her gaze lingering on movies about ships, yet she quickly resold. At last, he settled on Pirates of the Caribbean just as the opening credits began to roll. The girls watch in awe as ships glide across the screen, every movement pure, unadulterated technology, untouched by even a trace of magic. Garo admitted with a hint of uncertainty that he couldn't fully put it into words. Still, he likened what he had witnessed to watching the recording of a performance. At first, Kara suspected she was seeing ghosts, but Garu quickly clarified. They were nothing more than illusions. The movie held their full attention, and from the look of delight on Rima's face, Wataru felt certain she was enjoying it just as much as he was. A wave of relief washed over Wataru as he realized their choice of film was a hit. Sinking comfortably into the plush massage chair, he finally allowed himself a moment to unwind, relishing exquisite dishes, sipping on refined juice, and losing oneself in a favorite movie after grueling battles and long days in the enigmatic shoes of a mage. Such moments were pure bliss. Suddenly, Rima voiced her wish to try out the massage chair. Yet Wataru voiced no objection. Instead, he granted Rimi permission to try. Eagerly, the boy agreed to fulfill her wish. Rima spun energetically in his chair, twisting playfully in every direction, a wide grin lighting up his face. The sheer joy he found in this simple amusement was unmistakable. Wataru, content to watch, remained quietly on the sidelines, letting Rima. The following day found Wataru, once again donning the role of Niad Auras, ready to shoulder the weighty responsibilities that came with being a magister. Curiosity sparked in his eyes as he inquired whether the vanguard would be able to make use of the Speedo. Dorata suggested they meet with Lord Oris before launching an assault on Fortress SS. Wataru agreed, realizing that the arrival of an unfamiliar ship could spark chaos and unexpected complications. Regret gnawed at him over the potential confusion. Carelessness had gotten the better of Wataru. He hadn't anticipated that the appearance of a fairy might draw far too much attention. 2 hours slipped by since Nies and his companions set out on their journey. Upon entering Oris, a throng of curious passers-by immediately took notice of their arrival. No wonder, since the esteemed manager of the marina, Ferrier himself, had only just made an appearance here. Summoning the mighty mage, she offered to escort him to the Gofado company, mentioning she had already informed them of his arrival. Wataru turned to Dorata to ask if she was available, but she explained that Lord Horace's business demanded her few. Determined to resolve the issue himself, Wataru took charge of the negotiations for food supplies. Entering the room, Gisaro, the head of the Gofrotto company, greeted Wataru with a palpable tension lurking beneath his carefully composed demeanor. Apprehension churned within him at the thought of his true status being exposed. He was, in reality, me. Wataru puzzled over Nisaro's reply, unable to discern whether the man was being oddly rude, strangely eccentric, or perhaps excessively polite. However, it soon became clear that Edzero was deeply impressed by his manners. Admitting his initial concerns for Luca, Edzero confessed that witnessing Luca single-handedly halt the Empire's armies changed everything. Delighted by this this was no ordinary order. A supply request worth a staggering 20 platinum coins. Gathering everything would take considerable effort. Preparations would span 7 to 10 days. Preparation might take several days, especially since the involvement of the Merchant Guild will likely be required. Tension hung thick around Lucas. Uncertainty about when the Empire might strike next weighed heavily on everyone's minds, fueling a desperate urge to hurry back home. A rumor began to circulate, painting this mage as someone consumed by arrogance, so that his behavior might match such prideful expectations. Water boldly insisted it could push even harder, declaring that 7 days simply weren't enough. Despite the president's seemingly respectable demeanor, at last his patience snapped. With a furious shout, he lunged at the man, demanding that his ship be fully loaded within just 3 days. Upon returning to the speedboat, exhaustion weighed heavily on everyone, leaving them utterly drained. Enzo, however, praised him warmly for an outstanding job well done. Marina inquired about Dorota's well-being, and Dorota reassured her with a smile, explaining that Lord Horace had readily agreed to aid Luca. Yet her keen fascination with the fortress made any discreet escape impossible. Lost in thought, Waterloo pondered whether they could truly count on military reinforcements. Dorota replied that circumstances were hardly any better in the Kingdom of Salonica or their own country. The best hope, for now, lay with Abe. But even they, relief would have washed over her if reinforcements had arrived, yet from the state's perspective, such assistance was anything but simple to provide. The following day, laborers set about loading the supplies they had managed to procure. Some dreamed of glimpsing the mysteries hidden within the ferry, yet without a ticket, not a single step beyond the entrance was permitted to them. From afar, Walter watched with fascination. The growing mountain of goods piling up on the ferry's cargo deck left him thoroughly amazed. Despite the ferry's colossal size, the workers pressed on without hesitation, relentless in their efforts. With Sue, yet the urge to sell a bit of pepper in this unfamiliar city burned within him. Marina recounted to Lautaro how a handful of people had boarded the vessel, eager for a glimpse of its interior. Yet most of the ship's compartments remained locked, confining these visitors to the deck. Any attempts to bar their entry had proved feat. Felicia speculated that they might be spies sent by the Empire. Yet Darrett surmised the tickets must have come directly from Lord Horace himself. The Lord's deep admiration for the renowned mage made acquiring such enchanted passes a trivial matter. Marina wondered aloud whether it was worth chasing away the uninvited guests. Wataru assured her that no harm would come to anyone aboard the ship, so the situation wasn't dangerous, at least not yet. Still, if the intruders noticed anything unusual, only 60 tickets had been sold, yet already 10 people had tried to sneak in without one. Faced with this challenge, he wondered aloud what to do next. Unceasing vigilance and catching offenders was proving far too taxing. Haruhi readily admitted it. For now, he chose to leave them here. Once the shipment of equipment arrived, all 60 tickets would be cancelled, and everyone would be forced to disembark from the ferry without delay. The phrase "forcibly taken away" lingered in his mind, sparking curiosity about its true meaning. Yet even Wataru himself couldn't say for certain what it implied. By the third day, their efforts bore fruit. They managed to gather every last provision, and preparations for the journey back to Lucca were already underway. Yet beneath this relief simmered an unspoken concern. Now came the moment to deal with the scent. Curiosity sparked between Marina and Enzo as they pondered their next course of action. As Marina and Enzo delved into their discussion, the furtive glances of two shadowy figures caught their attention, silent observers lurking on the edge of the conversation. After marking them on the map, he immediately cancelled their tickets. Illegal passengers stood out as plainly as day. The group vanished in an instant, leaving Wataru behind to ponder. Could those outlaws still be alive somewhere? Marina reassured him that they were perfectly fine and staying together with the others. At last, they managed to rid themselves of the stowaways without sacrificing any of their precious food supplies, and so their journey toward Lucca resumed in earnest. While fine-tuning the autopilot, Wataharu's eyes flickered to the map. There, the speedometer he had abandoned in Lucca suddenly sprang to life, its signal shifting across the screen. Leaving the harbor behind, he tore through the waves at full throttle, most likely in the company of some rather dangerous individuals. This signaled the Empire's advance. The fact that Alicia and her team used the Speedo hinted at a possible incursion by the Imperial Army. Haru promised that with the second model of Speedo, they could reach Luca by nightfall and determine whether everyone truly supported their plan. Hirota approved of Watahari's plan and suggested he make use of the speedometer. Several hours earlier, they had reached Luca, where Alicia and the girls anxiously braced themselves for the looming threat of another Imperial Army assault. Word from the soldier brought unsettling news. 2 massive magic battleships and 5 medium-sized vessels from the Imperial fleet were advancing swiftly. Whispers spread of an even larger armada steering toward Luca. With the Marquis engrossed in a Claret warned that the Imperial fleet would arrive before the Grand Major could alter his stance, and Alicia nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Alicia clarified that Marquis was preparing a counterattack, yet the Empire still held even greater numbers of warships ready in reserve. She speculated that the situation might soon demand their entry into battle, with the formidable Speto II as their. In a hushed tone, Claretta leaned toward Alicia, curiosity flickering in her eyes as she wondered whether Alicia planned to use the Great Mage's ticket to evacuate her family. After careful thought, Alicia declared she would keep the ticket as a last resort, her final lifeline should they find themselves truly cornered. Revealing the existence of those tickets to others, she reasoned, might spark panic among the group. 4. Irma pointed out that their team had diminished to just a handful of members, now forced to battle against almost insurmountable odds. With only 3 of them remaining, she remarked, taking down large and medium-sized ships had become a far more doughy. With a gleam of inspiration, Kolisha suggested using the Great Mage's pass to invite an experienced warrior aboard the speedboat. Yet Irma, ever cautious, warned that the Great Mage might disapprove of such an unconventional use of the pass. A flare of anger from him could mean abandoning them all, dooming Luca to certain death. Uncertainty flickered in Alicia's eyes, yet regardless of her hesitance, they desperately needed a way to seize control of the massive, enchanted vessel on their. Noticing the group's growing obsession with synchronizing the ships, Claretta reassured them that everything would fall into place once the wizards returned with their companions. Victory hovered within their grasp. Only a few precious moments needed to be claimed. The news caught Alicia and Irma completely off guard. They never imagined they'd manage to buy even a moment's reprieve. Just then, a soldier approached and informed Alicia that the Marquis wished to see her. Meanwhile, Alicia, Irma, and Claretta cut swiftly through the skies toward the Imperial fleet. Alicia suggested they scout for the enemy first, then strike with precision against the smaller magical vessels in their ranks. Germ was still astonished by Mark's trust. He had granted them full independence, entrusting the crucial task of intercepting the enemy before they could reach Luca. Claretta speculated that such success owed much to the powerful backing of formidable forces. Meanwhile, Alicia warned them. A hostile fleet loomed on the horizon, and a confrontation was imminent. In an instant, a vast enemy fleet emerged on the horizon, so numerous it seemed to blot out the very edge of the sea. The enemy soldiers quickly spotted their arrival and immediately sounded the alarm. A hostile magic ship was hurtling toward the fleet. Without hesitation, their commanders issued urgent orders to prepare for a swift counterattack. With a sudden burst of energy, Germa, Alicia, and Claretta lunged into the fray together, unleashing a relentless onslaught upon their foes. Pushing themselves to their absolute limits, the girls threw everything they had into the fray. Alicia couldn't help but notice the heightened ferocity in their enemies this time. Each attack seemed sharper, more relentless. Claret chimed in, observing, most of the smaller magical boats had already been destroyed, thanks to his tireless efforts, though fatigue began to gnaw at Army. Just a bit more strength, he told himself, just a little further. A rousing call to the others might be all it takes to... Suddenly, an immense and mysterious force tore the largest magical ship apart, shattering it into countless pieces. Confusion and panic swept over the girls as they broke into a frantic run, desperate to make sense of what had just transpired. Absolute certainty filled Irma's mind. It had to be one of the Empire's colossal warships that delivered such a devastating blow. A thoughtful silence fell over Alicia as she pondered whether Claretta might suspect the phenomenon was light magic. Yet Claretta responded with a firm shake of her head, confessing that she had neither heard of nor encountered anything like it. Instead, until now, neither magic nor monster attacks had posed any trouble. Yet this ship appeared to resist even the most peculiar abilities. The enigmatic phenomenon continued to shroud me in uncertainty. The dazzling light startled Irma, yet she couldn't help but sense the overwhelming power it radiated. Urged by instinct, she suggested they hurry back to Luca and report everything they had witnessed. As they slipped away, the crowd erupted in delight. Turning her attention back to Luca, Kalisha uncovered new details about the laser beam. The Lord explained it had been a reconnaissance device, the very thing that annihilated the fleet's headquarters. Unanimous agreement swept through the room. The terrifying beam of light was a force beyond reckoning. Effortlessly, it sliced through even the thickest stone walls, a feat made all the more unsettling given its single-use nature. Yet, the raw might. Stepping out of the Lord's chambers, Alicia released a weary sigh. Those conversations with the guides had drained her even more than any battle ever could. Curiosity sparkled in Irma's eyes as she inquired about how the discussion had unfolded and what their next move would be once the Imperial fleet returned. Alicia responded with calm assurance, revealing that a barrier specialist would remain at their squad had been chosen to strike at the towering magical warships the moment battle erupted. Yet, Claret warned them sternly, attempting such a feat with only 3 people would be a perilous challenge. Suddenly, Dorota, Marina, and Kara emerged from the shadows. With curiosity twinkling in her eyes, Alicia inquired whether sufficient provisions had been secured and if the Grand Mage had returned. News arrived from Dorothy that the wizard was still on his way, while Kara pointed out that he had sensed something unusual unfolding in Luca. For this reason, they hurried back before the evening ferry could arrive with its cargo of supplies. Unease gnawed at Alice as Imperial ships loomed ever closer to Luca. Though their efforts had brought a fleeting delay, all signs pointed to the enemy's arrival come nightfall. Just as with their supplies, Dorota had anticipated this clash, keenly noting that they faced an enemy who struck with the swiftness of lightning. This revelation implied that the fairy might soon find herself at odds with the Empire. Acting with urgency, Dorota urged them to warn the Grand Mage without delay. Doubt flickered across Claretta's face, memories of the recent incident fresh in her mind. Yet Rota, invigorated by a hearty meal aboard the ferry, radiated unshakable confidence, assuring Claretta without hesitation. After a brief pause, Jermia mentioned there was one more request she wished Doratu to relay to the great mage. As the mage dozed atop his ferry, he failed to notice how a brief respite with Enzo quietly slipped into a deep and lengthy slumber. Tranquility had been his companion until now. As he leisurely sipped his drink, quietly preparing to set off for Luca, a sudden commotion seized his attention. A swift enemy hurtling toward him at remarkable speed. As Dorota approached, Curiosity flickered in his eyes, prompting him to inquire about her arrival. Without delay, she recounted the latest events unfolding in Lucca, her voice edged with urgency. Settling into their seats, a flicker of unease crossed her face as she pointed out the very real danger. They were moving at a pace that could send them straight into the path of the Imperial fleet. She went on to explain that even with a rapid retreat, managing it all alone proved impossible. He wondered whether Lucca's commanders might be angered if he stayed behind instead of pressing forward until the chaos subsided. Dorota suggested the wisest course was to guard the supplies for now, with a absolute faith in their impregnable SS fortress and mighty fleet, filled Vata and his companions with certainty. Victory, they believed, was all but assured. Yet an undercurrent of anxiety gripped Dorota as events unfolded. The revelation that someone from the Empire had mastered the rare art of wielding a laser beam unsettled her deeply. A feat so astonishing, even Watara couldn't hide his shock. A suspicion nagged at him. It might well be a clever scheme woven by the very god of creation. The memory resurfaced of the god's warning. Only a divine being could bypass the ship's formidable defenses and board, guaranteeing the vessel's safety from ordinary threats. This reassurance eased Dorata's anxiety, prompting her to relay the crucia. Despite a flicker of unease from the laser beam, he chose to trust in God's creation and directed all his attention toward tracking the ship's locations. While observing the dashboard, he noticed the speedometer needle had come to a standstill. Felicia surmised that the Empire most likely decided to postpone their attack until dawn. After all, fighting under the cover of darkness was perilous. At dawn, the enemy surged forward, and the soldier Lucasa signaled to hold. This was the decisive moment for the assault. The colossal ship that had captured everyone's whispers finally loomed into view, yet the immense energy shield guarding it failed to rouse even a flicker of fear in Tanino. Confidence radiated from him, certain that his extraordinary ability would secure victory. Yet, as his laser beam struck the ship's hull, not even the faintest mark appeared, sparking a surge of awe and excitement among the soldiers and Alicia alike. Here lay their golden opportunity to strike back, targeting the imposing magical warship at the head of the enemy column, while stunned disbelief still held Tanino captive. With agile grace, the girls vaulted onto the speeder and, steel-eyed with DT, meanwhile, Vochara's voice echoed throughout the ship, declaring that the battle had already commenced. Enzo, Felicia, Wataru, and even Rima watched the unfolding events with keen attention. Calm composure radiated from Enzo. His faith in Wataru's formidable fleet never wavered. Wataru, though fully aware of their strength, couldn't shake a lingering sss. Taneno rallied his crew, urging them to remain calm and trust in the ship's protective barrier, an impenetrable shield steadfastly keeping their vessel afloat. Deep down, though, the girl understood that even the fiercest blow couldn't shatter it. Irma urged everyone onward, insisting they press forward without pause. Meanwhile, Alicia was entrusted with making yet another attempt. Hardly had they taken a single step when Tanino's laser beam blazed once more, this time fueled by blazing fury and an unwavering resolve to destroy them at any cost. Against all odds, the tiny Speedo emerged unscathed, leaving Tanino utterly stunned. Seizing the opportunity, the girls pressed their attack and finished off his ship, sending it to the depths. Their focus shifted to a fresh target, leaving the enemy bewildered. Realization dawned that sinking the colossal ship was an impossible feat. Attempting to circle around the ship and break through to the port, they pressed forward. only to be met by a relentless hail of gunfire from Lucas's soldiers. In a fierce clash, they managed to vanquish countless enemies. 2 hours of fierce combat finally culminated in Lucas's undeniable triumph. Felicia's keen eyes caught the sudden retreat of the ships as they raced back toward the harbor at a breakneck pace. At last, a wave of genuine relief washed over Wataru, while Lord Justin, radiant with exhilaration, offered heartfelt thanks to everyone for their unwavering efforts. Special gratitude was extended to Captain Dumont for his masterful command of the troops. Great courage and an exceptional contribution to the battle were also recognized as hallmarks of Gisola's actions. Praise for Alicia rippled through the crowd, with some even going so far as to invite her to join the ranks of the knights. With graceful modesty, she declined the praise, attributing every achievement to the Grand Mage. In that very moment, a stranger strode confidently toward the group, his intentions unmistakable. He meant to persuade the Grand Mage to join their cause. Justin ordered him to step back, but the man and his partner ignored him, their voices continuing to ring out defiantly. Left with no choice, Justin commanded the soldiers to escort them out by force. The men offered heartfelt apologies to Alicia, hoping to make amends for the Count's disgraceful behavior. Surprise flickered across her face, for Jacobo's title alone spoke of considerable sway. In that moment, understanding dawned. He truly wielded real power. Steeling herself, Alicia vowed to shield the great mage from his cunning games, come what may. Justin recalled her mention of the supply ship scheduled to arrive today, and silently vowed to find a fitting way to repay the mage's kindness. A wave of relief washed over Alicia as she realized Lucas's chief turned out to be a reasonable man. Before long, a supply ship docked at the harbor, prompting the crowd to erupt in jubilant applause as they celebrated Lucas's triumph. While the girls busied themselves preparing the bath and drinks, Wataru quietly informed Claretta that there were still a few matters left unfinished. Aboard the ferry, Clarette's eyes sparkled with excitement as she discovered the toy machines. Unable to resist, she immediately set out to test her luck. Beyond the city walls, Imperial soldiers still lingered, and the war had yet to end. But even so, today offered them a chance to indulge in a feast of mouth-watering dishes and delightful drinks. Several days had passed since they had restocked their supplies and returned to Lucca, yet not a single word had come from the front lines. With the air heavy with uncertainty, the entire squad found themselves resting at the SS base. The girls linger. As they rested, tranquil harbors bathed in serenity, while the girls secretly wished for the relentless war between the Empire and the defiant kingdom to finally come to an end. Gazing out at the endless sea, Wataru caught sight of a magnificent ship gracefully gliding toward them, its regal sails billowing in the wind. With a quick call to the girls, he ushered them outside, eager to show them the ship he had just spotted on the horizon. Since this was no enchanted vessel, he concluded there were no enemies lurking aboard. Alicia nodded in agreement, speculating that the ship most likely belonged to the royal family of the Kingdom of Brazik. Waterloo, clearly taken aback, fell into deep thought, pondering what business such distinguished guests might have in these parts. The royal family set out on their journey to Lucca. Alicia surmised that a visit from any member of the dynasty in the midst of war almost certainly meant they'd already heard whispers of Vadari. Watara's grim forebodings were proving true. Meanwhile, even Dorita couldn't mask her curiosity. The Crown Prince was currently charged with defending the capital, so the mysterious visitor could hardly be him. Perhaps it was the second prince, famed for his obsession with all things military. The mere "the" Alicia suggested they head back to the city, reasoning that Maki might summon them at any moment. There, they would finally discover the identity of the new arrival. A promise hung in the air. She would notify the Grand Mage as soon as more information surfaced. Yet an undefinable threat loomed over them, gnawing at his peace and filling his heart with unease. Resolute in his decision, he wanted nothing to do with the royal family and intended to keep his distance at all costs. As expected, Lord Summons soon arrived for Alicia and Dorota. The cause remained a mystery, though suspicions swirled that the royal ship played a part. Dorota remarked pointedly that entangling themselves in royal family affairs was the last thing they needed. Despite their unease at possibly harming the royal family, they made it clear that securing the support of the Great Mage took precedence. Their counsel was unequivocal. Concentrate on striking a deal with the mage and allow Alicia to take the reins. Upon their arrival, the knight graciously beckoned them inside. The girls stepped inside, with Alicia knelt at the forefront. Poised and self-assured, she introduced herself as the leader of the adventurer party, Gisola. With a grand gesture, the knight introduced another prince of the Wind Kingdom, His Highness Arnold. Arnold commanded her to stand up and answer his questions. At the knight's urging, she finally broke her silence. Just as expected, her very first question revolved around the sorcerer. With a gentle apology, Alicia explained that the Great Mage disliked having attention cast upon him. Bound by an agreement between them, she was forbidden from revealing any further details about him. The knight loomed dark and sullen, as if nursing a grudge after the Great Mage's response and the arrival of the envoy dispatched to his immense ship. With an air of urgency, he demanded that Alicia summon him to their presence without delay. Bewilderment flickered across the girl's face. She couldn't fathom why the knight's anger had landed on her. Still, she nodded and agreed to deliver his message. Persuading him to come seemed almost impossible. On top of that, there was the irksome Viscount Nakobo relentlessly insisting that Alicia enchant the mage and bring him along, if she truly cared about the kingdom's fate. Boasting of his unwavering loyalty, he proudly recounted how he had immediately reported the arrival of the colossal ship to His Highness. Irritation simmered among the girls, each one realizing that he was the root of all this chaos. Buoyed by the presence of a steadfast ally at his back, a surge of confidence swept over him, emboldening him to once more command Alicia to summon the mage. The prince's influence was unmistakable in this demand. He had warned Alicia. Opposing him meant defying the entire kingdom. There was not a flicker of doubt. He was certain she grasped the full gravity of what lay ahead. Spinning on her heel, Alicia turned to deliver the message to Wataru. Startled and drenched in sweat, he stood frozen by the prince's threats, uncertainty clouding his face as he struggled to decide his next move. Apologies spilled from her lips as she confessed to dragging him into this mess. Yet Water adamantly refused to reveal his true identity, instead urging everyone to consider how they might escape from Luca together with their family and friends. Instantly dismissing the notion, she assured him there was no need to flee or obey the kingdom's commands. After all, he owed no allegiance to them. With resolute conviction, she insisted that running away after such threats would only make them look a doubt still lingered in Wataru's heart. Yet Enzo pointed out that word of his power had spread far beyond their own land in the aftermath of the war. Sooner or later, curious eyes from across the world would seek to uncover his true identity. Enzo explained that if rumors spread about him being a mage, one who could become dangerous when angered, people would think twice before daring to oppose him. The idea glittered with boldness, yet Wataru hesitated, unable to give his consent Its sheer radical nature unsettled him too deeply. For this very reason, contempt welled up within him for those who, leaning solely on the weight of their titles, dared to guide the prince through the darkness, blinded all the while by their own unyielding pride. A moment of contemplation swept over Waterloo as he wondered if the prince would truly be frightened by a threat that he himself might pose. Enzo felt certain that sheer terror would seize him if Waterloo ever dared to summon a fairy right above the castle walls. Yet her face lit up with delight at the mere suggestion of such mischief, radiating excitement at the prospect. With a calming gesture, Wataru extended the remat toward her, hoping its touch would help steady her nerves and restore her composure. Hermes suggested that a simple bluff would be enough to scare the prince, and personally penned a note to Wataru. The note revealed that a prince from a crumbling kingdom was eager to challenge him, confirming every suspicion that had taken root in his mind. Should the prince truly crave death, he would be more than happy to grant that final wish. Wataru stood stunned by her words, struggling to grasp that she genuinely awaited his message. Doubt clouded his mind as he questioned whether they were truly certain the note could be sent. Felicia studied the letter intently, noting its bold almost. Caught off guard, Wataru faltered for a moment, uncertain how to respond to such a bold challenge. "Go ahead and try, if you dare." Herma put forth a bold plan. Blockade Lucas Harbor, the very place where one of the prince's ships lay anchored. She believed unwaveringly that faced with such pressure, he would surrender without delay. At first, they merely arrived in Adaluca, but now they had stooped to blackmail, holding the entire city hostage in a dangerous game against the prince. Had the prince simply abandoned Adaluca, the imperial fleet would likely have withdrawn, making S. Noticing the sudden seriousness etched across Alicia's face, he leaned in and gently asked if something was wrong. Her desire for a private conversation was clear, prompting Wataru to invite her into his room. Alicia accepted his offer without hesitation. On the way, palpable tension radiated from Wataru. Nerves betrayed him as Alicia strode at his side in silence, her face set in a strained, unreadable mask. The unyielding seriousness etched on her face lingered in the air, haunting Wataru even after they reached his room. Seeking to dispel the heavy silence between them, he suggested they share a drink. Stunned, he watched as she bowed deeply and offered a heartfelt apology. Flustered, he quickly urged her to rise. Bafflement clouded his mind as he wondered what had prompted her sudden urge to spin tales. Alicia finally confessed. She had dragged him into a war, fully aware of how much he despised being in the spotlight. Exploiting his kindness, she had set events in motion, and now he found himself forced to stand against the royal family, all because Wataru sensed the weight of guilt pressing on her over what had befallen the prince. Yet in his eyes, her kindness was not to blame. Rather, it was his own hesitation and naivety that had drawn Angisol into this tangled affair. As Alicia apologized once more, he offered a reassuring smile and assured her that everything was fine. He genuinely wanted to lend a hand. Yet he pointed out that the initial reward they had agreed upon would no longer suffice. Curious, she inquired what more they might be able to offer. The moment Alicia vowed to do absolutely anything for him, sinister thoughts danced mischievously through his mind, though he knew better than to ever let them slip from his lips. With a gentle touch, she took his hand, encouraging him to speak his mind freely. This tender gesture made him wonder if she was subtly trying to win him over to her side. Torn by uncertainty, he still couldn't bring himself to admit the bold longing that flickered within him, a wish so daring he could barely speak it aloud. Alicia's ruthless indifference struck Wataru like a thunderbolt, leaving him utterly bewildered and at a loss for words. Urgently, he pleaded with her to leave the room at once. Flushed with embarrassment, Wataru hastily begged Alicia to forget everything he had just uttered, overtaken by a storm of self-doubt. Even in this unfamiliar world, where hidden strength coursed through him, the acute discomfort he felt now easily easier. Outraged, the prince and his knight saw the letter as the harbinger of impending war. When the knight pressed Alicia to reveal the message's contents, she answered with calm composure, claiming ignorance of its origins. The letter addressed to Lord Justin conveyed news that plans were underway to blockade Lucas Harbour. Hardly had they grasped the contents of the letter when quite suddenly another messenger burst in with urgent news. A colossal ship was making its way toward the central harbour. A wave of unease swept over the prince as suspicion gnawed at him. He feared an attempt on his life, while the knight dismissed the notion as nothing more than a cunning fabrication. Alicia watched their turmoil with delight, savouring every moment as Lord Justin mourned the prince, convinced that the closure of Lucas's port would drag the city into ruin. While extending an olive branch to the mage, Count Nikobo simultaneously urged that Giselle be used as a means to win the sorcerer's favour. It seemed Jacobo would be their toughest challenge yet, especially since Alicia had already noticed Wataru's weakness for women after that awkward encounter between them. Should danger ever threaten their family, they might be forced to abandon Luca and flee, even if that meant betraying Prince Pinnict. With a mocking shout, he declared that a magician who dared threaten him could be easily swayed by feminine allure. Then, turning suddenly to Alicia, Knight inquired about the plan of action, his gaze sharp and inquisitive. Insisting that the mage had clearly misunderstood his intentions, the prince offered him a generous reward should he choose to join their cause. Without wasting a moment, he penned a new letter and asked Alicia to deliver it, leaving the girl astonished. The letter passed into Wataru's hands, while Enza read it as well. Yet even after reading, fury continued to burn in his eyes, his anger undiminished. Her insistence echoed with certainty. Her master would never forgive the prince. Yet Wataru welcomed the truce with relief. Sensing the tension, Alicia realized the prince remained defiant. His ambition to win the mage over had not faded in the slight. At that moment, Enzo proposed demanding an apology, hoping to make the prince truly grasp the mage's formidable power. To everyone's astonishment, they accepted Enzo's plan and dispatched a letter to the prince, presenting him with a stark choice: perish alongside Luca or plead for mercy before the entire court. Penning her letter, Enza vowed that anyone daring to cross a mage would come to regret it deeply. The prince's reply came with barely a moment's delay, but as expected, he sidestepped Haruka's demands, offering a courtly title instead. Unsure how to proceed, Haruka turned to the girls for advice. After all, the gesture felt more like an apology than. Without a doubt, he played the part of the villain. Thus began a tense and electrifying standoff. Haru brushed off the prince's letters without a single reply, and when the knight arrived at their hideout, he didn't spare him so much as a glance. The night erupted in a storm of noise and commotion, yet in time, all sound faded away, swallowed by deep silence, and his visits ceased altogether. As the prince stubbornly refused to kneel, Wataru found himself at a loss, unable to predict how things would unfold. Catching sight of the girls stealing secretive glances toward the window, curiosity got the better of him, and he asked what had happened. Outside, ranks of Imperial Army soldiers awaited, each one boasting a striking, unforgettable appearance. Felicia calmly explained that their arrival was prompted by a need to untangle the situation. As for his quarrel with the princes, it appeared as though they were vying for his allegiance, each trying to draw him into their camp. Yet upon confessing that this extraordinary and elegant beauty did in fact unsettle him, he quickly hastened to add that he would never betray his kingdom for the sake of joining their side. Stunned by the sheer openness with which his vulnerability slipped through, he can't believe he let himself lose and bare his soul. All you crave is for this pointless clash with the prince to come to an end at last. News reached the prince that the Empire had already made contact with the mage. To the prince's astonishment, the Lord unexpectedly suggested apologizing to him for the sake of the people's peace. With a huff of frustration, he stormed out of the room, loudly declaring his intention to retreat to his own chambers. As he made his way down the corridor, snatches of conversation about the evening's food supply discussion drifted into his ears. Rumors swirled among the crowd, whispering that the powerful mage's wrath had been ignited solely because of the mysterious tracks. Rumors began to circulate about plans to track down those mysterious footprints, and the very thought left him stunned. As dusk gave way to moonlight, the prince's advisors gathered in hushed urgency, urging him to grant permission to arrest the soldiers spreading these dangerous whispers. Suspicion flickered in his mind. Surely the Marquis orchestrated this scheme. Who? The thought of slipping away quietly had crossed their minds, but as they readied the ship, never did it cross their minds that a single glance outside might betray their presence. Damage had crippled their ship, leaving them with no choice but to turn back toward the shore. Uncertainty flickered in Haru's eyes as he debated attacking their foes, yet Irma radiated confidence. After all, their vessel was protected by a shield strong enough to keep them afloat no matter what. Humiliated, the prince turned back toward the shore, where the Lord approached him with deliberate steps. With a hint of suspicion, he questioned whether the prince truly intended to abandon Luca and make his escape alone. Attempting to justify himself, he insisted his intentions were innocent. He simply longed for a face-to-face meeting with the mage. The following day, word spread that the prince would issue a public apology. Curious onlookers quickly gathered at the scene, eager to witness the apology firsthand. At last, the prince emerged before the crowd, while Wataru and the girls observed the unfolding spectacle from the deck of their ship. To everyone's astonishment, the prince bowed deeply before Wataru, offering a heartfelt apology for his actions. Meanwhile, the guildmaster revealed that the mysterious scale belonged to a legendary dragon. News of the remarkable event swept across the continent like wildfire, and soon Wataru earned renown as the mage who brought a prince to his knees, begging for forgiveness. All that remained was for him to guard his true identity from ever being Rei. Following Arnold's heartfelt apology, Wataru lifted the blockade on the port. The royal family wasted no time in departing Lucca, entrusting the county's affairs to the care of the local port authorities. In due course, the Duke summoned Jacopo to his chambers and chastised him severely for his reckless arrogance and defiant disobedience. Gratitude filled the air as the girls thanked Vadar for everything he had done for them. With a hesitant smile, Vadar admitted that ever since the release of the second edition, the urge to run away had crossed his mind more than once. Yet only although life seemed to have slipped back into its usual rhythm, the shadows of conflict still loomed large over their hearts. The war raged on, and as they sat side by side, the weight of unfinished battles pressed upon their minds. Wataru wondered aloud what their next course of action should be. Darata replied that their forces could push back the Imperial army by flanking through the coastal route past Luco, though even now the city's defenders struggled to hold the enemy at bay. Loretta observed with sharp eyes that even as reinforcements managed to push the enemy back, they wasted no time regrouping and launching a fresh offensive. Felicia issued a grave warning. Should this continue, The war could drag on endlessly, with no end in sight. Determined to put this ordeal behind him as swiftly as possible, Wat Haru searched for the most efficient solution. Lingering conflict was a luxury he could not afford. The only apparent option was to assist in transporting the soldiers and resolve Iima. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Why not exploit the SS outpost as a gateway for moving troops deep into imperial lands? Alicia pointed out, however, that the Empire had already dispatched forces to ravage the kingdom and bolster their defenses against T. Karamu revealed that they had already taken down a considerable number of imperial warships, warning that a full-scale naval invasion could shatter the enemy's ranks entirely and plunge their forces into utter chaos. Germa observed that the Empire wouldn't be able to concentrate all its might solely against the kingdom of BA. Most likely, the overwhelming pressure would force them into a retreat. Enthralled by the ingenious plan, Kolisha brimmed with excitement and wasted no time sharing it with the Marquis, her initiative infusing Wataru with a newfound confidence in his abilities. Dorota, her voice edged with concern, asked if he was truly certain about his choice. After all, this went far beyond what his contract required. Still, he assured her he simply longed to return as soon as possible to a peaceful, carefree existence. The fortress had the remarkable ability to transport people, leaving the rest of the affairs confidently in the Marquis's capable hands. Alicia set off to report to the Duke, who regarded recent events with growing suspicion. Ever since the prince's arrival, a steady stream of troubling news had reached his ears, and every attempt to stem the tide seemed futile. The revelation that they intended to send their troops across the sea to the Empire left him astonished. He admitted it was a clever plan, yet a question lingered. Would the mage join the battle himself? Alicia swiftly clarified. The mage's role was strictly logistical. He would conjure a swift, enchanted vessel to ferry Gisola's warriors across the Wati. Realizing his own shortcomings in rallying warriors alone, he chose a different path, dispatching a message directly to the Crown Prince. The knowledge that the Crown Prince was Prince Arnold's elder brother stirred a quiet unease within her. Would this connection usher in fresh complications? Although the Duke offered no guarantees, he reassured her with words of praise. The Crown Prince, agreeing to lend his aid, he found himself thunderstruck at the sight awaiting him. A vast army assembled by their allies, numbering 100 times more than he had ever dared to imagine. Before their astonished eyes, Alicia unveiled a magnificent enchanted ship from the Brazic Kingdom, followed by a proud display of the formidable navy hailing from the realm of Salonika. Clara announced with excitement that warriors from the Beast Kingdom had joined their ranks. Reinforcements had already been assembled, and Alicia marveled at the astonishing speed with which the Brotherhood Kingdom and Salonika joined forces to raise an army. The sheer might of this force was so overwhelming that even Vatharu felt a pang. Felicia caught sight of the prince's ships on the horizon, though a nagging suspicion told her the second prince's hand was at play in this as well. The second prince languished under house arrest, kept firmly behind locked doors. Naturally, everyone assumed the figure in question could only be His Highness, Crown Prince Tomamori. News reached Tom and Mori that their ship would soon dock at Luca Port. The sight of the legendary magician's vessel filled Tom with relief. Steadfast allies awaited them nearby. As Prince Tomamori stepped gracefully off the ship, he offered a courteous bow to Wataru and the girls in greeting. The unexpected gesture of such refined manners caught them off guard. Clearly, the Marquis had been right. The second prince was nothing. Wataru's plan for moving the troops blossomed into a grand military campaign. Now, the united armies of the Brazia Kingdom, Thessaloniki, and the Beast Folk prepare to strike directly at the very heart of the Imperial Navy's stronghold. The scale of tea, under the assured guidance of the Crown Prince, preparations for the operation advance seamlessly, unmarred by any complications. Once the final preparations fell into place, Enzo relayed to Lothar that the entire force of 5,600 warriors from the Beast Kingdom had boarded the ships. Bound by ties to the Empire, he saw the war through to its bitter end. The combined fleet of the three kingdoms set sail from Lucca, charting a deliberate course toward the heart of the Empire. On the fortress walls, the Beast Folk eagerly awaited the coming battle, their anticipation intensifying with every step the enemy army drew closer. More often than not, that horror lingered on the bridge, relishing solitude over company. The Beast Folk rarely caught his glance. After all, the ship's magical craftsmanship rendered every restaurant and shop invisible to him. To unwind during the Jure. After 21 arduous days at sea, the Allied fleet finally arrived at the headquarters of the Imperial Navy. As expected, Imperial ships had already formed an imposing battle line, awaiting their arrival with unwavering readiness for combat. On the eve of their journey, a storm of nerves raged within Luke, his anxiety impossible to hide. Vatharu grew suspicious. Could the Empire have caught wind of their plans? The enemy's fleet glimmered on the horizon, far more numerous than anticipated. Clearly, this was the extravagant yacht of an aristocrat. Walter Ruth thought, its elegance unmistakable amidst the passing vessels powered by magic, each a spectacle in its own right. It seemed the Imperial fleet had exhausted its supply of warships. Now, this was a clear sign that the fleet teetered on the brink of collapse. If that truly is the case, perhaps this will mark the final clash upon these seas. Musing aloud, he wondered whether it was wise for them to intervene in the battle by deploying their boats. After a swift council, consensus swept through the ranks, led by the Crown Prince himself. The entire fleet surged into battle at full speed, cutting through the waves with relentless determination. As the battle raged at its fiercest, terror and unease nestled deep within the heart of every soul present. While a fierce battle raged outside, the relentless worry drained Wataru's spirit. Seeking a moment's escape and a chance to unwind, he reached for a DVD, hoping its flickering images would offer some respite. Despite his desperate attempts to distract himself, unease gnawed at him relentlessly, the chaos outside these walls refusing to grant him even a moment's peace. Suddenly, footsteps echoed through the room. Enzo entered, curiosity lighting his eyes as he asked whether the battle had ended. With a weary sigh, she admitted victory hadn't come easily. Uncertainty had shadowed their triumph. As the enemy readied their assault on the base, the forces of the Beast Kingdom prepared to land and brace themselves for a brutal clash on solid ground. In the midst of this turmoil, Haru found himself unable to focus on the movie. His only wish was, 3 days later, after a fierce and relentless struggle, the forces of the Beast Kingdom seized control of the Imperial fleet's base. Yasola, who had claimed all the glory for the naval battle, remained conspicuously absent from the fighting on land. With heartfelt gratitude, Waterroot thanked everyone for their unwavering dedication, then inquired if any troubles had arisen. Alicia, her tone steady and reassuring, promised that all was well and returned his thanks with equal warmth. An invitation is extended to share a cup of tea together in the cozy confines of the room. Sipping their drinks, Alicia and Watara engaged in an animated conversation. Curiosity sparked in his eyes as he inquired about the Allies' next move, prompting her to reveal their strategy. Alicia explained that the Crown Prince intended to transform this base into the Alliance's commanding stronghold. In addition, they had, that evening, preparations for a grand victory celebration buzzed throughout the hall, with hopes high that Wataru would join the festivities. Yet he declined the invitation, a decision that to her came as no surprise. Noticing that the Crown Prince had already anticipated his refusal, she gracefully handed Wataru an exquisitely crafted box. Bound by duty, ignoring the needs of the heir to the throne was never an option. He agreed to take on the task without hesitation. Over the next month, Wataru devoted himself to transporting wounded soldiers. Meanwhile, the Allied encampment swelled daily, filling with ever more troops and ships armed with potent magical energy. Meanwhile, the Allied fleet unleashed a relentless assault along the Empire's coastline, obliterating nearly every warship in its path and leaving only wreckage strewn across the waters. Such devastating attacks held the power to shift the entire coup. Felicia inquired whether Wataru had fulfilled every one of the Crown Prince's demands. He assured her the task was accomplished in full, leaving nothing unfinished. With that, the time had come to press onward. Together, they began their journey back. Meanwhile, aboard the ship, Tar found himself beginning to savor the voyage. The last few months had slipped by in a haze ever since the royal procession appeared, but now, at last, a measure of calm had settled in, allowing him to finally unwind. The tranquility that surrounded him now was a sensation he hadn't experienced in ages, and by the looks of it, the girls relished these serene moments just as much. In his heart, Wataru held on to the hope that the war would soon come to an end. Free, she brought urgent news. Something had happened to Luca. Stepping outside, Wataru asked what was going on. The girls, silent and grave, simply pointed toward Luca. As he turned around, a lively crowd greeted them with cheerful enthusiasm, their faces alight with eager anticipation. Waterloo paused, lost in thought, wondering if today might be a holiday. The girls nodded in agreement. They felt the very same way. Warm smiles and cheerful greetings welcomed Waterloo, Haruya, and Giselle as they arrived. At long last, Luke was fully liberated from the clutches of the Imperial Army. The moment the news spread, tears of pure joy brimmed in everyone's eyes. With the official end of the war, genuine joy lit up the faces of Lucas's people. Even those known for their reserve couldn't suppress the surge of elation that swept over them in that moment. Alicia was the first to notice, as the Duke gathered the entire group once more. With a proud gleam in his eye, he announced that their triumph within the Allied flotilla had already earned them widespread acclaim. With heartfelt sincerity, he expressed his profound gratitude and offered thanks to everyone present. In response, Alicia expressed her gratitude, emphasizing how much they relied on the power of the journal, the Duke's crowning achievement. Instructions were given to Duman to inform the girls about the unfolding events. Summoning his composure, Duman explained that although the Imperial Army had surrounded Luca, they had withdrawn immediately after the second deployment of the MAGE force. Pursuers on horseback quickly discovered that the Imperial Army had merged with a massive column of Allied forces along the roadway. This formidable host appeared to be the very attackers who had descended upon the royal capital. As they retreated, Elizabeth speculated that perhaps even the capital had already been liberated, a thought that Doman readily agreed with. Adding further, the envoy explained that vital supplies were already being rushed to the capital for recovery efforts. From now on, the Beast Kingdom would focus its attention on providing aid. Meanwhile, they were also preparing to strike at the MP. Meanwhile, a restless crowd had gathered around Wataru's ship. Desperate voices rang out as people clustered on every side, pleading for a chance to come aboard. The rush to board the ship was no surprise, yet what truly intrigued him was their utter lack of fear toward him. Kara declared that he had become the city's darling, while Claretta enthusiastically listed every good deed he had performed for the townsfolk. Dorota arrived bearing news. Preparations for the ferry's return would be complete by tomorrow. She requested just a bit more patience regarding the vessel. Meanwhile, Waterloo pondered his next move. Once the ferry was back in their possession, curiosity sparkled in Alicia's eyes as she asked whether, should questions arise about his other identity in the southern city, she could claim to have been introduced by Wataru. Wataru noticed that the mage's fame had grown so great that people might even question him about their connection. If that happened, he would simply explain that their paths had crossed during his travels, and that it was the mage who introduced him. Alicia offered a heartfelt apology for the trouble she'd caused, but Wataru quickly brushed aside her concerns, assuring her there was nothing to worry about. He'd handle everything. With an easy confidence, he explained he'd simply repeat the story. For now, he encouraged everyone to unwind and savor the peaceful journey toward the southern town. Yet the thought stubbornly clung to Alicia's mind, nagging her with doubts. Could she truly settle the debt with mere payment when he had gone so far above and beyond anything they could have anticipated? Catching sight of Irma, she resolved to speak with her the following day. With that decision made, the group took their leave of Luca. Lost in thought, Taru reflected on everything that had happened to her during this time. His alter ego soared to heights of fame beyond anyone's wildest dreams, yet a dazzling succession of platinum awards awaited them still. Bestowed with honors by both the Marquis and the Crown Prince, the dream of a lavish ocean liner grew tantalizing. As the moment to bid farewell arrived, Alicia and Wataru exchanged heartfelt thanks, each expressing deep gratitude for the adventures and memories they had shared. Promising to return from Subdane City with the pledged money, he suddenly caught sight of Irma, deep in conversation with Alicia. Without warning, Alicia wrapped her arms around his shoulders, offering a heartfelt farewell. She was not alone. Every member of Gisola offered him heartfelt farewells in the same genuine manner. Each soloist expressed heartfelt thanks with a joyful spirit, leaving Irma for last. Just before departing, she couldn't resist tossing a playful joke his way. At last, Waterroof sensed a surge of satisfaction. His tireless efforts had finally proven worthwhile.